Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So um, yeah, when you get the percentage of the hour, so it's like 80%. So 60. Yeah, not miles. Oh, the total. Yeah, for the day. Yeah, got it. And it's so it's and zigzag around, and then the infield they're hauling it. They're doing pretty good in here too. And zigzag around, and then the infield they're hauling it. They're doing pretty good in here too. It's I can see it. It's I can see it. Wouldn't be surprised by some of wouldn't be surprised by some of these guys. These guys. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh no, we took a lap. We took a lap off of them because the majority of them were. What you're talking about, the unlimited. The unlimited UTV. Yeah. One of the NAs did not finish the time limit, and several of the um, unlimited. So we just spread them before. We shortened the track today by.
All right, we can just kind of talk through this stuff. Good morning, off-road racing fans. This is Wes Miller here. I've got John Pellissier, president of Snore Racing, and we are here with coverage of the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort Maxxis Tires Rage at the River. This is Heat 1 of our Sunday race. You have our sportsman trucks, and then a few different classes out here. A lot of guys actually use this Heat 1 as a recon
Pre-run.
laps, like kind of pre-run, basically. Go out there, do a little shakedown on the car, and really with the amount of laps that are done on this race course, it changes quite a bit. So, from what the course looked like when they did their parade lap, say Friday, to the end of yesterday, it's changed quite a bit. How is the course looking out there, John?
That's right. So yeah, we've got the fun run in on Friday. We had racing all day yesterday, but however, we have a team of guys doing our dirt work out there. They go out and regroom a good part of the track, and they water throughout the night to make sure that it cuts down on the dust, and just kind of groom the really deep spots, because it's just that it gets really deep when you have 400 cars that have gone around it, everything from a stock bug to the dozens, the 3 dozen 6100 spec trucks, unlimited vehicles, class 10, 16s. They groove it up really quick, and so yeah, it changes the conditions. So they want to get a preview lap this morning. A lot of guys did some touch-ups on their cars, and they want to get that lap, a couple of laps in, to shake it down, make sure it's ready for their actual pro heat coming up here throughout the day.
Yeah, and we're seeing some shots here of the moon bumps.
Yep.
And the moon bumps, you basically got about 3 lines through there.
Yeah.
And as it gets rougher, holes will develop to one side or the other. And you may start off, to me, when I first looked at the course, the far left and then transitioning into the middle was kind of the preferred line. But by the end of the day, I mean, guys were going everywhere. Because, what happens is the preferred line ends up getting, everyone's running it, so it gets rough. Quick, so now the less preferred lines are actually smoother than what used to be the smooth line. So true.
Yeah, I've raced this before, and a lot of guys will run in the moon bumps. They'll run the left line up the left edge, and it seems to be preferable. Then it, like you say, it gets chewed up because everybody's on it, and they might go to the right or the middle. Then when you're in it, you're just looking for anything smooth, because you just don't get a rhythm in there whatsoever. It's very tough. A lot of square edges. And there was an event recently that ran the other way, and when they run the other way, obviously it changes the groove. It's like waves on an ocean. They're running one way today and they're going the other way tomorrow. Well, if you're going against that grain, it's rougher, than when you're going with it. So that's just the beauty of off-road racing. It's always changing, and there's no going to sleep behind the wheel here.
Definitely. So you guys did do some grooming out there. What areas did you clean up?
So we all, of course, the whole infield area around here, and then some of the deep corners at the top, and then they do water around the high school in that area, and then up, like say, through the moon bumps. You could see it was pretty wet. This section right here where he's going through that proving grounds, it's not really somewhere you can run a water truck through at any pace, or so it looks like they avoided that in the nighttime, and we don't want to groom those areas. Those are the challenges we want to give people in off-road racing. This isn't rally racing, and we don't want smooth roads all the way around the course, so we leave those alone, but we do water everywhere we can.
Yeah, I think that 2 of the more famous sections of Laughlin would be the moon bumps and then the proving grounds.
Absolutely.
And generally those never get groomed, as far as I know.
It has happened, but we ask that it doesn't, because again, it's off-road racing. If you want smooth track, then there's a place for that, but it's not here in Snore.
Well, yeah, I think you need something out there to separate the men from the boys. And definitely those 2 sections. Well, honestly, the whole course gets so rough. It does a pretty good job of doing it. But.
So what else happens is when they're going up when they cross road crossing 1, and it's a power line road to the top from there. There's like one little zigzag in it, and then a couple of speed bumps, but all the horsepower pushing up that hill, it softens it up. So yesterday, guys could be going through that in 4th, 5th gear, The limited class cars, you're gonna have to step down a gear today because it's a little softer and pushing against that resistance of the softer terrain. So today's gonna be a lot of times will be off a little bit, but that's okay.
Something, looking here, you can see there's a lot of moisture in the ground. I know you guys put a lot of water on the course.
Yep.
As the day progresses, it starts to dry out. Yesterday there was no dust in the morning, and by the end of the event, there was a substantial amount of dust. I'm looking at the weather right now. So our forecast, originally it weren't really calling for a lot of wind today, but now it's saying 21 miles an hour at noon. So
wonderful.
All the racers out there, they got to be pretty excited about that, because generally the prevailing wind is a crosswind for most of the course, and it blows the dust out of the way. So having a little bit of wind, I think, is going to definitely help the racers again today. Yesterday, I think we're around 25-mile-an-hour gusts, and it seemed like it was really helping the guys with, and I guess girls on the course, with keeping the dust out of the way. You see there, like, there are little patches that didn't get watered.
Yep.
And the amount of dust that comes off their tires in those sections versus if he was a little over to the left or the right, there wouldn't have been any dust.
Right. Yeah. And but at least, even if it's moving down the course, it is thinning it out relatively quick rather than hanging, and that's important. So the wind is our friend when you're in a car, but when we're for the rest of us standing out there, it gets a little fatiguing after a while. So we just have to deal with the elements. This time of year typically it's kind of volatile. We do get those winds. It's pretty normal for here. Last year we had an anomaly perfect calm weekend, but then now it's hanging. So it's a double-edged sword.
To me, I think yesterday and today is absolutely perfect off-road racing weather.
Yeah.
It's not too cold, it's not too hot.
Temperature's
been good. And you have like a 20-25 mile an hour wind.
Yep.
Something that I was going to ask is, you talked about how the course has softened up and it's gotten rougher. Are some of the competitors going to make changes to their vehicles, like with their setup? Do you think they'll make some shock adjustments, maybe stiffen their suspension, or because it is getting rougher? And then are they doing gearing changes, clutching changes, things like that to prepare for a little bit of a different course today?
Yeah, that's a great question, Wes. There are guys that will do that. And running this heat this morning as a pre-run, so to speak. So you've got Arden Dennington right here in the moon bumps and in a class 10 car right here, and his car's working through it pretty good. He's getting a little swap there, but he might adjust his tire pressure a little bit. He's got a little kick there, but some of the stuff, like I say, they might make a little bit of compression. They might soften up the compression and adjust their rebound, but
or take a little bit of air out of the tires because it's sandier to try and stay on top of the sand.
Yep. Aaron Baker right there. He's like I say, he might do the same. A lot of guys that I know of, we don't really talk about all that between the race. I never have a chance because I'm always so busy, but I'm confident that it's probably something people do, to adjust their car. I mean, I have done some adjustments when we've raced other races before, from Saturday to Sunday, and it's definitely helpful. So I would assume that's probably with some of these top guys. They probably absolutely do it.
Yeah, I always kind of feel like when you have a good setup, you don't want to mess with it too much.
Yeah, exactly.
But when
day to day changes.
Yeah, but little tweaks. Maybe drop 2 pounds of air pressure or something. Yeah. I could see doing that myself. Where normally say I'd run 22, maybe drop to 20, something like that.
Quarter turn in a compression.
Yeah. Just a couple clicks of compression or rebound. Just
half a round of wedge in the right rear.
Yeah. But got some really cool lighting in these shots right now.
Right.
It looks awesome.
I know, but then think about it. So these guys are moving up the course. Obviously, they're moving away from start finish, heading west, as you would call it, legitimately. That's Sarah Coast right there in her class 12. The sun's behind them and helping them. So when they go to the top of the course, come back down, now the sun's in their eyes. And that'll be that way through this heat until the sun gets up and we get a little bit more into the
we were talking yesterday. I don't know if you've seen the visor that I make, the
Yeah. Okay.
WM70
Yeah.
helmet shield
Yeah.
visor. This is like the perfect time for
Yeah.
that, because when you're heading in the sun, it's basically like having a motocross visor
For
on your
sure.
helmet. And
There was some in-car with Colton Gubler, and I believe he has those shields.
Yeah.
On his UTV.
Yeah. Yeah. More and more guys have been running.
Yep.
There you
Looky
see
there.
We're watering the course.
Who says we don't take care of the environment?
And the water truck was kicking up dust. That's the funny part.
Defeating the purpose of, double of not covering his own tracks.
Yeah. Well, who cares about where he's making dust?
We're having a diving competition here. Look out. Is he going to get a wet spot? Oh, well, see. Oh, he stopped it right before. That's a good water truck driver there.
Yeah.
He's watching his mirrors like a good co-driver would do. Always, but he might get the next guy. We'll see.
I really like some of the angles that we've got going on here today.
Yeah, looks really good.
These shots through the moon bumps. So I think everybody that's watching here, you're going to have some exciting coverage today. We did move a few cameras around from where we had them yesterday.
Yeah, look at that camera two. Camera 2 right there going through. Looks to be the proving grounds right there. There's some.
Yeah, I was going to say we added a camera into the proving grounds.
Yeah, it's great.
And we also have a drone that's by the proving grounds that can also cover the retention basin and oh my God hill and all of that. So I think we should have a lot more shots today.
Yeah.
So really looking forward to this coverage.
Yeah, it's looking great so far. We appreciate you guys, and Dave Cole and Hammer King Productions come out and support us and give content to the racers of what we're doing here in Snore. Greatly appreciated, and thankful to Riverside Hotel for their sponsorship and Max's Tire coming on this year as a sponsor. We just they're big in the industry already, and putting their name on our event really means a lot to us as well.
Yeah, I have run Max's Tires on and off for a large portion of my career, and they were always one of the top ATV, or really they are the top ATV tire,
and motorcycle too, right?
Yeah, motorcycle, they're one of the top tires, and I mean mountain biking,
sure.
And then now with them coming out with a trophy truck tire, that's really cool. I think it's yesterday we were just talking about having another major manufacturer bringing a tire to the table in the truck class. That the more companies involved, the better. I think it really helps off-road racing, and from what I understand, people have been pretty happy with the performance of that tire, and I'm seeing more and more trucks starting to run them.
Yeah, I actually switched to them at the beginning of the year and ran them on my Class 12 car, and very happy with them. And we actually had been running another brand, a UTV tire, and they had it's the Razor XT, I believe. Yeah. That's their UTV Premier tire, and so I said, well, we've been running the other brand tire, their UTV tire, and it was okay. Well, we switched to theirs and we ran Battle of Prem this year, and really happy with the performance of it.
On that, the 35-inch Razor XT.
It's their 33-inch.
Okay.
Max's. I think it's a Razor XT.
Yeah, I ran those on my Pro Turbo car.
Yeah,
they work great.
They hold up on my buggy car just fine. Really happy so far. The only bad thing is my car's sitting in the garage this weekend.
So we've got our racers out there right now. Let's see.
Look at these guys. You're coming into the moon bumps here. There's a good battle there.
Yeah. So who is actually racing out there today versus who's kind of just checking out the course?
Okay, so you've got Unlimited Sportsman running for a championship. Limited Sportsman. We haven't had too many this year, but we definitely have a Sportsman truck. 671 Aaron Baker that's looking to wrap up his championship today. He's got the green Ford Ranger. Looks like we got a problem up there and with the unlimited truck there on the top left. It just went out of camera view, but pulled over there at the end of the moon bumps. Pretty much this is the main classes in here are sportsman classes, so everybody else, the majority of these guys are just out here getting that pre-run time for later. So it's really only like the 3 classes that are really competing for a championship that I know of.
So yesterday in Sportsman 1500, Connor McMullen won, but he's more doing a recon out there.
Yeah, right? This isn't gonna it's not going to, he could win the weekend and
Yeah.
for the immediate race, but as far as he didn't run all year. A lot of these guys, they come and just run this race. You know how it is. The market is a lot of guys go out and they chase events. They don't really chase championships as much unless they're obviously what their sponsors will tell them. There's Aaron Baker. He's running for a championship. That's that truck right there we're looking at. He's had a good solid year. He's going to be my race director next year. He's been very helpful this year as an assistant director. So getting the work of plans. He's going to turn the wheel over to his nephew, and he's going to become driver record of that truck. And he is driving the truck today. Aaron drove yesterday, and so he's co-driving this morning in that event. And then I'm going to put him to work. You got the play now. Let's go. Got a 5 Unlimited right here. Didn't see too many of those this year out. You never know when and where they're going to come, but we're always happy to have them here.
Yesterday we're talking. There's just some really cool builds in the 5 Unlimited class. I really like how some of those cars look.
Yeah,
and they work really well.
Yeah,
I think performance wise, I just feel like that 5 Unlimited has. Maybe I don't know. Maybe have like a little resurgence or something. It's just got a little cool vibe to it.
Oh, it's a great class, and everybody loves to see them. It's kind of the nostalgic. Still going back in the spirit of the Volkswagen Beetlebug. And the Baja. So it's just the unlimited version. Yeah, there's at least one car out there that's gotten creative with the way they have their front suspension on the car and the way it pivots, almost like an A-arm on the front. It's within the rules because it has to have a beam and the arms have to pivot off of the beam, and he's been creative and gotten a way to make it work. And it's a really cool looking car. The way it's got the radius roof and everything on it, and very modern looking car.
Yeah.
And then there's the other traditional ones, and then you've got different motor packages that the guys have. They just have to stay within 105-inch wheelbase. That's just the one thing that we know, but no race promoter has allowed them to adjust and stretch it out. And I'm glad for that. I think you need to keep the spirit of the class alive, of the core values of what it was designed on as long as possible. Obviously there's product issues that are when things don't become available anymore, they're just gone, and that's that. And so you have to let them be evolved in something new. We're looking at Becky Freeman, and I think she's driving today in that class 10, and her daughter Ava Wick is driving. Ava flew in and Friday night, and she did the driving yesterday, and I think mom's driving today, sharing the weekend. Mom and daughter, they're very close and both very good drivers. Ava's become a natural from the start. That car's been built and prepped by Adam Wick motor.
What's crazy to me is it's 7 in the morning right now.
Yeah.
And that course is rough.
Yeah, I know.
I just watched that car bouncing around through the bumps there, and let's see, 8 hours from now, what is this course going to look like?
I know. And you go through that, and it's that half mile where you're just, even in a car like that, you're going a couple of times. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it just looked like she was just chasing it the whole way through there.
It's
just constant input.
Right. No, you don't really ever get on top of that there and catch a rhythm or break. But fortunately, it's not too long of a section, so you get that. Once they get on these open roads, they do pretty good. But it comes fast. These 13-mile laps, you feel like you're back around in the same section every 5 minutes or less. It just goes really quick when you're in the car because it's such an adrenaline rush to do these short course style events.
I feel like I would really be looking for alternate lines out here right now.
Oh, man.
And, trying to, it's like, a lot of off-road people come from motocross racing.
Sure.
And say like on a motocross track, you start making like a berm outside the berm sometimes. And, it might be a longer way around, but the inside line gets so rough that it's just faster to find a smooth line around the outside.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like some of these, where if you could just rail the outside or something through a corner versus going through the inside, that you might be able to find some little ways around things.
Well, don't think for a minute that these guys aren't wishing they could be out there in the virgin bushes, but we don't allow that. We have to stay within the confines of the marked course and what's being used. We have to stay, make it fair for everybody. So the boundaries are the boundaries, staying on the mark course here. There are areas, obviously, when you can see a couple of lines over the years. This track's been raced for, literally decades now. So it's still good that it's not too wide overall. But
Yeah.
we're all looking as race car drivers for that smooth line.
Well, yeah. I mean, even within the confines of what they're allowed to go on, it's just, setting up a little wide and bringing it inside,
Yep.
or vice versa. Just trying to do whatever you can to not go through the biggest holes out on the track.
Yeah, it gets rough and gnarly quick, and it doesn't get any better throughout the day. Good shot of the main pit area. Is quite full this weekend with over 400 starters.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So, how many entries were there total?
I tried to get a count, but I do believe we hit like 411 or something like that. But which means they have support and family and friends. These short course races are great for that. To bring your sponsors and your family out to be with you and enjoy the sport and the events where you race for an hour and a half, and you can support. You can bring other cars or support other cars, and it's more relaxing for teams. But our problem is we only have so much space in here, and so I was chasing spectators, and they're probably most of them, all of them are with a team of some sort, and unfortunately we have to keep them back. It's our obligation as a race promoter running the event that we keep it safe from the public. And I wasn't probably the most popular person at times, but it's our obligation to keep it safe. And there was that one moment yesterday in the afternoon in the 6100 heat where that truck lost the rear wheel, and that was right there before the
video
finish.
of that. That was a little sketchy.
Yeah, and I happened to be in the timing trailer at the moment, going over a couple of things with those people. And when that came off, our main timing guy, he jumped up, was like, look out, look out, look out. Everybody's running at, for the door. And I saw that wheel coming, and then bam. And there were some people standing there. They all saw it too. Thankfully, they all scattered. It hit somebody's truck who we had already asked him or told him he probably shouldn't park there, because it's, it's just even at 100 feet, you're not safe. But we do, keep that boundary, and that thing could have been 25 feet to the right, and it would have hit the trailer where we were at. I've seen a wheel years ago at Battle of Prim come off of a truck at Battle of Prim there, and it came off of a 1450 truck, and I was sitting right there, and a guy was sitting there, and it was Sunday afternoon, and he was way off the course, and the wheel came and went about 60 miles an hour or better right through the side of his race car trailer, and his car was in there, and it just made a big mess of everything. It's a 200-pound, well, they're 100-pound wheels. When it's moving at 60 miles an hour or better, it's a wrecking ball.
Yeah, I saw a video of that, and as I was watching the tire go, was just literally, I said, I hope that's not going to hit somebody.
Yeah.
And then hit a truck. I'm like, okay, well, trucks are replaceable.
Yeah.
So
I guess the guy made one payment on the truck
already.
Yeah, so
yeah. Well,
he'll be all right.
Still, you can fix a truck.
Right.
You can't fix bodies.
Amen. So. Yeah, that's the main thing. We're always glad people are safe. That's what we want for everybody here. We want people to enjoy it, participate, enjoy it. But I always tell everybody, thanks for coming, but please be safe and have a good time.
Yeah, so this is the 18th year of Rage at the River. And I mean, what was the biggest year? Is we're a little over 400 entries here. I mean, is it kind of stayed constant, or is it growing? I mean, where are we at?
This is the biggest year. We're in it.
That's kind of what I thought. That's why I wanted to say that. So
every year's the biggest year, and the next year's gonna be bigger.
Yeah.
This event, I think it's the time of the year. It's the last, I think, really official off-road race of the year, and somehow everybody has just kind of come and drawn to it. And I'm very thankful and appreciative of everybody that wants to come and participate with us in this. Because it makes us successful. And like I say, we want to put on a great event and make something, foster good competition. And yeah, I just feel like we're moving forward in a good direction, and I hope that next year can even be better. We're going to give away some big money next year, and I'm hoping that our series will flourish even more. Look, I'm not looking to be number one in the world of racing. We just want to, be solid in our corner of it, but we have to do what we have to do to be sustainable. And like I said, we've got $100,000 in bonus money we're going to throw around next year at different classes in the year-end payback. and it's the more people that participate, the more return they'll get. That's how it is, because part of every entry fee goes towards the year-end payback and immediate race payback. So it's going to be a big year. Somebody's going to go home next year first overall with probably upwards of $30,000. And there's not a lot of series that no matter what you're racing in, you're not going to get that at the year end. And so we're excited about that. Looking for more sponsors to put up class bonus money. We've got a little bit for some of the air cooled classes. I've been trying to work on some people for truck bonus money. It's just Snore is we're not say the premier series like say Score or Unlimited and King of the Hammers, but we're like I say, we can draw some of that in and just keep us sustainable. I'm good with that.
I mean, one of the things that I really like about Snore and especially Rage at the River is if you look at the entries that we've got here, it's a very diverse group of classes, and you got a lot of the OG classes. So like class 9. I just feel like a lot of races you don't see any class 9s, and we've got 20 something here. I think.
Know, right?
Or even like 5/1600, the 1/2/1600s. All of those. I mean, they're out here in force.
Yeah,
and stock VW.
I know, right?
Or stock bug. There's 53, I think, is what I saw, or something on the list.
Yeah.
So it's just awesome to see the things that a lot of people like. For me, growing up, going to the Mint 400 in the late 70s, these are the vehicles that I watched as a kid that really got me into the sport and made me want to start racing.
Absolutely.
So to see these cars that, and a lot of them have been racing for decades.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's a new build. To see them still out on the course, out racing, is awesome to me.
Yeah, there's like the 1/2/1600 was. I think we like to call that one of our premier classes. It's one of our core classes, and we have some people that support that class, year after year after year to bring, to give us bonus money to keep it strong. Class 9, obviously it was conceived to be a budget entry level class. Well, now these guys are, as it evolves, everybody's trying to do what they can to make their car better. So it's just natural the way it organically evolves that people want to make their cars better. So they put a little more money into this and that, and then a rule changes here and there that you're allowed to run a better shock or something different in your transmission or whatever, that makes the class more expensive to run. So it's not quite that budget. There's an example of 1/2/1600 right there, which some of these cars are upwards of 25 and 30 years old, but the chassis are still good. And, they can tumble a little bit, and the guys, you can retube them and fix some things, but overall, these guys are going around and you don't really know it. There's a couple of 30, 40-year-old cars that they'll show on their own pages that when their dad raced the car, now it's their car.
Yeah.
And that's pretty cool that can be, they can still be relevant.
I think some of these, it could be the grandpa race
car. Right.
Like, but the other thing that we've been talking about all weekend is, like a class like a 1/2/1600. I view that as like a real driver's class, because Absolutely. It is kind of you've got limited suspension, limited motor. You got to use momentum and, just finesse to get around a course quickly. And I think it's just a great class to develop your racecraft.
Yeah. You'll find that a lot of drivers in trucks now came from the buggy class. I mean, case in point, Rob McCachran. He ruled the world in 1/2/16 back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And,
well, I think almost all your top trophy truck drivers, Bryce McMillan's,
BJ Baldwin,
Pudia,
yep.
Cameron Steele,
yeah, Jason Coleman.
They all came from buggies.
Jason Coleman ruled the world. He's strong in 61 spec trucks, and like I said, so many.
Polvardi, I think, race buggies too, right?
Even the Herps.
So yeah,
and the Herps are here this weekend, right?
Yeah,
there.
You gotta you want to learn how to race, develop racecraft. You go race. I mean, yep. Even class 11 or stock bug, to me, like you're milking everything you can out of that vehicle to be fast.
Yeah.
So, if you can learn how to do that, then when you get into a vehicle where you have suspension, you have horsepower, now you're just a little bit faster because you know how to get every little bit you can out of whatever vehicle you're in.
Yeah, look at Sarah Coat going down. Oh my God, Hill. That class, if you go back into the '90s, that was a premier Class 10 car, and you could probably take it back a little farther. It was, look at Class 1 and Class 2, the unlimited class that were running. The old school Bilstein coil-over shocks back then, and 4 of them on the back of the car, and well, they were torsion bar with 3 and 4 shocks per wheel in the back in those days. That would be comparable to a Class 12 today that's still kind of built in the spirit of an old beam car, air-cooled motor, still limited horsepower, but they get across the track, quite well. But yeah, it's just how things have evolved, and UTVs, a case in point, love. It's so cool to live in a day and age that we can have these cars out, that the manufacturers, it started back in the day with the Honda Odyssey, and then it kind of got shut down. But now the manufacturers have come out in force, and these things are, turnkey, get in and go across the desert, duning, trailing, whatever you want. They're really, really awesome vehicles. 4-wheel drive they'll climb like billy goats anywhere you want to take them. And they're starting to make almost race ready turnkey packages that you can buy off the showroom floor, just make minor safety modifications to them, but they're a lot of fun and they're smooth. And really, a lot of guys are finding that have coming from the buggy classes are transitioning over into them. But they do come at a price, but there's somebody for every car. There's a car for everybody.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the comments in YouTube here, and someone chimed in and said that that Class 9, the 916, was built in 1978 or 79.
Yeah, wow.
So we were saying that these some of these cars have been around for quite a while.
Right.
Well, that's a great example.
Yeah, for sure. I know. When I started in racing in 88, 89, it was called Challenger class. That was when it was developed.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, that kind of ages me right there, but yeah,
I remember that as well.
So yeah. But at least I'm blessed to still be here. If I can't be in a car, I guess I'm pointing at the people that are, wishing I was, but that's okay.
I'm loving our shots today.
We got some great.
I really like where our drones are. Over by the retention basin there with the proving grounds. I mean, I think our coverage is going to be awesome today.
And you'll see like this infield shot we're looking at. That's an extension of the infield in the main pit area. That's the upper main pit area in the edge there. So we were able to add a little bit more in and make it more spectator friendly for the teams that come in that they want to be able to watch their cars run. So we were able to extend that out.
As we're looking at this, you can see we've got some of our stock bugs are starting to stage. So while we're, like we talked about, Heat 1 for the most part is like a pre-run for most people. So we haven't been talking about the racing a whole lot, but Heat 2 is where things really start to liven up for us here.
Here comes the adrenaline.
That's where, we've got stock bugs, got 50 plus guys out there. Blake Wilkie took the win yesterday, but I mean, it's going to be a battle out there, I think.
Yeah.
And, he's going to have his hands full with a whole pack coming for him today.
Yeah, he's a natural at what he does, and some guys, like they come up from the ranks of motorcycle racing and they get in a car and they just know how to get it. They understand it. Sometimes, like I describe this to people that don't know, it's like Supercross on 4 wheels.
Yeah, and so they're staging right now, and then they're going to take off the line. I've got it for 7:43. So we're about 20 minutes or so from the start of Heat 2. And you're definitely not going to want to miss that, because having 50 stock bugs come through the moon bumps.
Yeah.
And these guys, they got a little in store for them here, because I mean, they get around the course pretty good, but
a lot better than they used to, if you think about back in the day.
For sure. Sure. And what's crazy to me, so they're in their race, you've got 5/1600 stock bugs Class 9, and the stock bugs qualified faster than the 5/1600s.
Yes.
Which that blew my mind.
That's evolution.
Now today, with the course being rougher, do you think that's still going to be the case, or do you think that the 5/1600s now are going to be able to kind of work their way through a lot of the stock bugs?
I'll let you know here in a minute, but they did, make their way up in the pack. I do believe Dustin Gill led that class and finished all his laps and a couple other guys didn't quite get their laps in.
To me, like, I feel like the 5/1600 guys haven't put the same amount of refinement, I guess, maybe now. Like the stock bugs have really had a resurgence. So
They have.
the guys, in their low compression motors, and I mean they look like an old vehicle, but the amount of R&D and testing that those guys have put into those to squeeze every bit of performance out of them that they can.
Yep.
I feel like nothing against the 5/1600 guys, but maybe that level of refinement isn't there.
Yeah.
And when the course was smooth, I think the stock bug might be a little lighter, and probably some of them are getting a little bit more horsepower.
So a 516 is basically a 1600 1216 with a body on it, more or less.
Yeah.
And nothing against Dustin Gill. This is his first race with us in his new car. He came from the ranks of Class 9, and so this class is new for him. There's some heavy hitters in 516 that aren't driving them and didn't bring them. There's some guys that can wheel those cars, and I think if they were here, you'd probably see some tighter time limits. I think there was a minute difference in the finish time between the stock bug Blake Wilkie and first place 516 yesterday in their finishing times overall. So if a couple of these more experienced guys were like here, Rulo Solano, Guy Saavedra, there's some different guys, the Flippins, I think you would have maybe seen a little different outcome, but we don't know because we don't know.
Well, I want your thought on this, but here's what I'm thinking is during qualifying, you had a smoother course.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think with the stock bug
they
being
can be
lighter
faster
and having more horsepower, they weren't suspension wasn't as important as speed.
Absolutely.
And then yesterday they were I guess the second heat out there, still a pretty smooth course.
Yep.
Today the course is beat to hell. So now a 5/1600 I think is going to have, even though it's a little heavier, maybe doesn't have the speed, it's got the suspension, and I think they're going to eat up the stock bugs.
I agree because they can maintain a faster speed overall across the course.
Correct.
That's absolutely right on that.
So that's where I guess my point is. I think that a 5/1600, it's the advantage that vehicle is going to have today is really going to shine versus yesterday it wasn't probably quite as prevalent.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, and
so it'll be interesting to watch.
Yes.
What happens today? Like, can a 5/1600? So as far as start order, we're not mixing them, are we? Or
today, so today they will start where they finished on corrected time. So everybody will be mixed together today on Sunday. We do that across all the classes.
Right.
Yesterday we allowed everybody that qualified started where they qualified, and then the people that did not qualify start behind those that did qualify in the draw with what we did a drawing prior last week. And then one of the benefits of qualifying, whoever qualifies first overall in their class gets to start by themselves. That's one of the perks of that, of any of the qualifiers. So, but today they'll all be mixed in side by side.
And is it 3 or 4 to a row?
It's going to be, in the stock bugs were 5 across.
5 across.
Every 20 seconds.
So Dustin Gill in a 5/1600, he ran a 107. And then Wilkie did a 102. So, I mean, he's got to make up.
Oh, he's 5. Yeah, there's 5 minutes there.
5 minutes.
I thought it was closer.
Yeah, almost 6. Because it was almost 108.
Yeah.
It was 107.54 versus a 102.01. So that's pretty much 6 minutes.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a little closer, but I looked at a lot of stuff last night.
On a rough course, though,
it's gonna,
who knows? 6 minutes isn't that much.
Yeah.
And if I'm thinking this properly, I'm going to say that 5/1600 is going to start on the second row, because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got 8 stock bugs.
Yeah.
So he'd be the 9th. So
correct.
He'd be outside of the second row.
Yeah, he should be.
Now, off the start, he's probably going to get pulled by the stock bugs because they're going to be lighter, I think. But as soon as you get in the moon bumps, he's going to probably start eating those guys up.
I would agree. We'll see what kind of talent he's got.
Yeah. So, I mean, in 15 minutes here, we'll see what happens.
Right.
But it's just, these are things that go through my head, and I think that are going to be interesting stories here that people are going to want to watch.
Right. What do you think he's thinking right now? He's driving that race. He was driving that race all night last night in bed.
Yeah. I mean, I think if I'm Dustin Gill, I'm like, okay, like this course is coming to me now.
Yeah.
And, this is where, all right, I'm starting second row. Let's make some moves. I think, I just think you're going to be able to push that car harder through a lot of the bumps. And I would just anticipate making passes, and trying to get that thing up to the front,
Yeah.
see if I could reel Wilkie in.
Yeah.
The problem he's got to pass Wilkie, and then he's got to put
Yeah.
6 minutes on him.
Yeah. And
that's a pretty tall order. I
right.
think.
There's still a fair amount of smooth course that's going to be advantage for Blake.
What is the time differential between rows?
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Yep.
Okay. So,
and that's across the board.
So he will make 20 seconds if he can catch Wilkie there. But he's got to make 6 minutes on him. He's got to beat Wilkie by 5.5 minutes, basically.
Yeah, for the day.
Is what
today.
It's going to
exactly. That's it's a tall order unless Wilkie gets the flat or something silly happens. These guys are out there bumping doors. Say Blake's not starting by himself today. So
Nick Eisenhower yesterday, I think, was talking about some of the stock bugs. He said they hit. I think coming downhill on one of the straightaways, they were hitting like 85 miles an hour.
Isn't that crazy?
Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah.
And with 6 inches of wheel travel,
or
something like that, right?
Right, and that's 6 inches of wheel travel. Most people don't understand. That's like the high end of what most passenger vehicles have when you buy them off the showroom floor. So trucks included,
Right.
They make them real bougie, and they set it in the ride in the middle, and they make them really comfy. But that's the difference between off road. I've heard the infamous Bob Bauer is like, we don't measure race cars in inches, we measure them in feet of wheel travel.
Right.
With the big trucks and the unlimited cars, and that's true. That's how it's done. And what all the technology that's out here in the desert is R&D work for what becomes we're going to see in passenger cars at some point, or certain vehicles, but you do see Fox shocks on the Raptor trucks. That's been going on for quite a few years. Those were developed in racing.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, I was actually working at SEMA, and Fox gave us a whole walkthrough, and they're starting to sell their live valve packages now for consumer vehicles.
Yeah.
So like if you've got a Jeep or say a F-150 or something like that, you can buy these live valve packages.
Right.
And, it's pretty cool.
That's where we're at.
But
pretty soon we'll be doing air pressure.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, I've got Kings on my F-250, and it's just the difference that makes driving around is night and day.
Absolutely, 100%. Correct.
Definitely the technology that's developed in racing, and really across all types of racing, trickles down into consumer products.
Yeah.
It's good for everybody.
Yeah.
So here's a shot of the proving grounds.
Yep, coming into it.
When
fresh water there.
Yeah, and so again, you've got a bunch of lines here.
Yeah,
that got hit by a lot of rain too, and so there were some
big
square edges in there.
Yes, we had to do some repairs to a fair amount of the course because of the rain ruts.
Yeah, there was right in the middle, like right here, I think.
Right there.
There was a big square edge. Yeah, probably like a 1 foot lip.
Yeah. Yeah, because the terrain is going. If you're looking at the screen, goes from left to right, going down the hill. You race up the hill and then to the top, and then you come down the hill back to main pit. So the water absolutely came across all these areas.
Yeah. The water's running across the course.
Exactly.
And and then the holes in the hoop sections there, that's the low area. So those all became washes basically, and then got square edges on some of them. I think they probably rounded off a little bit after all day yesterday, but
the guys ran into them, spent a lot of time preparing. We started the course work and building this last Saturday. So we spent a week building the course, and then they start watering on Wednesday for Friday qualifying, and then obviously the race of the weekend, and they work through the night repairing things for today. They do a great job. Dave Pearson and his team of guys are just really, really awesome. Looks like we're moving up. Getting ready for
we should be about 10 minutes out. Something else I was looking at is Class 9 actually if someone's gonna take the overall here, it may be a Class 9 because Eric,
What
is it Rudd?
Where is this? This is not
yeah, this is a
us.
shot of
This is
a
Battle of
different
Prim.
race.
It looks like Battle of Prim, actually. We're getting a little, well,
Yeah,
it's a core track of some sort. We're
this is a kids race. I don't
linked somewhere else. We are. So can I bounce or speak to that? Is Snore is actually our board of directors. It's come to us through our racers. Snore is governed by racers. Okay, it's racers that put on races for racers, and it's come to our attention several different times from different people and some big sponsors. They would like to see us get into the market of racing youth vehicles and getting kids involved because they are the future. And so Snore next year at our 3 short course races will be going into youth racing, typically probably on Friday before the weekend races, but we want to have at least 3 classes of youths racing 170s, 250s, and RS in the 1000s, and give those young future racers a chance to make it happen. So now we're back on our stuff. So you teams out there that have kids, keep us in mind next year as our youth racing will start and hopefully go very well. Going to need some help with that. So more volunteers will make it better, and we want to make it competitive and for the market and not charge families much. Just in the spirit of Snore, we try to keep our costs down, being nonprofit. And we're excited to jump into that arena of youth racing next year, 2026. So stay tuned for more official announcements on that.
Yeah, that definitely would be some cool news to add the youth categories here.
Yeah. So it looks like we should be getting started here in a couple of minutes. So it's a great shot of the first straightaway.
As we're getting ready here for Heat 2, I'm looking at our results from Class 9. So Eric Rubble, he was in the 908. He ran a 103.56. He's not that far off Wilkie.
No.
So a 9 car could actually take the overall here as well, because I think a 9 car is going to outperform a stock bug as the course gets rougher too.
Yeah, absolutely. You could very well see that, but the nines and 516s typically run really close to each other. Those classes, for whatever reason, are over the course of a lap, they will run within a minute or so of each other. And sometimes we have periods where the 9s beat the 516s and vice versa. And a lot of it's based off who's behind the wheel.
Who do you think has the advantage? Because theoretically, a 5/1600 should have a little bit better suspension than a 9 or a stock bug. But I think a 9 is going to be a little bit lighter than a 5/1600. So
agreed.
The course, the way it is, how do you see that playing out? Who do you think is going to have the advantage here today?
Wow. I'll let you know here in about 50 minutes. But
no,
honestly, no.
No, we're calling our shots ahead of time here, okay? I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm from Vegas. We got to, put wagers on it. So I'm going to say that the 9 guys are going to pull out the lead over the 516. I think we might be in agreement that the stock bugs, aka Class 11, will probably win the heat and for the weekend as well. That's gonna make my call. Stock bug 9.
I'm gonna say the 9 beats Wilkie today because he was only a minute off yesterday, and this course is substantially rougher.
That's the person I was. So it was a 9 that was within a minute.
Yeah.
Of him. Yeah. And that's.
I'm saying he beats Wilkie today.
You know what? That's not a bad call with the rougher sections.
Hey Wilkie, nothing against you, buddy, but just I'm saying this based off of just pure vehicle performance.
Of course.
I think it's going to be it's a lot looser and sandier out there today, and it's rougher, and I think that's going to fall into the lap of the 9 car. I think when the course was smoother, the stock bugs were able to get around there more quickly, but now with the course they're on today, I don't think that's going to be the case.
I'm going to agree with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're right on that.
You're supposed to have an opposing view to me here so that we have something to argue
Give
about.
It time. With all due respect, of course. Wes, we're so happy that you had the time to come out here and join us. It's been a great meeting
Oh
you.
yeah,
And
I'm super stoked to be here. I've been trying to do more and more of these events, and
sure,
I've really been enjoying doing it. So I'm having a good time, and it's great to be out here. This is the first Rage at the River I've ever been to, and I think this is an awesome event.
yeah, thank you. A small group of us. There's probably 5 people that really put in all the preliminary work with getting the permits. I spend a lot of time on it. Our secretary, who does registration, Ashley Antle, she helps me with the permitting. Um, Kenny Freeman is the backbone and kind of the pillar of Snore. He's settling back. He's earned the right, but he whispers in my ear every once in a while. Hey, did you get this? Hey, did you get that? Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, thanks. I've had to take on that role over a bigger role over the last years. I'm stepping into what's going to be my third consecutive year and sixth year of being president of Snore over my tenure in Snore. So I'm learning a little more and challenged a little more, and I enjoy that. I enjoy doing what I do for everybody. I am a competitor at heart, but I feel like that my calling right now is to be in the seat where I'm at, and I'm okay with that for now. My wife's not so happy with it, but I love her, and she's supportive of what I do, and I support her what things that she does, and that's our balance. So, but I think, like I say, there's going to be some good competition today, and across classes, there's some heavy hitters out here across the board, and so it's really great to like, say have an event like this that guys chose to come out and be a part of and give us opportunity to share this with the racing community out there. Look at that, and we got the Herps. This is the first time an actual Herps has been competing in our event. So we got EJ Herps coming out for the first time in quite a while. They have some of their built trucks that are driven by other guys that have been supporting us. Trevor Brain, Nick May. Trevor Brain's been racing all year with us, and Terrible Herps has been a big supporter of Snore as long as I can remember. They all started racing here back in the 70s and 80s. Ed, Tim, and Troy racing buggies. Then they graduated up into the unlimited cars, and then I think when the Truckee was built, it needed to stretch its legs a little more and move on, and that's okay, But they have been a sponsor of Snore, even in those years where they weren't racing here, and that's just been a blessing to have a family like that that's been behind keeping us relevant, and the Gone family, who has just been wonderful. They're our series sponsor by way of Brendan Gone, and Brendan owns Justice Brothers, a franchise, him and Billy Holbrook, and just great OG Snore guys here supporting us as our series sponsor with Justice Brothers. And South Point Hotel has come on with some big money for us next year to lead the charge. So South Point Hotel is our the official hotel of Snore. They open their doors to us every month and let us have our monthly general and board meetings there at the hotel. You couldn't ask for any more. We have our year-end championship awards banquet there. It's first class all the time when it comes to the Gone family, and we're just very thankful for the people that rally around us from the back, and it keeps Snore alive. We're completing 56 years of operations, and there's no other racing organization in America that I know of that has been running for 56 consecutive years and all volunteer. So it's pretty cool to be a part of. Our Snore 250 is the longest continuing running race in America at 56 years, coming on 57, and that's great. So sounds like we're going to be getting started here in a second.
I'm hearing some engines
starting to rev up out there.
Yeah.
It's not my stomach.
We should be about 1 minute out from the start. We've got some in-car here. I think this is with Wiley Racing.
That'd be Wyatt Wiley.
And
the one guy that laid his car on its side in the sight lap for Battle of Prim qualifying this year. I was leading those.
That's never a good thing when you put your car on its side or lid in a sight lap. Okay, so are we going 3 wide with the first car here? That's what it's looking like to me.
I think so. Well,
it's looking like.
Well, he's about.
It's looking like we got rows of 3, about 6 deep or something, and then from that point, then it goes 6 wide or something.
We step back to rows of 3. I thought we would be doing 5 today. My bad, but
okay,
they're getting ready to go. So I did find out that Ava Jewel Wick did drive today, and Mama Becky was riding.
So do we have on
So
the
Becky
outside
driving today.
on the outside right there? Is that a 9? Because it looks like we got Wilkie
Yep.
on pole, and then we got a 9 on outside, right?
Yep, that's right. That's what it is. You got 2 stock bugs.
Okay, they're off the line.
They're taking off here as soon as this
see.
picks
Well,
up.
we just heard them
just
leave
heard
the line,
something,
so
yeah,
yeah,
right.
there's a little bit of a delay. So I want to see, can this 9 pull him? Look at this drag race right here. So Wilkie's, I think, got a little horsepower. Yeah,
yeah.
You got to get over. You got to get over to the left. We talked about that yesterday. How where the course runs, it's so much more packed in. If you start to the right, I think you're just better off to cut over to the left as quick as you can.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going to happen as they get into the moon bumps here with Wilkie and the 9?
Well, it looks like Blake's got kind of a run on him, so he's going to have the pick of the line here. And there's literally 4 lines as you come into that section to choose from as a driver. It's a little, and it's kind of narrow in there. Not bad for those guys in the stock bugs, but if you're in a bigger car and you go up that lane right there, it's tight and you don't want to hit the sidewalls there because it could really throw you off. But yeah, it looks like the 9 got the second spot coming into it, and they're choosing the right line today, left on your screen. But now Blake's looking around, but he seems to be still holding his space there and getting a little air. But the 9 staying with him.
It is,
but
it doesn't look like it's really getting through the bumps that much better than Wilkie's car. Looks like he's going through that pretty good.
He's pulling him, and now it's gonna get smoother from here. There's a few more whoops, as it goes.
I think Wilkie just looks like he's got a little more horsepower to me.
Yeah,
or maybe he's a little bit lighter, but the 9 should be lighter, shouldn't it?
And he's got that nickname, Shreddy. He's just shredding the course. I don't know how he got that, but we all have a nickname here and there. Hey, you, and then a few others that you were not supposed to say on a family show.
So we've got now it looked like 4 across on that last grouping.
Yeah, 2 9s there. They're a little slower pace right there. That stock bug right there, looking for a different spot to get around those 9 cars. They got a bug with 2 9s behind them, and they're all zigzagging like drunken sailors across the course here. And look at it. He's ready to bail. He's like, screw this, man. I'm out. Co-driver held on him. No, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. So do they have a secure latch?
It's supposed to be a secondary latch inside there. Yeah. So I might have to have a little chat with him later about that.
Maybe it wasn't fully engaged or something.
Right. But... Yeah. They're supposed to be latched and secondary latched.
Yeah.
When you have working doors like that. Here's your 516 coming up behind the 2 stock bugs.
Yep.
Bouncing along, but
and is that Gil?
That should be Dustin.
Right?
Yeah. If I would believe that's him. He is a checker racing team participant, and he's got the white and the white black checkered visor, so that kind of helps validate who he is.
It's definitely rougher. I don't feel like I'm seeing as big of a difference in performance through the bumps between like a 9, a 5/1600, and the stock bugs. I kind of thought that there would be. Seems like the stock bugs are getting through it almost as good.
Yeah, I would agree. That's just that's the evolution, of the shock. That has helping everybody.
And the stock bug is like you got 6 inches of travel, but they have refined them so much that they've optimized that 6 inches as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, through shock technologies. I mean, that's a huge part of it.
Now, in stock bug, is there a weight limit?
I don't. Gosh, you're asking me. I should know the technical questions on that answer.
I just wonder, how much weight can you shave off of these things? Because I mean, that's me.
You're still supposed.
That's where you're going to be making
performance
gains.
Right, and you can't. You have to still run. You have to run by rule. Steel hoods, doors, bodies, engine lids. They're supposed to be of original manufacture. They cannot be carbon fiber or fiberglass. They're for
I feel like I'd be running a very thin steel.
yeah. You get the wire wheel out all you can.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it starts getting a little wobbly.
Well, and I'm sure I'm not the only person that thinks that way.
Well, of course, right?
All racers
Yeah,
kind of think alike.
Yeah,
So.
looking for some 030 steel rather than the
Yeah.
the 20 gauge that they probably are from the manufacturer. So yeah, anything people can do, and still you have to keep all of the interior body.
If you're limited on engine and you're limited on suspension, the only way to make performance gains is weight. You know, well, I mean, or shock tune or stuff like that. But
yeah.
But generally, shaving weight is how you're going to gain performance.
80-pound co-drivers.
Yeah.
That are of age, of course, but that
or no co-driver for this race, probably.
Well, unfortunately, you know,
or do you have to have one?
By rule, okay. These cars were built to have two people, just like UTVs, unless you're racing an RS1. So they, by rule, have to have two occupants in the car.
Maybe we should add like a station wagon class or something like that.
Square back.
And you got to have a square back and
you
got to run 4 people in it.
Yeah. Right? That would be pretty cool. I've never seen anybody run a square back or a fast back for that matter.
Right.
I now
the Carmen Ghia.
I was just going to say that there's been a couple.
Yeah.
And even back.
That used to be my favorite car when I was a kid.
Do you remember when there used to be a team, Leroy Van Kirk, and they were raced out of Vegas, out of Desert Racing Performance, and they built a 5 Unlimited and a Class 2 back then, and they were Carmen Ghia bodies. They didn't last real long. They didn't race it for too long, but yeah, they were Carmen Ghia bodies. Yeah. They were pretty cool. They're red, white, and
definitely
yellow.
Had a unique look
for sure. You definitely, and you don't see that
good racing going on here. We've got all these stock bugs. 2-3 abreast through some of these sections here.
So when you think about, here's guys that are still just in the moon bombs, which is about 3/8 of a mile off of the start. How long has Blake and the first group been, passed and through that? And they're at the top of the hill starting to make their way across.
Raced mile 4, kind of
at least
starting to cut across towards the retention basin.
And so that's something to explain to everybody who doesn't know. They're racing on corrected time. So your time starts when you start your race. You're racing the clock, not, the other, cars that are ahead of you, because obviously that wouldn't be fair. And even in the land rush start, it's kind of tough. But so your time is based off of when you start, and you have an allotted basically hour and a half to do your 4 laps in this class. So for those people out there that don't understand how we score things in off-road racing,
so there's some comments, kind of people chiming in, talking about acid baths and taking material off. And but someone did say that there is a weight limit, and material cannot be removed from the body or pan.
Thank you for sharing that. It's good to know. 516 now.
I feel like I would be arguing that, just it wore off from dragging on the dirt.
Yeah, rubbing is racing. Oh, the guy
well, like F1, where they literally designed the car to lose weight through the race.
Wow.
By dragging on the ground. So
yeah, that's interesting.
I feel like I have a few ideas for class 11 or stock bucks already.
Right. And
it's not my fault that all this weight fell off the car.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and these guys, more and more, it's like they loosely bolt their fenders on. There he is in the proving grounds, what it looks to be there. So he is now, he's coming towards the proving grounds. So he's up out of the basin, and he'll be making.
He's going to make a right into the proving grounds in just a second here, I think.
Yeah. Going along at a good pace. Nice little curb there.
So Nick Eisenhower is saying that Blake has spent more time developing his stock bug than any of his other vehicles. And I mean, I feel like you can just see that. So the 9 got passed.
But he's still kind of with him, but he's getting pulled.
Yeah, he's hanging. I think that the stock bugs at this point have
the advantage.
Well, I think they have like a little bit of a motor package advantage.
Yeah, for sure. They do.
And they're just
you're going to see that
more
lead.
Dollars have been thrown at these stock bugs than have at these 9s. And I think think these lead stock bugs just have a little horsepower on these 9 cars. Oh man,
Oh, look at that! They're popping some wheelies
just
there.
carry the front
Look
end
at
through
that.
everything.
Yeah, stiff. This front end's awful tight. Oh, look at that one. The stock bug there. That turn right there is really gnarly, super deep. You know, you come into that and you see those 3 lines, but everybody, you know, well, most want to take that. Now, see that guy?
I was just going to say, there's that wide line.
Yep.
If you stay driver left,
And
you know,
it could be
as that inside gets rougher and rougher, if you can rail that outside, you might be able to make some time.
And that's somebody that's probably raced here before, and that line out there has been faster. So
it used to be the fast line.
Right. But as the courses get rougher and the lines get wider, we don't encourage that.
So here we are. This is like just past race mile 4, I'd say, and you're running parallel to the mountains here.
He is,
kind of like
just come to the top.
The rally section, I think.
Yeah, there's the chicane in there.
Yeah.
That you just come to the top, made the left turn, and there's some switchbacks there, and there'll be a kind of a jump right here.
Well, this is a super fun section of the course for me.
I enjoy it as well. Yeah, you got to be, you look at the sides of the track there. There's some high edges there. You got to be careful because if you catch those, they will flip you up and over if you've got the momentum and end your day. Or at least
I'd say throughout the day there's going to be a couple of people that wadded up there.
We had a couple of
there's almost always somebody crashed in this area.
Yeah, there was a guy in a Pro Turbo that dumped it in there yesterday, and he posted it on the social media, kind of, as he said, ran out of talent. He's now made the 45-degree left turn, and it's a long sweeping right turn down the hill.
And then he's getting pretty close to Oh My God Hill.
Yes, that's it.
Which, for people watching, if you don't know what that is, basically there's I'm going to say about 150-foot drop off.
At least 100 feet. Yeah.
And you definitely, you don't want to just launch off this thing.
You have to check up for sure.
It's a pretty steep downhill. I think video doesn't even really do it justice, especially in-car never does it justice.
Right.
But he's coming right up on it here. He's going to make a right and go off of it in just a second here, right?
He's got about a couple hundred yards left. It's going to sweep to the right, and then it'll be a 45 to the left, and he'll be right there. So, he's coming up on it here. And, you have to check up for sure.
Yeah. So right here.
Down you go.
So that didn't look steep at all.
No, it doesn't.
And it's whooped out going down it now.
Yeah. There's guys that have not let up, and it's like a lawn dart. Yeah. You're going over, or you severely slow down. Now, these guys
here's like a flip of that view now.
Yeah.
Where you're from. This is over the where you drop off, then looking back as you're heading towards the proving grounds. This is where you make that right and go into the proving grounds.
So just to the left of them is where that car went.
Okay, so that guy's trying that left line. Let's see what happens here.
So just in the distance there at the top of the shot there, that's where, see the car coming across the other way? He's setting up for the big Oh My God drop off. That's how close those 2 particular lines run to each other. You can see that line in the background.
So the guy that took that outside line to the left, he looks like he lost ground instead of made ground. It does
look like that, yeah. So it's a tough decision, game time.
It's further distance-wise. I thought it might be a little smooth. Well, we saw him right at the end of that shot there, and it looks like he was probably stayed about the same.
Yeah.
So now we're in car going through what we just saw.
Yes.
This is going to be heading to that right-hander that goes into the proving grounds.
That's correct. So he's on top of the mesa, heading north towards that big sweeping 5-lane turn. A little bit of water there, and a cloud burst from a water truck. Yeah, look at that. See, and with all that water, we when you're in the car, you don't like it. Your car gets all muddy, and it adds weight when that mud will get caught up in the wheels, and
it
gives a little rotational weight.
Underside of your fenders, packs into the inside of your wheels.
Yep, absolutely. A little rotational weight there, cuts into your horsepower
and adds unsprung weight, which can affect your suspension
for sure. It looks like he's got a pretty good groove going through there in the in-car. There's Blake right there coming into the finish of his first lap. So
he just has that stock bug so dialed.
He does.
It looks like it works really well.
Yep.
Just the attitude of the car through everything, the balance of it. It just, you can tell that he's spent time dialing that car in.
Doing his homework for sure. And I was saying, or I wanted to say, once they got out of that proving ground. Like there's the class 9. So look at the gap now between first and third places. He just went over that jump that he's pulled on him.
Yeah, they just have a little bit of top speed
Yep,
on them, I think.
for sure.
Yeah, it's like every straightaway they're just gapping them by 50 feet here, 50 feet there. They're just slowly pulling away.
Yeah. Here's a shot of him coming up out of the basin, which is after Oh My God Hill. And they'll make a hairpin turn to the left. You can see those guys up there that already threw it. There's a 516 right there in the mix there. Looks.
What I love about this class is everyone's so evenly matched.
Yeah, and that's how we try to.
You just like I was talking about having to milk every ounce of performance out of the vehicle
and driving.
Yeah, well, and then that's how you got to do it, is just carrying momentum. Just how you hit every bump. If you can scrub the least amount of speed possible,
for sure.
So we got Wilkie coming into the moon bumps here.
Yeah.
And he's got, I'm going to say, maybe 5-second lead, I think, over second there. Let's see here.
Oh, he's got at least 5 seconds, if not more. Time it by where those.
Based off of my limited second counting ability, I'm going to say about 15 seconds.
Yeah, it could be, right?
Because I watched a whoop that he hit and then watched where second came through. I'm going to say it's about 15 seconds. As well as he's already got a lead from yesterday. So Blake's looking pretty good, I think, for
he's
today.
Checking out. He's kind of checking out.
I think and anyone's going to be hard pressed to really give him, unless he has an issue, to give him much of a run today.
Yeah. So we have some bonus money that's being put up. So for that class, we had $5,000 that we're spreading across the top 3, and we also had a little bit more for fast lap incentive. So yesterday, whoever was the fastest across 9, 516 and stock bug would get $500 yesterday, a bonus. So yesterday, Blake got that by less than a minute, or about a minute over the class 9.
Yep.
So today, whoever wins first place will get another 1,000. So whoever wins the weekend will get an extra $1,000. And winning the weekend, so they get their class payback plus I think $2,000 bonus on top of that. And if he won yesterday, he got the 500, which he did, and $1,000 on top of that. So he's going to take home some good money this weekend if he closes it out and everything becomes official. No issues come up.
And then he can go down the street to the Riverside Resort, put it on black, and double it.
You can double it there, or you could go visit one of our other great sponsors, the world famous Chicken Ranch out in Pahrump. They'd love to have him too.
I'm not going to go there.
It's a nice gentleman's club establishment, and they've come on this year as a nice sponsor. They've been
are they really a sponsor?
They've been a sponsor of Class 1600. They have John Bowles racing in that class and been real competitive all year long. I think he's third in the points, and they support that class well. We had a great kickoff party there for the Pahrump 200, the Lone Kid Pahrump 200 we just had, and they did it up big for us, and did a parade through town to go there on Thursday night before the race, and provided free food, and we did a pit crew challenge. It was a lot of fun. The girls, the ladies, the contractors, independent contractors, showed us the way by changing the first tire. It was quite interesting how they did that tire change.
We've got some really cool in-car battles going here. So he made one pass, and then he's closed up on these guys. Looks like Wiley's kind of working his way through the pack here.
Yeah. Well,
he's got a bug, and then I think a 9 car in front of that.
Yeah. Wyatt Wiley is the son of Todd Wiley, longtime champion racer in the truck classes.
All right, he's got a run on him.
Look at him.
Going to take him on the outside, and he's got to run up onto this 9.
That's called driving deep, baby. And he's going to take the inside on that 9 car. Hopefully, didn't get scrubbed.
Well, what's nice with the stock bug, you don't have open wheel. So and especially putting a move on an open wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not as bad.
Yeah. You can give him a little.
Yeah. Not as sketchy.
Rub fenders. Well,
Right.
rub
Doors.
your fender on him a little bit,
Yeah.
and I think you're not as worried about ending up on your lid.
Yeah. Look at this. We got 5 guys coming in. They're in the infield, making their way down the long straightaway to start finish. 6 of them actually, but 4 of them really close doing battle there. And that was one thing that we tried to do was create some more racetrack in the infield for our teams to be able to see their cars. This is not the overall course. You don't get to see the majority of it from any approved spectator area, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So building this extra kind of almost half mile in the main pit has been pretty well received by our teams. We want to try to give everybody their money's worth as everywhere that we can, but you can tell we have limited space. And in the background there is our all truck concepts hot pit area.
A few people have I saw it yesterday too. We're asking for nat sound on some of this stuff. The problem we got is drones don't record natural sound, so we're giving you these drone shots. There is no natural audio, and then we do have kind of limited resources here, so it's unfortunately it'd be great if we did have natural sound of these cars, but it's just with a lot of the shots we've got, there isn't audio to it, so that kind of explains why we don't have that.
Yeah, there is Blake off the Oh My God hill. That gives you a better perception of the depth of the angle there.
He's getting around this course fast.
And you know what? I mean, the thing is once you're going downhill, like I'll shift 2 gears because you gain so much. You have so much momentum going downhill. You can go from, you really want to be at like the mid or top of second gear, but you can literally, as you make the transition, hit fourth and be on the gas, and it just shoots you down the hill because you gain speed so fast. Hitting third, it's like you almost rev it out so quick. You might as well hit fourth. At least that was my secret. I probably just sold. But yeah, look at he's railing in the basin there.
Yeah, and then he's going to make this right, then the 180 left, and start heading back towards the proving grounds.
That'll be the completion of lap 2. So he's 1.5 laps in right now.
Did you guys blade that area there? It looks relatively smooth to me.
We probably bladed through those turns, not the outside. So we left the bank. You can see that because we have to blade that back out perfectly flat because that is a utility access road. So we have to return everything to its pre-existing conditions of all the utility roads that we run on, and that's a requirement that all promoters have to do when you run in our public lands. It's going across the top. Good shot of him there.
Yeah, I'd like to see how that car gets through the proving grounds.
He'll probably take that inside watered down line again.
When I went around the course on a sight lap, it seemed like the fast line was staying far to the right. It seems like he's kind of going through the middle now, so the right may have gotten a little rougher. It's really not that rough in the proving grounds right now, just watching him go through there.
I know, and I say this about, a lot of the classes. When you're watching video of some of these cars, especially when we're get to the later heats where you're into the class 10s and the truck classes, and you're watching that suspension just ripping through there, and the wheels are really working. But what you want to focus on is the cab of the vehicle. How much is it moving? Because when you're in those vehicles, you don't feel half of what.
Ideally, the car is just working underneath you.
Correct,
right?
And that's what you want. That really shows the efforts of a good setup is how much you're feeling inside the car. Now, obviously, like a 16 car, these cars that they have a decent amount of suspension, and even a 10 and 12. You drive them until it almost like you say till it hurts, because if the car can handle it, it'll tell you. And if it starts hurting, well, you need to back off because that's the car telling you I've had enough, and there's your limit. And you don't want to obviously
your body telling you you've had enough.
That's it. It's kind of it's like telepathy between the car and your body.
Well, if you're hitting hard enough where it hurts your body, it's probably damaging the vehicle. Is
exactly
generally kind of my train of thought. If you're going so hard into something that it's taking the breath out of you, or then there's probably something in your vehicle that's not liking that as well.
For sure.
So Wilkie should be in the infield here fairly soon and finishing his second lap, starting his third lap.
Yeah, he'll be coming. He'll be there in a couple of minutes probably. He's still probably he's probably making his way down. He's at the high school jumps at the moment. But yeah, he's not far from finishing lap 2.
And so heat 2, they're doing 4 laps.
Yep.
So he's basically about halfway through this race.
Look at that crowd. That almost looks like
a nice little pack there.
Right. That's like a repeat of a land rush start right there. 9 guys holding them off, but not by much. He might probably hold them up.
Little 6-car battle.
Yeah, for sure.
The rear suspension on a 9. What is that exactly?
Swing axle.
Swing axle.
Yeah. So the wheels don't stay straight as it drops out. They go to an angle, and the majority of your stock bugs are the same way as well. It has to run the suspension that it was manufactured with. But yeah, the Class 9s must run a swing axle, so the axle stays straight. It does not have CV joints, constant velocity joints that will allow the wheels to run straight up and down, and then the axles have the joints, the U joints in there, so that it can pivot with that. But these cars, based on a budget, have to have a swing axle. Plus, they also have a ball joint front end, where a lot of them will have link pins or different ball joints.
Kind of
joints.
Like, we were talking about how a 5/1600 is basically, I guess, a 1/2/1600 would be a tube chassis version of that. A 9 is kind of a tube chassis version of a Class 11, right?
Yeah, conceivably. You just have to, with the 11s or the stock bugs, you have to build, the cage within the car.
Right.
Where the Class 9s are obviously done without all of that. This car stopped on the side of the track up there. That shot, I don't know who that was, but they're railing along. Big wide open section there. Hitting the proving grounds. A little bit dusty. Getting a little dusty in there. You can tell now the sun is up higher, so these guys won't be blinded so much moving into the rest of the day. He's coming towards the end of that section and makes a 45 right onto a gas line road coming up there. More moon bump action with the guys that are a little farther back in the pack. Looks like he's got something hanging down there on that right car. If you see the back of it, looking under the bottom, not quite sure what that is. At the bottom of these cars, that's the thing about a Volkswagen Pan is
it's like some sort of strap.
Well, you might, I hopefully didn't go through any rope or anything, any course marking inventory. But yeah, there's definitely something hanging off the back of that car. Hopefully, like I say, nothing that he needs. But yeah, that's a great, one of the great things about Volkswagen Bugs. The bottom of the car, literally, there's nothing under there really to hurt until you get to the back of the car, which they all have skid plates on them to help protect their motors and transmissions. See all that water they laid down there going through those little puddles. Entering the proving grounds. There's one of those ditches that they had to smooth out, a couple of them there from the rain washes.
So did they go in after Friday and blade a couple of those big lips that were there? Or was that just holes from yesterday that they went and cleaned up?
Those I believe were rain ruts from the storm that came through here a few weeks ago. Okay. So they fixed those prior to even the fun run. So those would have been done this last week leading up to the event. And then they go through the night and they, rebladed. You can tell they rebladed these roads. Look how smooth that is, and taking the tops off of these to, get some of the ruts out. And that's the 45 sweeper as you, I believe. Well, That
Whoa.
did not look good. What's going on here? His in-car camera just went down. Live on camera. On the floor. That was odd timing. Hopefully it didn't have to do with an incident with the car. Knocking it off.
I
Look
think,
at
yeah, I think
there he
the
is.
camera just fell off.
Yeah, there's Blake hitting coming into the moon bumps again, going on a lap 3. So he's a little over halfway through his heat race. Wonder how that guy's doing with that camera in the car that fell.
Watching
That's quite
Blake
interesting.
come through some of this stuff, he actually like will carry the front end over some sections.
Yeah. So it looks like Blake's coming into some lap traffic here now, huh? Guy's a little off the pace. Doesn't give him a fender. Just gives him a little dust. A lot of times you'll pass guys, and then step back in front of them to give him some dust to slow him down and create the gap. He doesn't really need to. He's well ahead of him and not being threatened by him on course at all. So he's just, you can look at the gap he's put on him just in that short section, how much better his car is working. And that's the thing, if you're new to this sport and you don't know about shock setups, you're just behind the curve that other guys have been doing for years. And I honestly didn't. When I started into racing class 9 back then, I didn't know you could rebuild shocks. I was so new to green to all of it. I just knew I just wanted to go fast across the desert. Just didn't know what it took.
I always kind of recommend people, especially when they're maybe newer to racing or a vehicle, is like kind of go out and just spend a day, turn your rebound all the way one way and then all the way the other way, and actually kind of get a feel for what it does.
Yeah.
So you learn what rebound dampening is. You learn what high speed and low speed compression dampening are and what those changes make.
Yeah.
So that way it's making those major changes and feeling them seat of the pants. I think it really helps develop you as a driver. So then you learn testing and then you can give better feedback to your tuner as well.
For sure. And you feel like the car in the back, it's bottoming out or it's kicking too much. Well, it might be because the front's too tight.
Yeah, they go hand in hand for sure.
Yeah, they work. So they have to work together.
If you make a tweak to the rear, it can affect how the front works and vice versa.
Absolutely.
What shock? So like, do you know what Wilkie is running for shocks on his stock bug?
I do not.
I don't either. I haven't asked him, but I was curious, kind of what they are running for shocks on a stock bug.
I know that Fox
they look like they're working good.
Yeah, Fox has developed a shock specifically for the stock bug class 11, to give them a little bit more reservoir. They can't have remote reservoirs on them, but they give them a little more body, and it has the eyelet kind of midway through the body. Yeah, more volume of oil, that is. So which, the advantage there is obviously keeps the shock cooler longer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you have a pretty small shock. So fade is probably an issue for these guys.
Yeah, and that's something.
And especially if you can have a remote reservoir,
that's
trying to probably keep your shocks cool is an important thing with this to prevent fade.
Absolutely, why they developed that reservoir, just for the creating longevity for the shock years ago. So these are oil cooled shocks. They will be nitrogen charged for those of you that don't know, and keeps the oil from boiling and bubbling up, and you want to keep it in its liquid state all the time so it does its job, because it goes through needle valves and reeds that slow it down and create that how fast it cycles up and down. Now these classes can't have a bypass shock, which means you can't adjust the rate at which it goes up and down as much, externally. That's the external bypass shocks that are allowed in most classes, but being these are still in the spirit of a budget, even though these cars, if you buy a race ready turnkey top car, it's going to be $30,000 plus. That's just where it's at now. It's not.
I think Eisenhower is even saying like a top tier stock bug is almost 50 now.
Look at that car that just was way out in the bushes. that's not okay. I need to get his number. Have a little conversation later because that's
The one
outside.
that's the fourth one back there.
Yeah, and look how it worked for him because he's way in the dust now.
Yeah.
But no, not that.
Yeah, he took that inside line and through the bushes, right?
There was the one. There's one back in the dust. You can't even see
Okay.
him now. He was way to the. Well, it would have been to the right of the course for him, but
Yeah, driver right.
yeah. But here he's back in the dust. Didn't work out for him. Trying to make a new line out there. So that's just the thing, when it's rough like that. But sometimes looking for a new line isn't always the answer because there's rocks, there's cactuses, there's, the washout that we didn't blade that will slow him down and it could end his day. You got to be so careful.
Yeah, you start getting off course, you never know what's out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's
where
you hit the gotchas, as they say.
I definitely, sometimes you'll dart out to make a pass or something, and you think you can go over a bush and you don't realize there's a boulder behind it or a washout or who knows what. So.
Yeah, we as racers like it when you catch somebody for them to move over, but sometimes it's not always the case. Look at, he just went down on my God Hill, so he's halfway around lap 3 now, and
he's rolling.
I'd
like to see a long shot if we have one at some point to see how big of a physical lead he has over second, but I think he's just slowly pulling away. Be interesting to see where that third place 9 car was, if he's been able to, relatively hold pace or if they're just continue to pull away.
Yeah, might get that here in a little bit. It looks like he has at least a quarter mile. He's just still slowly stretching it out.
If we stay kind of wide on this drone here, we'd see them coming up the hill on this 180, but I don't know that we're going to be able to see this. Yeah, we're too tight on Blake to see anyone coming up the hill.
Yeah. If they back off and you could see down somebody maybe just going off the hill or in the basin down there off the side there.
Well, he was 15 seconds like last we saw.
I wouldn't doubt
probably
if it's
30 now. Yeah, exactly.
Which equates to how much track. That could be a quarter mile easily. Yeah, he's settled into a groove there. And there's somebody way out there on that far
line. So it looked like there's an inside line that was starting to develop too that I saw.
Yeah, see that to the right of him? There is right there up in the bushes there. Somebody's working that. And other guys will try it. We really discourage from guys making new lines out there. We want to keep them, in the pre-existing course, even though this is all, open desert, but we are asked to not develop new lines as we have our events. Even though at some point that'll possibly be developed. I hope not anytime soon because we like our racing. There you go again. That's not that. I'm not sure who that 516. Yeah, that's not Dustin Gill, but he's looks like he's making ground.
Yeah, he is getting through this a little bit better.
Jared Ingram in the 516. He is a past Snore 516 champion. Family's been with Snore for decades.
So what we just saw there was more what I kind of had anticipated to happen.
Yeah.
Where it just looked like that 51600 got through the bumps better than a stock bug. I think Wilkie's just got his stock bug so refined.
Yeah.
And he just looks like he's got a little more speed than the other vehicles out there.
Yeah. So here what we're looking at now. Remember a little bit ago when the guy's camera went awry and hit the floor. So it looks like they've found the camera and now the co-driver's holding it. And you can actually kind of see their speed there if you can get a still enough shot and kind of see how they're going. And he's chasing somebody down.
23.
Yeah. But that's inside of a race car's cab. You can see the roll cage, safety gear there, window nets. He's got his navigation leading him around the track, and they're trying to make ground on somebody there. But that's what happens when your camera mount falls. Unfortunately, the camera fell in the car and not out on the track. I have found them on the course during cleanup before. But co-driver's doing the best he can, so to keep that steady and show what's going on there from the inside.
While we're watching this, and Wilkie's on almost done with lap 3.
Yeah.
He'll be starting his final lap here fairly shortly. Got heat 3 is going to start staging here fairly soon.
Yep.
And this is going to be a really exciting race because we've got all of our pro UTVs in this.
Yeah.
So you got the UTV Unlimited, UTV Turbo, UTV NA.
Yep.
And we talk about some kind of heavy hitters and fierce competition.
There's a bunch.
The speeds that those guys are running are ridiculous. Dallas Gonzalez in qualifying had the second fastest qualifying time, I think by less than a second.
Yeah,
to a all-wheel drive Mason Trophy truck.
Yeah, power to weight, four-wheel drive. That's just amazing. Like we were saying earlier, the technology in these things is amazing.
I do think the qualifying course was tighter and has more turns than the actual race course. So
that favors the UTV.
That's what I'm saying. So I think that kept the UTV closer. I think on the actual race course, and now how rough the race course is, the all-wheel drive Mason would walk a UTV at this point.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
But in qualifying, to be the second fastest out of all, we got a stacked field of 6100s, class 1s, all of those, and for a UTV to be second was crazy.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon came in second place yesterday, driving the Joe DeLuca SLR team truck,
6100.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I say, there's a lot of good competition in there. The Herbst, so many different people that are in that class.
Well,
Brent Fox,
McNeil,
McMullen,
yep. There's
Kyle Jurgensen, who actually
won.
Yeah, got first place. But like I said, Robbie was about a minute or so behind him. So some great racing yesterday, and it'll be happening again here in a couple hours. And the biggest showing of spec trucks in a race this year. If you look across the board of events that have happened, there's more here today or this weekend than have been at any other major event in off-road racing this year in America. So thank you to all the teams that chose to come out here and join us this weekend. We really appreciate it. And those guys,
huge turnout.
Yeah, and those guys, a lot of those guys, like Foxes, they got 2 6100 trucks and they got 2 stock bugs out here racing. Like everybody wants a stock bug. They all want, that's just like this year what it's been. Guys got a spec truck and a stock bug. So they have both spectrums of the sport out there of
While
technology.
We were talking, it's kind of funny. Our drone shot got a shot of a drone. And it looked like they were pretty close together. So, whoever's flying the other drone, don't take out our drone, okay?
Right. Thought it would be limited to.
Yeah, so we're talking about the unlimited truck 6100s. That's gonna be heat 6.
Yep.
That starts at 1:44 today, just for people that are watching. So we've got a full day of some action-packed racing. Right now, we got stock bugs out on the track with 5 1600s in class 9. Heat 3s are UTVs. Then heat 4, we've got a stack field of 1600s and 1800s.
Yeah.
Then we get into our heat 5, which is 10s and 12s.
10, 12, 5 unlimited, 3000.
Yep. And then heat 6 is kind of our premier race of the day.
Yep. 6100 class 1 unlimited truck. And then we'll close the day out with 1450s. 2000s. That's our sportsman class trucks. Those are really pretty. Some of those are comparable to an unlimited truck or a spec truck, but those guys just choose they run that class for trophies, and then we give them $50 a car for everybody they beat. And there's a couple $100 bonus for them as well that somebody put up. So they'll get a little bit extra this race for Christmas.
And they get the privilege of being the last vehicles out on a race course that's super smooth.
Oh yeah, smooth, all right. Yeah.
A little hint of sarcasm in my voice there. So heat 7, enjoy that race course.
Yeah. Look at that. Do you see that line out to the left right there that we just shown? I bet you that's where that guy was. And there was a big washout. and he probably found out the hard way. Don't do that again, because that's why he was in the dust behind those 4 or 5 other cars that he was battling with, and he literally lost 10 seconds and probably part of his front bumper.
So we should have Wilkie coming back through the moon bumps here pretty soon, I would think.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a shot of him in the infield.
No.
I think our infield cam might be putting a fresh battery on or something right now.
Yeah. Cleaning the wings, giving a new charge.
I'm really liking our shot here today, though, of the proving grounds and really that whole retention basin area.
Yeah, that's some of the best part of the courses here.
Yeah.
Really shows what the cars are capable of.
Well, yeah, you see a lot of the race course there, and then watch them through the proving grounds. You know, you can get probably 5, 6 wide through the proving grounds if you had to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. See where this gentleman is right here with the handheld camera, 46 miles an hour. Class 9 skipping through the moon bumps. Oh, look at yeah, a little out of shape there.
So according to our comments on YouTube here, someone's saying that Wilkie's got a 1 minute 12-second lead.
Thank you for that.
Which that's probably sounds about right. He had a 15-second lead.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's just pulling away. So that sounds like that would be about right. I can't confirm it's
unofficial.
We're sitting in a trailer here. I can't see, but it sounds like that would be about right.
Looks like it.
So people that are commenting here, giving us intel, I definitely appreciate it because we are kind of limited with what we can see here.
Yeah, and so from information that I received yesterday afternoon about the UTV heats is that the UTV Unlimiteds are just they're so much faster than the other cars. Their closing speed on the Pro and A's and stuff is so great that out of safety, we're going to consider moving them to another heat in the future because, again, with that technology and the unlimited cars, they're just what they are. It's an unlimited UTV powered car. They're like a Class 10 or better.
I think too the range of driver ability and experience in
that
the
helps.
UTV class
for sure.
is, you've got legit pros and then you got people that are just starting. And I just know for me, sometimes when I was racing UTVs, I would come up on some guys that are just learning how to race.
Yeah.
And you come up on them so fast.
Yes.
And they're sketchy because you don't know what they're going to do because they don't have experience. They don't hold their line.
Hoping they see
and it just makes for very sketchy moments. So I would highly recommend doing that. I think let the pro UTVs battle each other, and then the guys that are kind of learning their craft still, separate them out. And, or not even if you're in an NA, if you're a great driver, you are so undergunned to an unlimited UTV at this point, it doesn't really matter. They're still going to close on you so fast.
Yeah, and case in point there, like Stacy Pike, who is running in the Pro and A class, he's raced so many different facets of racing, and everywhere he shows up, he's competitive. And, he's not a kid anymore, but he knows how to get it done. He does his homework. He drives a Yamaha of all things, which you don't, you think Polaris and Can-Am are the top cars, but he's dominated his class every year since he's been in Snore, and probably before that. But he's only been racing UTVs for I think 5 or 6 years. But he gets it. He does the homework. He has people that help him with his suspension and other parts. But he does all the work himself on a very limited budget. He's truly a budget racer, but he knows how to get it done, and he wheels it up into the Pro Turbo class better than most people. So he's kind of that exception. But then you know. In my original or early days of off-roading, I thought I was kind of fast until I got in with Kenny Freeman, And Kenny showed me a whole nother level of what a race car could do. And I rode with him for years. And I'm not sitting here saying I'm the fastest out there, but he he took me to another level that I would have never got there on my own, not knowing what these cars are capable of. And that goes with to say with every class, because you look at unlimited trucks, class ones, class tens, just because it's a rad, totally top technology, best money can buy car, you got to know how to drive it and know what it's capable of, and then have the guts to get it there. And anybody can go fast, but can you sustain it over a course of 100 miles or more, or even this? But when you're going across terrain, is your car set up? There's so many factors that go into being a race car driver in this sport to be great. Anybody can be great for a minute, but then we all run out of talent here and there, or whatever.
Yeah.
There's lots of jokes in there. You want to finish first, you got to first finish.
Yeah, you were talking about Stacy Pike. Actually, Jesse Garcia, his co-driver, he is co-driven with me and helped pit for me
Nice.
Numerous times.
Great guy.
So yeah, shout out to Jesse.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of racers, come from, say, a motorcycle or quad background. And, I think learning how to read terrain on a vehicle like that really helps. That, you see a lot of, well, like you say, a Toby Price or, a lot of these top drivers that have that motocross or quad background.
Yes. Here's a good shot of Dustin Gill, who won 516
here's
yesterday.
Our 51600.
Yep.
I'm kind of curious where he is.
Yeah.
If he's been able to make some ground. Can he make a pass right here?
He's
getting a little run on him.
Yeah, but
he just doesn't look like the 1600 has the speed or I don't know if it's horsepower, because maybe it's weight that's holding him down, but it just can't get that speed to get a run onto him.
I think when the wheels are to the ground, that's where the stock bug has the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But he hung with him, there for a minute. But it's just he's new to that class. Dustin is.
So Wilkie's got to be on his fourth lap here, and he's coming in the proving ground. So I mean, he's less than 10 minutes from finishing, probably close to about
for sure.
five minutes from the finish.
Yeah, he's making the turn into the proving grounds. He's got that section, the gas line, road crossing 2, the high school section, and down through the infield. So probably 5 minutes. That's probably about safe to say. Somebody just kind of cruising on that outside line over there, and he's just going to go whipping right on by. That's the difference of experience and knowledge of the desert and car setup right there, that he's able to walk from him like that. And now look at he's kind of crossing over to that. Well, he's kind of in the middle there, but
this has been a very dominating performance by Blake Wilkie here.
Yeah,
I don't think no one's really given him any challenge.
I expected, another guy that's been in that class the last year or so. Oliver Flamate comes up out of Mexico, and he's been racing several series and winning a lot. Vic Bruckman's another fast guy. In anything he gets in, lots of experience, race class 12 with me, 1600 class for years, races class 10, and he has one of these cars, and he I think he was 4th place after yesterday. I haven't seen him able to catch any shots.
4th. Yep. Yeah, and like Vic Bruckman, he actually raced quads for a while, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
Cole Witt was running good. I think Cole Witt and Flamate, they looked like they maybe could have given Blake a little bit of a run. But I'm not sure what happened to Cole and Flamate, but they both DNF'd yesterday, correct? I didn't see them on the finish list.
I've looked through so many things. I don't have any of that to memory yet.
I don't. Oh no, I guess Flamante got.
He's in
6th. Yeah, so he got 6th.
Yeah, but let's see, what's his time there? 106. So he was almost 4 minutes off the pace, and it's hard to say what he was battling with there. Did he have an issue last night?
So it looks like Cole Witt got 29th.
Oh, ouch!
But he had qualified 2nd.
Yeah,
so it looks like Cole Witt did finish, but
He
So
clearly,
I guess let's see how those guys end up today,
yeah.
because they could start further back, but then actually make some time.
Again, correct the time.
But
How you run in the field, getting through the cars. Look at there's some door rubbing and racing there.
Little fender hanging off.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody gave him a fender, and
so that is one thing with the stock bugs. You do have it's not open wheel, but there's not a lot of clearance with the fenders. So if you do start banging fenders, you can run into issues with the fenders rubbing.
Yeah.
Maybe give yourself a flat tire.
Yeah. And yeah, their own suspension, like you're just to your point, cycling up and down, bump after bump after bump, is going to work on those fender mounts, and that could very likely be what is peeling his fender off from his tires rubbing them. Now that's not the case with, looks like 95% of them, but it's definitely possible that he did a little rubbing with somebody off the start or somewhere out in the different sections of the course.
So apparently Vic was running third and now he's broke.
Well, that's no good for him.
Can't put it on the podium when you're broke.
No, like I could say, checkers or wreckers is another thing. That people, the different sayings that we have in off-road racing. You go from champ to chump all in one bump. There's a bunch of different ones out there. What's your favorite one? Tell us.
For me,
well, you could tell, and to our viewers out there, there's a lot of experience, right?
Yeah, people
probably know a couple.
People want to chime in on the comments. Let's see your off-road cliches.
Yeah, right.
Or racing cliches. I would just say keep the rubber side down.
That's a good one.
That usually helps.
Yeah.
It's hard to put it on top of the box with the rubber side up.
Good words of wisdom right there from Wes Miller. Take it, put that on a Christmas card this year.
Nice little Class 9 battle here.
Yeah. Now that car on the right, I believe, is Dustin Gill, who's racing 516. I believe that's his old car.
Okay.
Or there was a sister car. There was a couple of those cars built up and previously owned by Class 9 dominating champion Giddy Galland, who is now racing 16 and Sportsman. Giddy's he's an old tortoise out here in the desert, and got a resurgence of motivation and joined us this weekend. And also attempted to race the event that happened last weekend in California. So, but yeah, that car, those are well built cars with a lot of good, a very good resume behind them. 9 and 516 hanging close to each other. That's the thing. That turn. Look at how that 516 was a little shaky there. You want to set the turn in the berm and try to keep it in there and stay on the gas and drive through the turn. But sometimes the tire, if it don't stay in there, it'll slide up over it. You scrub speed there. This is a good turn that if you ride the berm right, you got to set it up when you're going into the turn and start riding that berm. It's like a Daytona bank, and you can really race through it fast.
Yeah, I always feel like you want to get your outside tire set into the berm early and get that weight transferred, and then really you should be able to get on the throttle early and have good exit speed.
And look what that did for him. He pulled up next to that 9. And they're kind of they're close to each other there.
Okay, so
side by side almost.
Looks like the 9 is maybe going to take that inside line that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Well, we're not quite to that turn yet, so.
The 516 step back a little bit. You'd think that they would be pretty comparatively speeds right there, but that's something that we do. People don't catch. Oh, look, they're both
going to take that outside.
Wow, really? That's quite impressive. Surprising.
I feel like if that 516 would have stayed to the inside, he maybe could have made a pass there.
Yeah.
Why would you follow him out there?
Maybe he just wants to follow him. I don't know.
I always feel like when you're behind somebody, I try to do whatever they're not doing.
Yeah.
Within reason.
Drafting in the desert isn't always the best thing.
I mean, if there's something where you take a different line, then you're okay. He's got a little run on him right here.
Yeah, but if he just stayed that inside line,
to the right, he would have made the pass for sure. I think he still is going to get the pass, but
we'll see.
He made it a lot harder on himself than it needed to be.
Yeah, maybe he's just doing it for our enjoyment, to make it
right.
Tight race here, But that was something I was just going to say is if people don't catch on, the slower heats are in the morning, and we've grouped classes together by their comparative abilities as a car overall. We don't want an unlimited truck racing, at the same time as a class 9 because they'll run them over.
Yeah.
And safety is a huge priority for what we do. And so that's why you see the slower vehicle cars that start in the morning. They don't do as much damage to the race. You see cars coming in. Blake's already finished. Here's your second cars coming into Post Tech, where we're going to be doing some
it does look like they stayed in sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
They stayed in the same order because it looks like we got 2 stock bugs and then a 9 and a 9, right?
Yep. Yeah, they're lined up. So now today's Sunday, second day, we're going to start tearing into cars and looking at some technical aspects of them to make sure that they are legal for their class. And we don't tell people what we're doing ahead. Oh my God, don't tell me that's Flamate without a hood. I don't think so, but the last 2 races this year, a couple of races, he's lost his hood. And I told him, I said, you better have that thing bolted down this time. I ain't bringing it home off the course.
So what are the rules? I mean, so how do you regulate this now? Like, what would they potentially be looking at as far as with these? Are you checking fuel? Are you what are you doing?
Yeah, well, in this class, it's not really. It is a pump gas, but we're not checking what they're running for fuel. We're going to look at Venturi's, carburetors, things like that. Gosh, him with that camera moving around, I kept thinking he was going to roll in the car.
Yeah. No, first time it happened, I thought he did roll.
Yeah, I know. We will measure wheelbases. We're not going to probably weigh these cars. We're going to do different stuff for different classes. We can actually do bore and stroke. We can P&G them. The motors, it's just I've instructed our tech director to do different things, and I'm not going to say everything I'm doing for those people that are racing in later heats. But with big classes, we want to make sure that everybody, gets a fair shake at racing, and nobody likes a cheater. So we do what we have to try to ensure that it's being run. Everybody's running with integrity, and that we're operating with integrity to make sure, for everybody that comes out here spends their hard-earned money to be a part of what we do. So the 1600 class, uniquely this time, we're checking fuel. Everybody has to run the same fuel. We are checking it. We checked yesterday. It has a color tint to it. We check, wheelbases on them, side to side and axle to axle. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We don't do it on 1600. We do it on 9 because 9 has to be 100-inch wheelbase at ride height from center of axle to center of axle. Once you're 16, you can be whatever you want. Sorry about that. So, but we do some more technical stuff, with different classes. You've got class 10 has a weight limit. There's motor packages for single seats, 2 seats, and they're usually a sealed Ecotech or a Honda motor. So we have to make sure that they've been built, that they're stock. They have sealed tag on them from manufacturers. Same goes for 6100 spec truck. It's an unlimited truck in every way, but it has to have an approved engine builder and it's sealed so that they're all running the same across there. Now, what guys do with their shocks and tires and all that, that's their business, and their weight, that's their business. But we check different things where we can to ensure that the races are as fair as possible.
Yeah, and I think the idea of that is for some of these classes to keep the cost down.
Oh, for sure.
So if it's a sealed motor, that way you're keeping that cost of the motor down by not allowing people to go crazy with engine builds and things like that.
There's always somebody with more money, that'll throw at it, and then there's people that are on a budget, and so whatever class you're racing, we need to keep within the spirit of the rules, of the game, and make it fair for everybody. That's call it a referee or whatever you want to call it. That's what we get to do, and try to do as much as possible. Especially like say when there's a lot of entries. The guy that finished 10th place wants to know that the guy that won the race is legit, and so on. So look at it. You can see the car stock bug right alongside, parallel on the highway there, going up the hill. That's in in the moon bump section. So that's a good shot to show how close we are to the edge of the boundary of where the regular highway is. That's our check one people in there. He's passing by. Could not do this without an army of volunteers. That's what makes Snore great. Those people that are parked out there are all beyond the fence line, so they can spectate out there. They're safe, distance. But yeah, Snore is just it's
Well,
an army of
definitely
small
huge
people.
shout out to all the
Yep,
volunteers that
yep,
help make this happen
yep.
and donate their time and
Resources,
help
yeah,
make this such a great event.
yeah. And every organization has a list of volunteers, but usually there's typically a couple. They're owned by somebody. It's a little bit different, but we are all volunteer. I do this all in my free time, and I don't ask for anything but people's patience and in what we do. So our vice president, Rich Silverwood, he's been my best friend since we were 5 years old. He introduced me to Snore when I was 19, and we had our first race car together. And then he moved on into his career, and then I stayed with it. Our secretary, Ashley Antle, still pretty young. She's George Antle's granddaughter, grew up in racing. She's done a phenomenal job as our secretary and running our registration. Uh, our treasurer is the wife of our volunteer coordinator, Sergeant at Arms. So uh, Dalton and Sierra Rubel, big part of what we do. Uh, our contingency person, Jamie, she helps us get the vendors and set up contingency row. Just and more people looking for a new race director and Aaron Baker this year. Our past race director Jeff Phillips, who'd been with us for a few years, had to step away for health reasons, but he's doing great now. Thankfully, we love him. But nobody picked up that spot. So I have been kind of wearing two hats this year in that respect. So it's not a huge amount of extra work, but I have to be the authoritarian, and it's a little bit of extra, but it's fine. Kenny Freeman back in the back, helping things. The Goobler family, who's super instrumental in helping get our dirt work together, and so many other little things. Just like I say, it's a small army of people that make this happen. The Johnsons family that help us with all our staging. Robert Johnson's a class rep for Stock Bugs. Brooke Benally with our staging. Just man, I'm missing names. I know the people that are out there doing it. Don Barbeau helps us with setup and tear down. So many more. But thank you all. We love you dearly. Dave Nerbass, Motorsport Safety Solutions, coming on with the team as our medical providers and retrievals. And Dave's a great dude, man. He's at every event. He just works, very methodically. He cares about what he does more than anything, and just a great partner to have. Corey Sappington's coming on with us this year as our tech services.
I saw Corey out
Corey's
there earlier.
Great guy, and he's sharp.
He's been around forever.
Yep.
He's been teching races
Yep.
since. Well, I mean, he was doing all the UTVs when I started, and still kind of doing it by the time I finished.
Yeah, he's become a great asset to us. He's very strong in UTVs, which is a big part of our customer base now. Obviously, with the popularity of that class, we had.
Well, he was one of the first guys racing UTVs.
Yeah, well, there you go. So
in the desert.
Yeah, so his knowledge is extremely high, and we brought him in initially to be just the UTV guy, and then he's taken over the whole thing now, starting last race, and we've got an agreement into the future with him, and he brings a team of people in. They did a great job at Tech this weekend, and so yeah, like I say, it's a bunch of us. So thank you to everybody. Christine does our radio relay. Zwicker, she's been with us for a lot of years and picked up, managing the radio and the interface of communications here. Great girl. Her and her husband Dan helps. They just help out. There's so many different people. I have a cousin that's doing our flagging. The Butchers. What can I say about the Butchers? Fora, Valley Off-Road Racing Association. They are doing our timing. That's oh my gosh, what a mountain of work that is. And we're all up till way late last night, but they've been doing a great job bringing integrity back in our timing and getting it right. And that they're a race competitor promoter of ours, and they come here and help us just like it's their own. You can't say enough about that. And so huge thank you to them and more.
Okay, so as we're finishing up here with Heat 2, Blake Wilkie took the win in, well, basically overall as well as stock bug for Heat 2, and he won yesterday as well. So, um, barring any unforeseen issues, I don't see arising, he would be our winner. And then I'm not sure who ended up getting second. Do you remember who was the second place bug, John?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Do you remember who was the second place bug? Stock bug?
Oh my goodness.
I'm
I do
just
not
looking
at the
here.
moment. It's going to be
Well,
Heat 2.
we know Wilkie won, and
Right there.
and then
Cisco.
Eric Rubble, I believe, was
Eric Rubel.
third.
Yeah.
Eric Rubel, sorry, was third. So was it Cisco Bio?
Yep.
Then? Yeah. So I believe our top three would be Blake Wilkie, Cisco Bio, and then our first class 9 of Eric Rubel is believe our top 3 overall from Heat 2. We are staging Heat 3 right now, and this is going to be our UTVs with UTV Unlimited, UTV Turbo, and UTV NA. Yesterday, Chase Carr was our overall UTV leader, and he beat Chase Mankin, and then Sierra Romo was third.
Yeah. She's a top competitor.
Sierra, I want to say she qualified around like 6th, 7th, 8th, somewhere. So she actually made some ground and was able to move up.
Yeah.
Caden Wells, I don't believe even qualified, and he brought it in 5th. And really our top 5, it looks to me, are separated by just over 2 minutes, which is not much.
Yeah.
So, what happens today, it's not like there's a huge lead going into this. So today is going to be a battle with those guys. Our top pro UTV was, let's see here, Dexon Despot in a Can-Am out of Huntington Beach. Second, Justin Key. Third, Bryce Marking. They were a little off pace from the Unlimiteds. It's like a 54:01, which would be 13th in the Unlimiteds.
Yeah. So speaking,
as far as rows, they're going to be pretty far back.
Yeah. So speaking to these classes a little bit, just to, I don't know if we confused anybody earlier, but UTV Unlimited can be any kind of chassis build, but there are quite a few people, they're all running, a manufactured UTV, a manufactured motor, and they can be built any way they want. Pro Turbo UTV it's a production UTV, whether it's Can-Am, Speed, Polaris, those are production UTVs. Yamaha, if they had one in there. Pro NA is a manufactured UTV, but much more close to stock. So somebody just asked for a clarification on that.
And normally aspirated.
Correct. Yeah. Not non-turbo. Pro NA.
NA.
That's what I mean. Right.
Well, normally aspirated. So
yeah. So I just want to clarify that. Somebody made the point that, so I just want to, if you didn't know the difference or know the difference.
Pretty much a Pro Unlimited is going to be based off of a Polaris Pro R or a Maverick, a Can-Am Maverick R. And then your Pro Turbos are going to, generally it's being dominated by Maverick R's now. They're really just trying to look and see if they're, you got a few Polarises in there, but that class has been pretty dominated by Can-Ams. So you do have Max Gordon in there.
It says custom, but I don't know if it's because it's a speed car, and we'll get that corrected on our final results. It just may not been one of the options in their database. It should be now, and we'll get that fixed. But
And is his speed car turbocharged?
I believe
Because
so.
those are NA normal, right?
Um, the speed cars, I believe they're turbo.
Okay.
Robbie,
I've never
let me know,
driven one.
Robbie.
Yeah.
Max is busy right now.
uh, yeah, and then like you brought up the NAs. That's a predominantly Polaris class, although you do have his Yamaha YXZ in there, and
Yes,
and been doing extremely well for quite some time now.
he gets the best he can out of.
I think you got a cost benefit there of the Polaris has better suspension, but the Yamaha with the sequential transmission and non CVT, he gets some good top speed out of that Yamaha.
He does. Yeah, he is an exception to that class, and that and what he's done with that car.
Yeah.
To he's
We,
dominates it when when he has competition. I know he's running without 4-wheel drive. Well, at least he was in qualifying, and I'm not sure about yesterday if he got that fixed. So he was running. He qualified with 2-wheel drive because his 4-wheel drive, for whatever reason, was not working. I found out, but he still knows how to get it done.
yeah, that's through my years of UTV racing, that motor transmission package, you can get some good horsepower out of it, and it's a nice transmission, and you can put like a turbo on that thing and get some real horsepower. So I had always kind of looked at building like an unlimited car using that motor transmission package, and adding some good suspension to it. And I think if any Yamaha engineers are listening, if you guys would support something like that, you could go actually have some fun with the Polaris and Can-Am boys.
Exactly, and support Stacy Pike. He's a great R&D for that class and has got a great resume. He's been second overall in our points. He's been the class champ, I think, running on 3 years. Good person, and just anything to do to make the sport better. He's a guy that's there in it. There's definitely some other good drivers in there that are supporting that as well. Yamaha, for some reason, though, they just don't seem to be profiling or expending the energy and time. And maybe they are behind the scenes. They just haven't. They're kind of behind at the moment, I think. And then nothing personal, Yamaha, but
no, I know some of the guys over there. It's just weird. Like it just seems like Yamaha, Honda, they're just not with the program.
Yeah. Now
they can't put anything that's competitive in the sport market really out there.
Yeah.
Now Kawasaki has stepped to the table.
They're getting there,
and I think we're going to start seeing more and more of the Kawasaki showing up at the races. I haven't driven one, but from what I've heard, they're actually a really good car. You do have like Carson Wermont that has a really badass car. Obviously, he's not here racing, but I think we'll start seeing that thing show up. And I think that they may be getting more involved this next year into off-road racing, where you'll start seeing some Team Green cars out there.
Wow, yeah, that'll be great. We did, speaking of Honda, Chris Peak, who's a UTV NA guy, took first place at our Pahrump 200 recently. Got his first win. With us.
There are some Hondas in NA that have been running pretty good.
Yep, he's a great guy. Did good. He deserved that.
But you got to do some. I think to get them competitive, you got to do some pretty serious work.
Yeah, probably so. There's not many of the Hondas out there.
Although, well, I don't know. You can take a Pro R or Maverick R and actually like a pro stock car still go run pretty fast.
Yeah. I have a non-turbo car that I use for just, my official work and lots of rec rating. I just love the heck out of it. Just the adventures you can have going up over goat trails and mountains and things like that, loaded up with a cooler and a dry bag, put some clothes in it and go for a couple days. We do rides a couple times a year, and we'll go out trailing around, and we always make sure that we end up in a town have a nice motel and a dinner, and then we'll do trips for 3 days and covering 450 miles, and it's so much fun. You see in country that you just don't normally see from other types of vehicles, and just the way the manufacturers have come together in this day and age to make those cars with that much technology, even stock, they're fun. Just, you obviously don't drive it like you stole it. You'll be okay. They can be dangerous like anything. You can hurt yourself really bad, but if you ride it, respect it within its limitations, you can just go have so much fun and create some great family memories with them nowadays.
With the UTV race here now, so Chase Carr, our top three was Carr, Mencken, Romo, but our fastest qualifier was Dallas Gonzalez, and he was leading into lap 3, and then he lost a PTL and had a mechanical, dropped out. I haven't spoken with him today to see if he's starting, but I'm curious to see if he got going again. And then Doug Mittag was running second, and same thing. He lost a PTL as well. I spoke with Doug yesterday. He talked about getting that car fixed, getting back out, getting more seat time. Something we discussed yesterday is if you've got a car and you've been running it all year and you're going to have to do a full prep on it anyways, go get as much out of it as you can.
Yeah.
So I think for both Dallas and Doug, hopefully they get running here. They'll be starting in the back, but they're really fast.
Sure.
So that might be something to kind of watch today is if they are out there, how far can they charge through the pack?
Right.
Braden Baker too. I'm not sure what happened with him because he was one of our fast qualifiers and he dropped out. I didn't get word on what's going on with Braden, so I don't know if he'll be racing today or not. If we get some shots of the starting line and see if his car is out there, that bright yellow upfit UTV Polaris Pro R really stands out.
Yep. Yeah, it's getting ready to start here. I am probably going to have to bow out and go back and get back to my other duties.
Wait, you have other stuff to do today?
There's everywhere you go, there's something that needs to be adjusted or reconfigured or cleaned up or whatever. I've had quite a few different messages. I've been able to kind of hold the dogs off a little bit, but you got this UTV heat coming up, and we've got.
I feel like I've got the UTVs pretty well under control.
That's your wheelhouse.
A little world that I come from, so I'm comfortable. I think handling this. Hopefully, you can come back on here in a minute. I think I'm gonna take a quick little break too.
Yep.
So we'll let you guys, everyone's watching. We're getting ready for Heat 3. This is going to be our UTV races. They are scheduled to go off the line at 9:15. So we're about 9 minutes away from our start. So hang tight. We're going to have some awesome racing coming up for you guys. And I will be back on here shortly.
Yeah, and I like I said, just want to thank everybody for having me on. Thank you guys all for supporting this broadcast and the whole weekend. Again, thank you guys for supporting Snore. And Wes, thanks for having me in here this morning. Appreciate it.
Great being with you. Thanks for having me here, listening to me talk all morning. And we will be back shortly, guys. So hang tight. We got a heck of a race coming forward.
Amen.
All right, this is Wes Miller back here at the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort Max's Tires Rage at the River. Our lead UTVs just took off the line. You've got Chase Carr, Chase Mankin, and Sierra Romo, and they're going to be coming into the moon bumps here in just a second. We're going 3 wide. Our second row just took off, and that's going to be BJ SQ, Caden Wells, and Gage Tuhi, I think. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his last name. So we've got, here's our shot through the moon bumps here. That's Sierra Romo right there. She's currently sitting third. It looks, yeah, it looks to me, okay, that we've got a few rows off the line here, that basically the preferred line is to the far left here off the start, because as soon as you can get into the race groove, they're walking away from the other drivers. It did look like Caden Wells got the jump on his row, just going through the moon bumps there. I think that might be Randy Romo in this mix. It's kind of hard for me to tell a little bit. And then we've got Larry Heidler out there. Something that I do want to watch for is to see if Dallas Gonzalez and Doug Mittag got their cars fixed from yesterday. They were both running up front, I believe first and second respectively, up to lap 3 when they both broke with PTL issues. Today, they started in the order that they finished yesterday. So you've got a mix of unlimited UTVs, Pro Turbo UTVs, and Pro NA UTVs. I think our top Pro Turbo was about 13th overall. So we're doing rows of 3. So he'll be back a little bit. This is mainly a mix of, you've got Polaris Pro Rs and Can-Am Maverick Rs. And the UTVs, this Heat 3, they're going to be doing 5 laps. It's about a 12.5, 13-mile lap course. Actually, I think they cut a little bit off today, so it's more like 12.5. Got a little bit of an interesting line right there that he was taking through the moon bumps. I think he may have got pushed off to the left, had to kind of get back into the course there. Looks like some NAs now coming through the moon bumps. This is day 2 of the Rage at the River, and the course has got substantially rougher from yesterday. You can see the ruts out there. The hoops are getting a lot bigger. There's a lot of holes out there. There's more square edges, and even the straightaways now have ruts. It's gotten more loamy and sandy through a lot of corners. It's rutted. So this race is going to be, I'd say, substantially rougher than what these competitors were on yesterday. and that will factor into this. The what happens in these Laughlin races is you get a lot of braking bumps, acceleration bumps, and even just chatter on the straightaways, which in my experience, it creates some harmonics, kind of more like a high frequency harmonic that it's really tough on drivetrain. I feel like in this race, I know a lot of UTVs will have axle CV issues. Like I said, our leaders lost PTLs, so that's going to be something to watch. How big of a factor does attrition play into the race here today? So Pro Turbo car right there. I think as we watch this play out, one thing I always kind of look at is the battle between the manufacturers, and with Polaris and Can-Am. And really, in most of the events I've been watching over the past, I'd say the past 2 years, it seems like Polaris has really kind of dominated with the Pro R. Uh, since Can-Am came out with the Maverick R, that having a sequential transmission versus the Pro R running the CVT, a lot of people thought that the CVT was holding uh, a lot of the UTVs back. People used to make fun of them basically running off of a rubber band, but the Pro Rs aren't as hard on belts as the turbos were, and it's become not as much of an issue as it used to be. The but the Maverick R's just they haven't been able to really hang with the Pro Rs, in my opinion. So I want to watch Caden Wells. He's a solid driver. Okay, so it does look like one of the mid-tag cars is in this group right here. I think that's Doug that's on that outside line. That would be driver right. He's to the left in our camera view there. Yeah, that's Doug mid-tag. So he did get his car going, and he's already making some passes, but he's gonna have his hands full trying to work through the pack because he's starting all the way at the very back, and it's looks like it's starting to get a little dusty. Yesterday we did have some wind, and we do today. I'm watching the Maxxis flags there, so that's helping out with blowing the dust off the course. But the thing is it also dries out the course. They watered the large portions of this track overnight and this morning, and there's a lot of moisture that's in there. But so I was wondering if Braden Baker got going, and here's a shot of Braden Baker coming. So you have some really fast drivers. I think our three fastest qualifiers, Braden may have been third or fourth, but out of our top five, for sure, three of the fastest drivers being Dallas Gonzalez, Doug Mittag, and Braden Baker, they all had DNFs yesterday, and it looks like they got their cars going and are racing again today. So you're going to have some fast drivers working their way through the pack. So that is going to be fun to watch. Be some really interesting in-car if those guys had in-cars, but I don't think any of them do. So here we're on board. I'm not sure who that is. Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, so it looks like Braden Baker actually might have in-car. Yeah, he does. So we might be able to get a shot of that. Checking on a couple things here while you guys are watching. They're coming through the proving grounds. Okay, so we're back in the moon bumps right here. I think from the sound of things that our leader just came by. About 5 seconds behind him, second. Right now we're on board. Trying to figure out who this is. But he's in the infield. So this is working through the infield here. That's through the scoring loop. And then this is your start finish section. And I'm actually sitting in the white trailer to the left right there. Hey guys. Literally can hear that car going by right now. So I'm going to say whoever this is sitting probably about like fifth or sixth. I think I've heard about that many cars come by. I believe that I don't think there's been much passing yet. We'll see if we can get some other exterior shots. But with so it should be Chase Car out front, Chase Mankin in second, and Sierra Romo third. I just on another camera saw a shot. It looked like Sierra Romo coming through the moon bumps. I believe they're all kind of holding pace. It'd be good if we could maybe, there we go, to a shot of the moon bumps. So that's one of the Can-Ams. That's a turbo though. Okay, so right now we're on board with Chase Mankin, and he might be right behind Chase Carr right here. It's hard for me to tell if just from that view if that's Chase Carr or not. Hopefully they're going up the Powerline Road there as they head over towards the retention basin. I might be able to get an exterior shot there and give you guys kind of a better update. But just from that rear shot of the car, I couldn't tell exactly who that was. So the UTVs are doing 5 laps. They just started lap 2 right now. And from looking at our times, I believe yesterday they were around a 12-minute lap time. Look at our times from yesterday and try to confirm that. So according to timing and scoring, Chase Carr was our leader at a 49.32. So right around 12 minutes 20 seconds or so is what it looks like the leaders were running yesterday. And at that rate, we would have the full 5 laps done in just over an hour. So that sounds about right. Okay, so this should be our leaders right here. This is coming up out of the retention, the retention basin. And that's going to be Chase Carr with Chase Mankin right on top of him. Earlier we had that in car, so that was Carr right in front of Mankin. And they are going to be coming into the proving grounds here. There's multiple lines through the proving grounds. I want to see what Mankin does. Looks like Carr pulled out a little bit on him. Most of the guys are staying pretty far to the right here, although it looks like they're kind of drifting over to the left now on the exit. Okay, man, Mankin just almost lost it. So he just lost a lot of ground. He swapped right there, went off course, and lost probably 100 yards, or maybe even more to Chase Carr right there. He was right on him, and it made some ground. The next thing to watch here would be how far back is Sierra Romo sitting in third, and can she maybe make a little bit of a run on Mankin now after he just made that bobble? Got some shots here. This is probably mid-pack coming through the moon bumps. And we should have our leaders coming into the infield of the race here shortly. This shot out the back, that might be out of Mankin's car. See if I can tell which car that is. I'm thinking that might have been out the back of Landon McMath's car, and this could even be out the front. He's in a factory Polaris, and that looked like kind of the back of a factory Polaris Pro R, as well as that in car. So if I had to guess, I think this is Landon McMath. He's actually the owner of DRT Motorsports, and as far as I know, this is possibly his first race. Again, this is coming through the start finish area and starting lap 3. So our leaders will be coming back in the infield here and then going out onto the start of lap 4. So we are over halfway through the race at this point. Should have the leaders coming through the moon bumps fairly quickly here. If any of Chase Mankin's crew is listening to this, radio your co-driver and tell him to wipe off the GoPro. section here is right after you come off of Oh My God Hill, and it's over in the retention basin. You can see there's like basically a dam back there to hold floodwaters back, make this 90 right, and then they're gonna have the hill from there. Here's some in-car. I'm thinking this might be, looks like a faster Pro R working its way through some slower cars. So I almost feel like this might be like a Dallas Gonzalez or potentially Mittag, but I don't think that that's Mittag's front end. One thing to watch here is just how tore up the course has got. And one thing that's nice is you do have a lot of split lanes here. So this car is making a pass on one and making another run onto another. Might actually get a 2-for-1 through this section. You just got to watch when it comes back together that you've got enough room on the other car. So he's going to come back right on this other car and then go into the road crossing. This is the uphill road crossing. Okay, I believe that's Caden Wells, and he should be sitting, I believe, around 4th place. And that's going away from us through the moon bumps and then up to the Powerline Road. So that means that our leaders are probably about race mile 4 into lap 4. Just want to say thanks to the guys chiming in here saying that's Landon. Yeah, I've been trying to check on Watch Party, but I'm toggling through multiple screens here at the same time, as well as trying to commentate here. And Watch Party's pretty much working for me now. But yeah, I thought that did look like a factory Polaris car, and yeah, that was Landon that we were on board with earlier. So while we're checking this out, people that aren't familiar with those factory cars, it's a pretty cool program. So Polaris, a few years back, they decided to make their own in-house factory racing program, and they developed a factory Pro R, hired their own drivers, and really have been going out and dominating the majority of off-road races that they've gone to since that point. And like basically Brock Hager has been on a tear. He's won almost everything out there. The things that he hasn't won, whoa, okay, that was sketchy right there. It was a close call with somebody upside down at the end of the moon bumps. But yeah, Brock Hager has been dominating in that car. I believe that out of like all the score races that the factory Polaris team hasn't lost a race yet. So very impressive program. But what I was going to talk about is you can buy those cars turnkey from Polaris and then go race it. So that's Landon McMath from DRT. He's in one of those cars, and you've been seeing more and more people out there in them. People are familiar with the UTV racing. The Matlocks are in those cars. You've got Christian Serapis that was with me commentating yesterday. He races one. I'm trying to think. Mitch Guthrie, he won Vegas to Reno in one. So, I mean, I think they have probably 50 of those cars out in racing in different forms. Justin Lambert from Cognito Motorsports, he's in one. So it's a cool program that what I like about it is they keep a lot of parts on the shelf, and instead of just having like a one-off car that you've got to manufacture everything on your own, you actually have a car that other people have and you can share in R&D knowledge and as well as get parts. Here's back in the moon bumps. You can see when we started off, there's a RS1 right there coming through the proving grounds, and it's getting pretty dusty in there, and it really looks like the wind isn't blowing right there. You're going into the wind, so it's just kind of blowing the dust back down course instead of a side wind. So the wind's not helping as much right there. In the moon bumps right here, it's a direct side wind, and it's blowing the dust out of the way pretty quickly. It's supposed to be about 20-25 mile an hour winds today, which will help the racers. But as the day progresses, the course is just going to get drier and drier, and hence more dusty. Trying to see if I can get a shot of our leaders here at some point. I think they've got to be fairly close to the proving grounds, or they might even be back into the infield section and about to start the last lap. Let's see here. That's a mid-tag car, I believe. Looked like that was Doug. I haven't seen any shots with Dallas Gonzalez yet, so I'm not sure if he got going or not. I know Braden Baker is out there. Looking at in-car with Chase Mankin, and looks like maybe someone from his crew was listening, or maybe they were just watching his in-car themselves and told him to wipe it. But from what okay, he's working through some lappers still. I'm trying to watch to see if Chase Mankin had closed back up. Okay, that looks like that might possibly be Sierra. No, I think that's Randy Romo actually right there. So you can see the dust right there through the proving grounds, how that's definitely affecting their vision because you're going into a headwind straight into the dust. Just looking at in-car from Watch Party, looks like Braden Baker, Doug Mittag have both been making hard charges through the pack. Caden Wells is running strong in that Can-Am Maverick R. And then Chase Mankin is, I believe, still running second behind Chase Carr, but I don't see Chase Carr out in front of him. They were battling pretty heavily. Should have our leaders coming through the moon bumps here to start lap 5, which is going to be their final lap at any point. I'll watch and see if I can see them come through. So far, I haven't recognized any of those cars there, though. So it looks to me like Chase Mankin is going through. Okay, I think Chase Mankin actually just passed me, so he should be coming into the moon bumps right now. So if we could get an exterior shot of the moon bumps, we might be able to see our leaders come through. Here's in-car with Chase Mankin. Okay, so maybe he might be in the infield. I might have been a little ahead of myself there. It's a little hard for me to tell where he's at because it's not the clearest shot, but this looks like the infield to me. So I think he's still in the infield. If so, then Chase Carr would be just ahead of him. And then we should see them come through the moon bumps where we would have an exterior shot, and then I could kind of get an update of what that gap is. So Caden Wells has a clear camera, and I believe he's probably 3rd or 4th. And I think he just came through the old hot pit area and going in the infield. So that would mesh with what I'm seeing on Chase Mankin. Okay. Chase Mankin's co-driver, thank you for wiping your GoPro. That definitely makes it look easier. Okay, so I can tell where Chase Mankin is right now. He's coming through the timing and scoring. I believe he's either second. Okay, I see a car ahead of him. So if that is Carr, he would be in second place. The problem is they're in lappers, so I'm not sure. If we can stay on the moon bumps, okay, so we just had a broken trailing arm or something just happened there, just someone in the moon bumps. But through the moon bumps here, we should have our leaders come in, and I can watch Mankin's in-car and match it with, he broke, I think probably snapped a radius rod, which then snapped the trailing arm, or not sure the exact order of how that went, but he's got multiple issues in the back end of that car now. Unfortunately, we're showing this, and while our leaders are coming by, so now I'm going to miss the leader shot. And our shot here at the start finish, I believe our leaders have already come through. Yeah, Chase Mankin, our in-car, he's in the moon bumps right now. Hopefully he should be coming up to right where we're at, hopefully. I might be able to see an exterior shot here of our leaders right now. Okay, hopefully this is our leaders. No, that's a Can-Am. Yeah, I think our leaders are out of the moon bumps already. Yeah, these vehicles in the moon bumps aren't our leaders. So I'm looking at in-car with Mankin. He is on the power line road now. Yeah, here we are. So he's dealing with lappers. And he is on the power line road. So here we are in car. This is, I believe, second overall UTV right now, but I don't know where Chase Carr is. Chase Carr was ahead of him. think the next opportunity we're going to have to really get a look at this from an exterior is going to be when they come into the retention basin. So hopefully we can get a shot there and try to see if Chase Carr is still ahead of him or not. Seeing if anybody comments that has eyeballs on this that could give us an update. From everything I can see, these guys are in heavy lappers. Chase Mankin right here looks like he's got an RS1 right in front of him. And yeah, I mean, they're dealing with just lappers all over the place. Luckily, there's a lot of lines here, so you can generally take whatever the person in front of you isn't and make an easy pass. It's just, is he still trying to run down Chase Carr or not? Here we are on board. That should be Caden Wells. And man, that was, you can see how sketchy these passes are right now. Open wheel, and they're into lappers, and they're closing on these guys. You know, John from Snore was talking about how they're going to separate the unlimited UTVs from, I think it's the NAs. I actually think that there kind of needs to be like a pro UTV class and then amateur. There's got to be something where these pro guys aren't having to dice with cars that are substantially slower than them, because just the closing speeds on this, it's pretty ridiculous. Pretty sure this is in car with Caden Wells, and I believe his co-driver is either fiance or wife. I think it might be wife at this point now, which I think is the daughter of Dan Cornwell, which was the tech director for Score for a long time. Yesterday we were talking about having your wife as your co-driver. I don't know if that's good for marital relations or not. I feel like a lot of driver co-drivers, you can have some heated moments together, but it seems like they make it work. Okay, so we've got some shots here in the retention basin, and see if we can get something showing our leaders. I want to see with Mankin. Okay, so from what I'm showing with Chase Mankin, he should be coming up on the Oh My God hill here in just a second, from what it looks like to me. And it does look like there's potentially some fast dust ahead of him. Yeah, so in car, he's just going down Oh My God hill. And it's hard for me to see out in front of him if Chase Carr is out there or not. Here we are on board. So this is Chase Mankin. We just came down Oh My God hill. He's going to make a left here, go down a little straight, make a right, then do the 180 and head back over towards the proving grounds, going up this hill. I don't really see, yeah, there's dust out there and it looks like it's fast. So hopefully we can come back to a drone shot. It almost looked like he just pointed. So I'm going to say he's sitting second and he's right off of Chase Carr. But earlier we saw a shot through the proving grounds. Be awesome if we could go to a drone shot of this, but I don't know if we have it. I'm not really seeing it on our other shots right here. So, staying in car, this should be the battle for the lead. I think that Chase Carr is just out in front of this shot. And earlier we saw Mankin was right on Carr. This is coming into the proving grounds here. And then Mankin bobbled, and that basically gave Chase Carr just enough to get away. So you can see there's dust that's been hanging out there in front of Mankin, and that's he's not closing on it quickly. So I think that's got to be the dust of chase car. And they are going to be, less than 5 minutes here from our finish. This will be the end of lap 5. It should be the end of the race for us. So, man, he might be on chase car right now because he's not making an easy pass. I believe this is the battle for the lead. Okay, this is kind of coming over into the proving grounds. One thing watching them come through these bumps is how far the suspension has come on UTVs. I think that's either Randy Romo or possibly Larry Heidler in the red car. That group seems like it's been kind of holding pace with each other this whole time. Okay, if we could go back to the in-car with Chase Mankin, there is a battle for the lead. We're about 2 miles from the finish, and he is on his bumper. Yeah, right here. This is the battle for the lead. I think that kind of didn't look. Oh man, some sketchy passes out there right now. You can see how fast they're closing on lappers, but I believe that was the pass for the lead. I think it was really hard for me to tell there, but just at how hard he had to work for that pass, I don't think it was a lapper. And I do think that they are really, really close together. So I hope I'm correct here, but I think Mankin may have just overtook Chase Carr for the lead. If I've got eyeballs at the finish line. Okay, so I guess I'm hearing that wasn't the battle for the lead. All right, maybe that was just a fast lapper. Okay, so reading notes here. Chase car exploded the front diff. All right, so I guess Carr is out of this. I'm going to say that Mankin is our leader then. So at least we're in with our leader. And he should be, it looks like he's going over the Max's tabletops in the infield. And I mean, we're like about a minute from him taking the checkers and the win. Okay, so Fish is saying that was Landon McMath that he was running down. So that would have been one of the factory cars. So apparently he was lapping Landon and maybe just Landon. I think Landon's pretty new to racing, so maybe he didn't realize the leader was right behind him trying to get by him because he definitely made Chase work for that pass, which generally as a lapper you don't want to do. It's a little difficult here. I think some people are asking about, who's where. Basically, I'm seeing what you guys are seeing. And I don't have any timing or scoring, so it's not the easiest thing to call this race without that. Just showed our leader though. I think he just crossed the finish line from what I could see right there. If not, he's right at the finish here. Back to our drone shots. That's in the retention basin. Kind of looked like a mid-tag car there. But I'm not sure exactly who that was. It was again, from these longer shots, I can't see a number on there. Can't really tell. Just looking at the car itself, it looks like a mid-tag car to me. That might. Okay, that's Doug. Okay, so I was right. He started way back in the pack. Looks like he's kind of separated himself. And honestly, where he's at right now in relation to where our leaders are, I think he's moved up quite a bit. So I think this has been a pretty solid run by Doug Mittag. And he was running second overall UTV yesterday and lost a PTL on lap 3. I talked to him briefly, and he said they were gonna get it fixed, get back out there. Okay, so Chase Mankin is starting his final lap. So this will be lap 5. And if we get a shot of the moon bumps, maybe we get an exterior here and watch Chase Mankin come through. But I think he may have come through that area already. Cam 6 would be possibly a good one to try to look at right now if we could look at that. Okay, so we'll see who comes through here. I think Mankin may have already passed this area. If not, we might be able to see Caden Wells or someone else coming through, and that'll give us, see who we got here. Got a pretty good little battle there. So that, I think that was Sierra Romo, which if Chase Carr has dropped out, that's what we're hearing, then Mankin would be first. I think Sierra would probably be sitting second. So that would kind of make sense. Trying to look and see if I can, yeah, Mankin is through that area and onto the Powerline Road. So all of that would kind of mesh with what we're thinking here is Mankin's out front, and then I think Sierra Romo would be probably 30 seconds or so behind him. And then let me see where Caden Wells is on course right now. Yeah, so okay, so Caden, man. Caden, from what I'm seeing with Caden's in-car, he's not where I would think he should be. So either Caden's out in front of where I thought our leaders were, or he is further back than I thought. So Chase Mankin, who we're thinking is our leader right now, he is going to be heading over to Oh My God Hill. Got some in-car right now with Caden Wells. He just gave another car a little love tap. And so, man, he's coming to Oh My God Hill right now. He's going to drop down this. From what I'm seeing on in-car, I think that Chase Mankin is behind Caden Wells right now. See if I can get some intel from people that have eyeballs on this. We're seeing cars pulled off track. Just what I would like to know, if there's someone that could chime in the comments or text me, if you got eyeballs on this, is Caden Wells ahead of Chase Mankin? because from what I'm seeing in his in-car, he's just a little bit on course ahead of Chase Mankin, and they started fairly close together. So he's either close to getting lapped by Chase Mankin or he's leading Chase Mankin. So we're on board with Caden Wells. See, they're just having a nice, relaxing Sunday drive out with his significant other, cruising along, having fun in his Can-Am Maverick R. All right. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get any exterior shots here of they're just coming down Oh My God Hill, but we haven't had any exterior shots here of the leaders in quite some time, so it's really difficult for me to assess exactly who is where. It looks to me like Chase Mankin is going through I think he's going through the proving grounds right now. And I believe that Caden Wells is ahead of that. Yeah, Caden Wells is heading downhill, I think, about to go over the second road crossing. He may even be past it, and then he'll be heading towards the infield. That's just ahead of Chase Mankin. So here we're back, kind of heading into the proving grounds. With this race in Laughlin, yeah, it's I think 12.5 mile lap. You've got so many vehicles out there that everyone gets into lappers, and it makes it extremely difficult to kind of tell who's lead or where your leaders are and what is going on. But either way, we've got some great shots for you guys, and it's really fun. You can see this is where the course just to the left where that vehicle was making what would be a right-hand turn for him, that drops down Oh My God Hill, and then just on the other side of that, you have the proving grounds. So here's on board with Caden Wells, and he is okay. He's gonna make a left, then that'll make a right, and he'll be going by the old hot pit area, and then go through the new hot pit area. It's got a little S turn here, and then this is the old hot pits are on the left-hand side, and then he's gonna be coming in the infield. So I think he might be our leader. I'm gonna go out here and say that I believe that Caden Wells is our leader, and if that's the case, he's put in one heck of a drive because first of all, he started. I don't think he qualified, and that meant he started towards the back yesterday, charged through the entire pack, and then the thing is, though, is on adjusted time. Well, look at this here. So Caden Wells was fourth at a 51.44. Chase Mankin was a 49.32. So he's going to have to beat him by, we'll say 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 13 seconds to be exact is what he's going to have to beat him by. I don't think, man, if this is playing out how I think it is, I don't think he has enough over Mankin here, but we will see here shortly. Trying to get a shot of where Mankin is. He might have 2 minutes on him. Because I don't think Mankin is. No, Mankin is in the infield right now. So I don't think he has 2 minutes on him because Mankin's in the infield. If this is playing out how I believe it is, I think Caden Wells could be leading. I believe Caden Wells, if we go to in-car of him, okay, well, now I'm seeing him stopped. So I think they've finished. And now the next thing is here's in-car with Mankin. This should be coming through timing and scoring right now. I don't think it's not going to be 2 minutes. Mankin just shook his fist. And I'm going to say that was a victory shake. I'm going to walk out here because they should be just outside my trailer. If you guys hang tight, see if I can figure out exactly what just happened, and I'll be back with you guys shortly. Okay, guys, Wes Miller back here. I just spoke with Caden Wells and Chase Mankin, and it did play out exactly like we were saying there. So Caden Wells finished first today, but he was 2 minutes down or a little over 2 minutes down yesterday. So that's going to put Caden in second. And Chase Mankin is going to take the win by probably a little over a minute here by taking second overall today. So big shout out to both those drivers. They did great jobs, and that was some really exciting racing. Now we're in car. That's in car with Landon McMath. That's one of the factory Pro Rs. Here's back up over by the proving grounds, watching as we have the rest of our field come in. But again, just to give you guys an update, our winner is Chase Mankin, followed by, well, we'll say unofficial, but I believe it will end up being official, and followed up by Caden Wells. again, to give you guys an update on how that played out, Caden Wells took the win today. Yesterday, he finished fourth behind Chase Carr, Chase Mankins, actually fifth, Sarah Romo, and BJ Eskew. And he was 2 minutes and 12 seconds back. He took the win today, but they combined the scores for both days. And from what I understand, he was about 45 seconds ahead of Chase Mankin, which wasn't enough to give him the overall. So Chase Mankin takes the overall UTV Unlimited win, followed by Caden Wells. And again, for everyone watching here, in basically what we're seeing here in the booth is exactly what you're seeing. And we don't have any timing or scoring. So we're doing the best job we can to try to keep you updated on what's going on. I actually ran out of the trailer to go talk to the racers to confirm what actually happened out there. Luckily, it did play out the way that we thought. But with very limited cameras and basically looking at a couple in cars on watch party, that's what we've got to go off of. So we don't have live tracking here, and we don't have any timing or scoring that's available to us. So it's we're doing what we can to try to keep you guys updated. And I don't think I'm pretty sure that Fish could attest to the difficulty of trying to call a race without timing and scoring. All right, we're on board here. We're kind of wrapping up heat 3 of our Rage at the River. This was our UTV race. You had UTV Unlimited, UTV Turbo, and UTV NA. Just to catch everyone up, if you haven't heard, Chase Mankin took the overall UTV win in his Pro R, followed by Caden Wells in his Can-Am Maverick R. So a little bit of battle of manufacturers there. Chase Mankin was second yesterday and second today, but on the combined times from both days, that was enough to give him the win. Wells had to come through the back after starting in the very back of the pack, worked in his way up to take a fifth, but he was down by a little over 2 minutes. And today he took the physical win and I guess the day 2 win, but he only beat Chase Mankin by, from what I understand, around 45 seconds. So that wasn't enough to make up that time differential from yesterday. Still a heck of a run. Saw some great racing there. Chase Carr was our leader. We talked about how their attrition was going to play a role here. And yesterday we watched that because Dallas Carr was our fastest qualifier, followed by Doug Mittag. Those two guys were around 1-2, lost PTLs on the third lap yesterday, dropped out. And, that gave the win yesterday to Chase Carr. But then today, Chase Carr was leading and dropped out. Not sure. I haven't heard exactly what happened to Carr, but it's possible. This course is just really rough. It's very hard on drivetrain, so I wouldn't doubt that possibly something like that played a role. Something that I want to see is I believe that Doug Mittag put in a great drive today because his in car is already shut off, and he broke yesterday while running second, and then had to start in the back today. And as we were watching the leaders coming into the finish, he wasn't that far back. So I want to see, once we do have some official times for this race, how did Doug Mittag do? Because I think he put in a heck of a drive. The other one to kind of watch would be Braden Baker. How big of a run did he make? Because he was one of our fastest qualifiers as well. He had I don't know what his issue was. I haven't spoken with him yet, but he dropped out pretty early in the race yesterday. But he was going again today. From what I could see from his in car, he had a good run going. His in car is actually still working right now, but it looks like he's just driving around in the pits. So he is finished as well. I'm going to say that both Braden Baker and Doug Mittag probably put on some pretty solid charges through the pack today. Here we're on board with Landon McMath from DRT. Looks like we're gonna have to tell Landon to drive with his thumbs out, because it's a good way to break a wrist. But pretty cool to see Landon. If you guys are familiar with DRT Motorsports, let's see here. I don't know who that was that we're in car with that just finished, but they seem very excited. We're back on board with Landon McMath. Again, this is a factory Pro R, and I think this is his first race in it. I've seen on their social media they've been out. He had it out at Glamis for, I think they had it out there for Camp Razor, and then I know they were doing some testing with SDG to work on getting those shocks dialed in. So good for Landon to get some seat time and get some racing experience under his belt. And it's pretty cool to see the owner of a fairly large company now in the UTV industry, actually out there racing himself. Okay, well, so I got word. Fish is saying that mid tag broke, but I was seeing in car of him. Okay, I guess Baker broke as well, but Fish, I guess you are listening to this. I was watching in car with both those guys, and it looked like they finished off of watch party. So um, they're both shut off now, but I mean, it looked like both of them came through the finish line. So I don't know if they maybe had pulled over at some point or something, but it looked like whenever I saw them that they were running pretty solid. Yeah. So Fish, I'll pitch in for the cooler clause for you, buddy. Okay, if we can throw you out there and you can give some updates. I like that idea. Okay, I see your notes on mid tag and Baker. So like I said, I'm trying to look at multiple things. I'm not watching them the whole time, and looks like that whenever I was looking at them, they were going good. But yeah, that last shot I saw at Baker, he was driving through the pits, and okay, so if mid tag broke right before the finish, I mean, it looked like he was running solid to that point. We saw that shot of him coming through the proving grounds, and he looked like he was doing pretty well. Okay, so UTV race is pretty much wrapped up. Chase Mankin takes the win. And now we're getting ready for Heat 4. This is going to be our 1600s and 1800s. Got the 1600s doing 5 laps, 1800s 4 laps in this year's 2025 Snore Riverside Resort. Max's Tires Rage at the River. Got a bunch of 1600s out here. This was a great race yesterday. I actually am going to have Bud Ward back in here with me, helping commentate for that. And definitely a pleasure having him here. He did a great job yesterday, as well as he really knows this class and has raced the class. So having that knowledge helps out here. Unfortunately, we generally don't have a lot of in car with these guys. You know, weight is a major concern for them. So we will be probably going with drone footage, but we luckily have some great drone shots here. So hopefully those guys are getting their batteries charged. And we're looking at a 10:39 start time. We're looking 11 minutes from now. So I am going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back here shortly for the start of Heat 4. And hope you guys are enjoying this coverage. We will talk to you shortly. All right, we are here at the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort Maxxis Tires Rage at the River. I'm Wes Miller. I'm sitting here with Bud Ward, champion buggy driver. I know you've raced a bunch of different things. You did some commentating with us yesterday. Welcome back, and glad to have you here for the 1600s. We're getting ready for the start of Heat 4, which is 1600s and 1800s. They're all in staging. We can hear them revving their engines right now, and they're supposed to leave the line at 10:39, which would be 5 minutes from now. But I'm going to say it sounds like they might even leave the line early.
Yeah, thanks, Wes. No, it is a pleasure being with you yesterday, and the action was crazy. I got to sit down and look at some of the results from yesterday. We're going to have a ton of great racing from the top to the middle of the pack, and maybe a couple guys coming from the back too. So it's going to be another fun one to watch for sure. First lap in those moon bumps, I wouldn't be surprised to see some action. And I think you're right. They're probably going to try to get this thing off a little early.
The course is substantially rougher than it was yesterday, and it seems like a lot looser. So the UTVs didn't really have too much of a problem. You got all-wheel drive, more horsepower. Now we're back to a limited class two-wheel drive. How's it going to be for these 1600s, versus the UTVs? What are these guys going to have to do to get around the course quickly?
Line choice is going to be big. It sounds like the leaders are off. Line choice is going to be big, but what I wanted to do, I wanted to take a peek down the grid because I wanted to kind of see what people were doing for tire choice. I think tire choice today, I feel a few of them are going to change from what they ran yesterday to try to accommodate a little bit different setup.
Yeah, so we're seeing our leaders take off here. As far as tire choice, I mean, my understanding with a 1600 car is you're trying to run as light a tire as possible that's going to hold up. And then the second thing would be just, especially the course is kind of sandy, getting the flotation on the sand.
So, there's kind of two ways of looking at it. The sand, when it does get wet, as you notice, is saturated. Sometimes it drags more power. And so it's another one of those toss of the coin toss that you make the choice of trying to float on top or trying to dig a more wet terrain to try to pull forward.
Okay, so I think it's like a Yokohama rear that they run. That's more the rounded profile, probably a little more buoyant tire. Are you thinking maybe they would go to like a narrower kind of tractor type style tire?
Well, you're reading my mind because exactly that's a BF Goodrich, a super traction. That's what I run, and just testing a lot earlier this year, I've seen people kind of switch to that direction, maybe finding what I mentioned, that they could pick up a little more speed by digging through. But you're going to have your pluses and negatives.
And maybe have a little less rolling resistance and try to get to that harder ground. You haven't. I mean, the UTVs are running their 35s, but the ruts shouldn't be that deep to where you'd be dragging too bad. I don't think. What size tire are you running on a 1600?
It's going to be right around a 31 to 33 inch, depending on what profile they try to go with, the narrower, taller. I've actually contemplated trying out a 35.
Okay. Have they tried any like a UTV 33 or something?
So
I feel like that would work pretty well.
I helped develop the KR2 with BF Goodrich, and we were the first ones to start running them on the limited class cars. Now down in Mexico, everybody's running them. They're a great tire. Here, they're a very heavy tire. That's why I go with the BFG Super Traction. Now, the Super Digger, which is a Yokohama product, great tire. They've been around forever. That's a lot of majority of these cars still run those.
Yeah, it seems like that's kind of the preferred rear tire. And then they're running like that BFG in the front, right?
Yep. Yeah. Try to get that narrower pizza cutter type, lightweight, like you said, lightweight, everything. And obviously, you know it, these cars, no four-wheel drive, so that front end's not doing anything but steering. Looks like we're getting them off the line nice. Keeping on time.
I feel like I've been surprised to see most of the starts the vehicle that's on the left-hand side that is in the racing line has gotten the whole shot. And there's been a couple rows now where I think that car didn't get the whole shot.
I think every year is a little bit different depending on how much saturation the track has received. And overnight, Snore does a great job at trying to maintain dust. But I do see what you're saying. The left line does seem to be preferred. I know
it's just been watered more.
I think
so. I think you got more traction there. It's like it, and you get into the hard dirt quicker.
I think you're right about that.
The guys on the right are just spinning and not really. They're not getting traction.
I think I'd be on the left as soon as I could. I think you're right. And that could be right there where your tire choice kind of comes into play. If you had say a Super Digger or a KR2 where you would start on the right, you could probably pull better because you're on top of that drier stuff, but you could probably pull better if you're on the left with the narrower tire.
Right. Looks like our last vehicle off the line.
Very nice. Yep, there's a couple of cars here that I think are going to move up the ranks by the end of the day for sure.
Yeah, looking at our finishers yesterday, Daniel Dean was first, Kurt Greer second, Brody Martin third. Are there any people that had issues maybe yesterday that we should be kind of watching to work through the pack?
What one guy I looked to come up. So we just watched Mario Alcala drive by. Unfortunately, he only got 2 laps completed yesterday. He's going to make up positions. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a finish out of it because of the way the Snore scores these races. He won't get an official finish, but he's going to be a guy to watch. He's got a new car that I know is very fast. They've been developing it, and I think he'll be one to watch. Another guy, 1609. I think he's going to move up on speed anyways. He's close to. He's going to be in the top 10, I believe. The top 10 is all very decent cars, and they here it looks like we have our leader. I think he's making his way to the drop off.
Yeah, this should be coming to whatever we want to call this, Lawn Dart Hill, Oh My God Hill. There's
the elevator shaft.
The elevator shaft. Yeah, it should be making a right and then going down the hill. It's so funny too because you watch on video and it doesn't look steep at all, but when you do it in person, it looks way sketchier.
You can hardly walk up it. You can hardly walk up it.
Yeah.
A 16 car would be a struggle pulling up it where your UTV is going to walk right up for sure.
Right. Yeah, so this should be our leader, I believe, right?
Yeah, beautiful shot. That's down the retention basin.
Yep.
He's looking good. I wanted to mention, Daniel Dean, he did have a little bit of a lead, not enough to say you're comfortable. Yeah,
looking at the times, it was kind of 1 minute intervals for our top 3. So 109.37, 110.35, 111.30.
Yes.
Basically 1 minute intervals, and then third and fourth were divided by 2 seconds.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. The mid to top 10, those are going to be the races to watch. Kurt Gary running in second right there, Brody Martin right on his bumper. They're going to be there with Dean. Now, if Dean, as well as I, you kind of, if you get off your race pace and you try to step it back just a touch, that's when those mistakes happen. Not mechanically usually, but behind the wheel. You enter a corner where you're going slow. Well, all of a sudden that bump that you hit earlier, your car handled it great. Well, now you're going at a slower rate. It may toss you a different direction. So he doesn't have the race won by any means yet.
Yeah, I always think it's kind of, if you're in your flow and you've got a pace that feels good for you as a driver and is working for your car. Yeah, if you try to slow it down too much to conserve a car, like you actually might end up throwing yourself off and make a mistake. Timing
is very important in these cars. Yes, and I think I mentioned it yesterday. It doesn't look like there's too much finesse going on, but believe you me, there's a ton of finesse going on.
Yeah, it's all the angle you hit these lips, how you're carrying the front over, certain bumps, like where you're placing that car, how you're loading and unloading it. All of that comes,
weight bias in the car. Yeah, how much fuel you have in the car, that comes into play. Any winning team is going to know that it's not one thing. It's not just an engine. It's not. Whoa, look at Kurt Gear. He's really pulling on Daniel Dean.
Yeah, he got a run on him right there.
He had a good section through there. and that could be, he's a little bit lighter, so going through that cross grain section, able to make up some speed. With that added Venturi in the 2-seat right here, Daniel Dean may make a little bit of time on him, but Kurt's right there, and not Daniel Dean doesn't have enough comfort yet to put it on cruise. And unfortunately, I don't see Brody Martin there. He was right with
he was
Kurt
just
Gear. Okay,
I think it was
just out of
back behind
screen.
him, but
Okay.
well, he was in the shot before that, so unless something happened to him through the proving ground. Can you elaborate on the added Venturi that you're talking about for people that don't understand what that means?
So for 1600 rules, they do allow us a 1600 cc displacement engine, and the reason they go with the different Venturi from a single seat to a 2-seat is the weight difference. So obviously, a 2-seat, you're going to have a bigger car because you're going to have more material, steel, aluminum, whatever it may be, another seat, obviously. Then you get that co-driver in the seat, which there's not too many co-drivers out here who are under the 150-pound weight mark. And right there, you're throwing away horsepower, you're throwing away speed. And so what years ago, I want to say decades ago, Score made a rule, which is the organizing body that a lot of the people go to their rule book. They made a rule that stated that 2-seaters are able to run a larger Venturi, which is basically the opening to your carburetor that goes into your engine. It allows you to go just a touch larger on a 2-seater to try to offset that disadvantage that they had with the weight.
Yeah, trying to equalize or keep the power to weight ratio the same.
Exactly. So they took one mechanical advantage and tried to give another team or another car, I'm sorry, a 2-seat car, that same advantage, just in a different way.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What is the weight difference from a single seat to a 2-seat?
Both cars, when they're dry, which is considered no fuel, no tools, no spares, nothing like that, both cars are 1550 is the minimum weight. Obviously, maximum's open because you don't want to be max, but when you can get it down to that, my car here usually is about 10 pounds over, and I can go under if I choose a different wheel package. But I like to keep it just a touch, because just a little hint to anybody out there racing, you may have your own scales at the race or at your home shop, that your prep shop. If those scales are brand new, never get abused, they're in good shape. Well, unfortunately, the ones out here, they go to 3 different states a year. They go through thousands of miles of travel, and a lot of times they're not going to be exactly zeroed out. So it's always wise to tech your car utilizing your sanctioning body's equipment, because that's your baseline.
Yeah, and maybe give yourself a little leeway just in case they're not totally exact.
That's my 10 pounds.
Yeah,
that's my 10 pounds. Yeah, this section is always super fun. That cross grain, the proving grounds, super fun. And I see Tuba right there. He's going to have some good pictures for some guys because he knows where the action's going to be.
Yeah, there's some great shots that I saw a couple on Snore social media and just kind of floating around through social media period yesterday from the event yesterday.
Getting a view of the infield there.
Yep, which they should be here fairly shortly. So I think
there we go. Kurt Gear still right on Daniel Dean's bumper. I did witness an earlier event. I was actually down in the hot pits kind of checking things out, and that tabletop that comes right by the hot pits, right before it, there was a lot of cars having issues there. Did you notice anything in the UTV race?
Not that we didn't have a lot of shots from there.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks like it was getting kind of dug out and had some bumps in the landing too.
Definitely. Yeah, I saw a couple of cars wadded up there.
Was the lip getting cupped out?
It must have been.
Was starting to like kick people.
Yep. Yeah, we got some good racing going on. There's one of those Alcala boys moving up. Looks like he's right behind Sanchez. Good shots. That drone is awesome.
Yeah, I really like our angles from today, being over by the retention base and the proving grounds, and then we're getting some great shots from the infield as well. So big shout out to our drone operators. You guys are killing it out there.
Definitely.
Hopefully everyone at home, you guys are enjoying these amazing shots. So we just got word from Snore's Tech. They got brand new scales for this race.
Oh, I didn't know they were listening. Thank you, Snore. Thank you, Snore.
But
it's not an issue. Everybody has to play on the same scales. Everybody has to play on the same track. So it's not an issue. It was a hint, Snore. I'm not bagging. I was giving a hint to anybody out there who thinks they have their setup correct. You got to have your setup to the organizing body.
Well, I mean, the flip side of that is, I think you do want to give yourself a little bit of leeway, just because what if your scales are off a little bit, like
that's always
you think they're zeroed and they're not, and then you show up to a race and you win it and you get weighed and they're like, oh yeah, you're a pound under.
Oh, that's always a possibility.
And all of a sudden you get DQ'd. So
and it's very disheartening when you put in all that work and effort and something stupid as 1 pound to send you home on the trailer without a paycheck or a trophy. It's very disheartening.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, right there, Wes, right there. That was pitching people, and it looks like they actually did some tractor work there, but several cars ended up on their lids coming down that landing.
I think too, as you get through these races, towards the end of a race, in a UTV, in a 1600, you're probably asking a lot of your shocks too. But in a UTV, you will get a lot of shock fade. And so you'll start to lose some of that rebound, and you start hitting a kicker like that and something that didn't pop the rear end so much.
Lap 1 or 2.
On lap 1 or 2, you start getting some shock fade. Now you start blowing through your travel. That thing pogos out of it. Now you're going ass over tea kettle.
What's your race prepped car weigh?
My last turbo car, I think we were like 2,300.
That makes sense. On a compression stroke with that much heavier of a car, that could definitely cause fade. That's friction, that's heat, yes.
Well, and my pro stock kind of Play Pro R, which is a 4-seater, that thing was like, I had a big fuel cell on it. We're north of 3,000. I'm going to say wet like 3,300 or something.
That could definitely cause fade.
And,
in the 16s, because we're almost half of that weight, you don't notice it much. Yeah,
in the UTVs, just single shock, the speeds that they're going, especially like in a Pro R now, you definitely, fade is something that you have to pay attention to.
You have to expect it. Gotcha. Expect the unexpected, which is that ramp that didn't hurt the lap before, all of a sudden it's kicking you a different way.
Yeah, we actually, Wayne Israelson, he's a pretty well-known shock tuner.
Very well-known.
All Tech Motorsports.
Yep, previous Fox technician. Yes, that guy does some good stuff.
Definitely, and we spent a ton of time developing a rear shock that wouldn't fade in my Pro Turbo car, and he had a setup that was basically had 2 hoses to the reservoir, and it pushed the oil out of the shock into the reservoir, so it's always circulating your oil.
Gotcha.
And that was a game changer, and I think actually Fox ended up kind of developing something with their shocks that does the same thing.
Gotcha.
But that was like a little secret. Like
it's hard to hide.
We literally were trying to hide the dual hoses to our reservoir.
It's hard to hide.
Really, like, people, if they weren't paying attention, they didn't kind of notice it. And if they asked, I wouldn't even answer.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. I just let my shock guy handle it.
There you go.
But that was, we went from doing well in races to winning races, with that, because I could just hammer through stuff and not have shock fade.
Perfect. No, that's it. You put more of the pieces of the puzzle together. It takes every piece to make that car go fast. There we go. That's moon bumps, right? We got a different view there today.
Yeah. We've been getting some drone shots going away out of the moon bumps.
Awesome.
I really like
a different perspective.
Yeah, we've got a lot of different views from here. After we finished our coverage yesterday, we kind of talked about how we could improve the camera placements, and
definitely it is. We had great yesterday. Today is better. Unfortunately, we talked about it earlier with the 1600s, the added weight and any different. You don't want to make changes that like that, and a lot of people will not run in-car cameras. I never liked them. Now, so and if they do run them, it's usually for their private viewing. They're not gonna publicize it like this. But in that UTV race, it was pretty impressive that you were able to grab, and we were able to view and give the people at home a better idea of what was going on out on course.
It's from a fan perspective and just a coverage perspective, having the live in-car streaming is just an absolute game changer for off-road racing, in my opinion. Just, I do the live stream for Score,
Yep.
and we've just had epic battles, between the trophy trucks there for the lead, and it's all because of that in-car footage that we've got. As we're talking about a battle for the lead, we
Here we
still have a
go.
great battle for the lead in this race.
Yes, sir.
And Dean hasn't really been able. He's got a gap, but
Just
he's
enough for
definitely-
Kurt to let that dust move out of the way.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, he's keeping him honest.
Yes,
for
sir.
sure. One little mistake,
And
he's gonna
actually-
be on him.
And right about here is where we saw Kurt start to inch up on Dean's bumper. So let's
Yeah.
see if he could pull that off again.
Yeah, through the proving ground, he got a run on him.
Yes,
And
sir.
he got right onto his rear bumper. So I think he's got a good line there.
Yes.
And the thing is for Dean, he's leading, so he can't see what line that Kurt's taking behind him.
Exactly.
So, that's something that's nice if you can sit back in second place, and it's gamemanship.
Yes.
Like, and honestly, it's like, how soon do you want to pass them?
Yeah.
Are you better off
You know-
to just hang
you know,
and then pass
and
them late and then not
Kurt's
give it
got to
away?
do it. Kurt knows he has to get by him, and he's got to put time on him.
Yeah, he's gonna have to put a little over a minute on.
Yeah, which is it is difficult to do because Dean is doing a great job at maintaining. But what if?
Okay, so he took a
yeah,
different line there.
look at that, and he is definitely right on his bumper again. So Kurt is smart enough to know, but at this point at the race, he also knows, man, I got to get around him, and not that he wants to cause an accident on Dean's part, but if he can get in front of him with dust and slow
Do
Dean
you
down,
see how much he closed right there?
right, easily 30 feet right up to his bumper.
His entry speed to that corner was night and day different.
And so Kurt is also a short course racer, and that could be some of that coming out into this course. He knows, hey, I mean, it may not have felt good on his end, but he has to push it. He has to push it. He wants a win. He doesn't want to go home with second. Here we go. Looks like Dean did inch out a little bit.
Yeah, Dean stayed to the left there, and that was just a better line. He was able to carry more momentum, and Kurt was kind of swapping over on the right there.
Yep, just a little bit of timing.
I think he was trying something to see if he could make time, but he lost.
Still
Kurt
there.
makes time on his entries to the
He
corners.
does, and I think that plays into his short course experience, where he can blast the corner, and it could be car setups. I happen to know I've raced Kurt for many years. His car on a flat corner will work better than my car on a flat corner. Now, if I've got something to bounce off a berm or something, I think I could still pull away from him just a touch. But his car flat corner and the way he drives it is impressive. Impressive. Over road crossing 2, heading back to the east. That's a beautiful shot. Yeah, that's super fun to watch, man. Those guys racing against him for years. I am sad I'm not out there, but it's very cool watching him. Very cool watching him. I don't. It's not the end of the world. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I feel like when I first kind of pulled out of racing all the time, you're so used to it. Yeah, it's a little weird at first, but then it's kind of enjoyable to go to some races and actually just be able to watch, commentate, or like I've been doing these course previews, go down and actually look at a race course and not be worried about logistics and lines and taking notes and just all coordinating an entire race program. It's
a lot of work. It is a lot of work.
It's fun to just
Yeah,
kind of go
no,
enjoy yourself.
I could see that. I could definitely see it. It's fun sitting here talking to you about this. It is different though. It is different. You're not getting the adrenaline.
Yeah.
But I am. I'm watching these guys knowing exactly where they're at. Daniel Dean's line on his last lap through the proving grounds is exactly what I would do. And I, not to say Kurt's not trying to do that too, but because he's behind, he's trying something different. Look what it did. But in my mind, I'm sitting in my car right now going, that's what I'm doing. And it was good because I don't think the first lap Daniel did that. and you saw how Kurt was able to pull up on him. So I still feel like I'm racing, even though I'm not. And
Yeah.
the coverage today is amazing, and you almost feel like you're there. So very cool, very cool.
Yeah, the shots that this drone is getting are great, because I love you're getting the coverage of doing the drop off, and then the whole retention basin and proving grounds. We didn't have that yesterday.
Yeah.
And having that whole far section of the course is
exactly.
Really nice.
And Christian and I were speaking to that, and it has 3 different types of terrain right there. You have your dry stuff coming up to the drop off. You got your big drop off that people will launch halfway down. I've seen cars jump all the way down and pull them up, pick them up with a trailer, because there wasn't much left. But then down at the bottom of the retention basin, you have your flat corners that are now grooved out to where they're 2-foot ruts that you're basically like a slot car trying to get through there. You get up to the top and you're back on the dry stuff with big rollers. So you have a little bit of everything. Then you get to the proving grounds. That it's called the proving grounds because your shocks have to be proven. They put to the test right there, and you have to have a good setup there. Have to have a good setup. So there's 4 different types of terrain right there that really, if your car handles well in those 4 sections, you've got a great handling car. You could win anywhere as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so we're on a shot here of the moon bumps. You can see the pit in the background, and then Laughlin behind that. And here's our start-finish area. Yeah, I think our leaders.
Yep, our
should
leaders
be into the infield here at this point. I think this is them.
Yeah, it does. I could see Kurt Gear. I don't know if that's Daniel Dean in front of him. I would assume it to be, because he's maintaining speed.
So it looks to me that from the shots we see, when you get into the fast sections, that Dean is pulling them. So I think Dean's got a little mile per hour.
And that could be engine. It could be that larger Venturi. It could be gearing
or drag or
yes,
gearing. Or,
yes.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can factor into that will give you mile per hour. And then it seems like Kurt is making time on entry and exits to corners.
Yep. I've seen it personally in my rearview mirror or in front of me. Kurt's entry speed is definitely something that he has in his toolbox that he utilizes a lot. And
well, if he has a lot of short course experience, he's used to driving it hard into a corner.
Yep.
And knows how to do
that. And he set up his car to do so.
Right.
That's for sure. Yep. Sounds like leaders just went through start-finish line. And then it looks like our 3rd place car, which was Brody Martin. Haven't seen much of him. It seems like the cameras are kind of skipping over, but I believe he is still there. He's still running strong.
If we could go to a shot of the moon bumps here, we should get our leaders. So I think Cam 5 was our leaders. Cam 6 now, if we can switch to that, should show us our lead cars coming through the moon bumps.
That's another cool shot on the after the proving grounds, heading back east toward Laughlin.
Okay, so I think our leaders are coming through the proving ground. Here we go.
Daniel Dean still up there. Kurt's still looming.
So let's see, he's got.
Yeah, Kurt's car looks very collected there.
I'm gonna say about a 6-second lead is what I just counted right there. Give or take a second.
Yeah, no, that's
but it's
very close. Very close. I don't know if I got to tell you, Wes, last year I was about 60 seconds ahead. Oh, okay, I do see Brody Martin. He's going through the moon bumps. Looks like he's still running strong.
He's not too far back.
Not at all. Not at all. One mistake could put him up in the top 2. But I was about a minute ahead, and transmission let go with 2 miles to go. It's a bummer. So anything can still happen, and it will. Yeah. It's going to happen to somebody.
Well, I mean, look at the UTV race.
Exactly.
We're two laps in. Chase Carr broke today while leading. Yesterday we had Dallas Gonzalez break while leading, and then Doug Matag broke while leading. So
it's a heartbreaker.
And then Braden Baker broke while he was up front too.
Look, we got a great. Alcala's taking a ride. Hendrickson's going to get him. We
he lost all his momentum.
That's
there.
it, exactly. You saw it firsthand, and I think I addressed it yesterday. I said, man, maybe a checkup before you get into a section like that that's going to toss the car. It may save you speed and time. You may be faster to check up just a touch, just to be able to keep that car going straight. And it looked like Alcala he took a little bit of a ride, but that is some cool stuff going through those moon bumps.
What kind of average speed do you think we're looking at here?
I
haven't done the math with our lap times from yesterday.
I think we're going to see lap times very. I would say we're 55 to 60 miles per hour, which for these cars, their limited abilities, that is fast. I don't know why, but for some reason these cars excel here at Rage at the River. It's because we can drive so hard in such rough terrain. And these cars just seem to really love it. And I think that's a lot of reason why people have so much fun here. More moon bump shot. We got Daniel Richens right there. Oh. I'm not sure I recognize that car behind, but he was doing some work. So Wes, out here, what would you change in your setup between Saturday and Sunday? A smoother to a rougher race?
Yeah, we were talking about that with John earlier. The course is definitely rougher today, and it's loamier / kind of sandier. I think just soft.
More saturated, yeah.
Yes, I think there's more drag today.
Yes, sir.
I always kind of felt like once I got a good suspension setup, I really didn't want to mess with it too much. For the most part, I don't think I would have changed too much other than maybe air pressure a little bit. If I felt like it was really sandy, I think, for a UTV, I usually wanted to try to float on the sand more than dig down into it. But I kind of just liked if I had a good setup, I didn't really want to mess with it a whole lot.
Gotcha.
And you get used to the way a car handles.
Don't want to change it.
Yeah.
You don't want to rewrite the book. That's for sure.
Exactly. I think if you try to get too cute, you end up
hurting yourself. Yep, I agree. I learned from guys like Kurt Gear that he and I'm the same type of way. His hands can never stay still. So if he feels he could pick up a 1/10 of a second in a corner, he's going to make that change. And I kind of picked up that from him, where we will go out and make changes. Here we go back at the drop off, and it looks like Dean has separated himself a little bit from Kurt Gear. But so I mean, any little advantage I felt I can get, and to me, a mechanical advantage, it takes a heck of a driver to overcome a mechanical advantage.
No, definitely. And I think and especially in the 1600s here, you need any little advantage you can get because the cars are very even.
Yes, sir.
We would spend the majority of our time and make our changes testing in between races.
Gotcha.
And generally, once you showed up to the race and you had your setup,
you were set to go.
Not really going to change it a whole lot.
I gotcha. I like that thought. My brain, though, if I went to sleep at night not knowing I had what I thought could win, it would eat me alive.
Oh no, 100%. I'm the same way. Yep. I just think that generally what would have worked yesterday in my UTV,
it's going to work the same
today.
Yeah. And I think you're right, especially because the UTVs did get to run. Oh, Brian Myers taking a ride there, collecting it nicely. That running a little bit in the day, the track doesn't get as bad. I think my train of thought would be completely different. Say if we were race 6 at the end of the day, it's 7, where
Yeah.
man, the track is going to be terrible.
Yeah, I think if you ran heat 1 yesterday and then heat 7 today or something,
Your setups maybe too different.
yeah,
Okay.
I would maybe raise ride height or something, maybe make a few suspension changes, but again, generally the way we set our car up, I just feel like you think, oh yeah, it's going to be really smooth out there. Let's lower. I've done this for Vegas to Reno before.
yes.
And
all of a sudden,
oh yeah, it's like super smooth out there. Let's lower the car, stiffen it up,
it
make
changes.
corner good.
It changes your rebound. It changes your compression depth.
And then I'm like, go out and 5 miles into it, I'm like, I hate this setup.
Yep.
And now I got to drive it for 500 miles, and the car's not cornering how I like it. It like doesn't transfer weight how I want to. It's not hooking up. It's like it just so.
Yep. No, I completely
really
agree with
like
you on
when
that.
I have a good setup, I just kind of like.
I completely agree with you on that. I think going for a Baja 1000, because the terrain is so much different, and you may get a 30-mile section that is, say, a rally style. You're going to want maybe a little bit lower, okay? But you got to remember, you still got to get through San Felipe Whoops. So I see your mentality there. This being 13 miles, you do 5 laps. You got to do it again tomorrow. What are you picking up from that day, from Saturday going to Sunday? It's like you said, I would go up or down on skid on ride height, because you don't want to be scraping those skid plates and fleeing off speed. That's, but it's sometimes, as you said, you hurt yourself. You go, God, and then at the end of the day, why did I do that? I totally understand that mentality.
I raced Silver State 300, and it's all fire roads. Pre-ran the course or whatever, and I'm like, oh, let's put a front sway bar on.
Mistake.
So the car's pushing through corners, it's sliding all over the place. I'm like, literally, again, 5 miles into the race, I'm like, why did I do that? That was stupid.
I understand that.
Yeah, I'm like, I like the car to roll in the corner
a little bit,
and transfer weight, and so.
Gotcha.
Again, so I think you do your testing in between.
For sure.
And I usually didn't do a lot of 2-day races either.
Okay.
So generally, like, you show up race day,
you got to be ready.
Running.
No, for sure. And at those events, you have to be prepared to see any type of terrain. And it's not like this where maybe you have we got a little bit of a jam up at the 180 turn above the retention basin. Okay, cars are getting by.
Yeah, so he pushed up into that berm.
Maybe he was
stuck,
pushed. I didn't get to see.
Yeah, he could have had some help there.
Help is what we always call it. Help. Now this section, that is such a cool shot.
I always called it motivating my competitors. You got to give them proper motivation to get out of the way.
Gotcha. Yeah, what a cool shot. The car's working right there. The city of Laughlin in the background.
These drone shots are great.
Awesome.
I think, like we were talking about, the in-car, and then with the availability of drones and how cost-effective they are, not having to have helicopters everywhere for aerial shots, it's really progressed the coverage that we're able to bring to people. For
sure. I get to it. So a lot of times down in Mexico, I finish for teams, right? I'm the guy who brings it home. I get to see, I watch all of your stuff before I even get in the car. So I kind of know what to expect a little bit, even after my pre-run, and I've been racing since 2002. And even back then, there was none of that. Even my first years down in Mexico, Starlink has changed the game. Being able to not lose coverage of anything, either whether it be a cell phone or a camera shot like we got right here. Nowadays, it's definitely insane. The original guys back in the 70s, can you imagine what they could do with the stuff we have today? I mean, they did it by candlelight, by flashlight. It still impresses me. It still impresses me that they were able to do what they did.
Definitely. Yeah, I think my first 1000 was 95, and it was like, You know, you drove down to Mexico. It's like, hey, we're gonna be back in 2 weeks. If we're
Yeah.
not back, you know, tell people to come look for us.
Well, yeah,
It's
we'll,
like,
we'll write you a message. Yes.
no sat phones, no GPS, no cell phones, none of that stuff. It's like you wanted to use a phone. Remember, we were in Catavina, I had to make a call. You had to go to like a hotel, pay them like $25 a minute or something to use their phone that they had there.
Yep.
And you know, and then it was like stub cans still. And,
Okay.
you know,
Okay. I never got to use the chit cans, dude. I never got to use those.
But yeah, so desert racing, it's changed a bunch, but then it's also kind of, you know, stayed the same. I think a race like this is pretty similar to what it's been for the last, you know, 3-4 decades.
Yeah,
or something,
I'd say 15 years at least, dude. Yeah, I agree with that.
It's the same. It's pretty much the exact same course. It gets beat to hell, and you know, you go out there and you duke it out, and you know, this race, you don't have all the logistics that you do of other desert races, so it's a little different, but you know, I like it. It's almost a mix of short course and desert.
It's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is, and that's where I think where the guys say like Kurt Gear and even myself, you know, what can we do to get better? What do we learn from that event and transfer it to Sunday? And you know, he's still there. He's still right on Daniel Dean's bumper, but Daniel Dean has something figured out. Whether it's car setup, maybe his jetting. You know, we with these cars, we don't have ECU tuners. We have a wideband gauge. We have an exhaust temperature gauge. That's how we set these cars up. And I bet you 3 of these cars, at least 4 of these cars, at least that are in the top 10, went out last night and rejetted. They thought, hey, we can pick up an advantage. Yeah, Dean's still leading. Kurt Gear is still right behind him. So Kurt's going to push him all the way to the finish, and he's going to be clean about it.
Their gap, it was actually maybe even a touch less.
That lap, I agree.
Yeah, I'm watching the whoop that they hit, and then
timing it off of that.
Yeah, and I was 6 on the last lap and 5 on that. So I mean, they're, you know, give a little margin for error in my counting, but they're pretty. It's pretty damn close.
Depends on where you went to school.
Yeah. Well, I went to San Diego State.
Oh, okay, okay, that explains it.
I'm not going to blame my ignorance on that school.
All right, all right. We got Brian Myers cruising there through the proving grounds. He's looking pretty good. I'd say 5 or 6 seconds, Wes. You're close.
Yeah, it's right in there.
Nice.
So. I think, you know, I think they're both going about as fast as they can go. You know,
there's no doubt about it.
Sometimes I wonder if there's a little gamemanship. You know, if you're Dean, you just got to go fast enough to win. You know, to me, it's like, okay, I'm going to run a comfortable pace. If you can pass me, like, let's bring it on. You know, and then if I got to turn it up, I'll turn it up, because he's still got to beat him by a minute.
Yes.
So
yes. Which is very hard to do, but it can be done. Yes. One mistake, one pushing it over a berm and getting stuck.
But just as far as like Dean's mindset, come get me.
Yep.
If you can pass me, cool. But then you got to gap me out. And then if I got to turn it up, I'll adjust it. But I'm just going to run my comfortable pace. So I want, you know, how hard is Dean actually pushing right now? He may just have that comfortable gap. He's got 5 seconds is enough where you don't got to watch the guy in the corner. You know, he's not like coming in and diving in on you and showing a wheel and stuff. You're comfortable enough that you don't really have to protect your lines. You can take the lines you want. You know, the flip side of that is Kurt doing some gamemanship and just watching his lines and waiting to make a run towards the end. I kind of think they're both just going as fast as they can go.
I think that the name of the game in this class at this event is push it as hard as you can. And, you know, last race of the year, I think we got to touch on this base yesterday. Last race of the year for almost every team out here. There's not too many events left going on in any state after this. So people are bringing their car that they've run. They want to get extra testing miles. They're going to push it as hard as they can. That's what we're seeing right now. There's really nothing being held back. I don't, if Dean was being held, or if he was holding it back, Kurt would be on his bumper. And Kurt he'll put a bumper on you, but he's not going to do you dirty. So he's not going to push Daniel to a mistake, but anybody could be pushed into a mistake. And you know, he may force one on himself. But yeah, I think you're right. There's not a whole lot of holding back going on at all. Daniel Dean's a smart driver. He does know what he has to do, but he also knows that, man, I have one little mistake, and not even a forced one, a flat tire. I've been in that situation too. Down in that retention basin, we can't see it from our drone shots, but there are rocks jutting out into the course. Sidewall gets torn. You have to drive it to the hot pits. You can't get out, or you can get out and change if you have one. But believe you me, nobody in this class right now is running a spare tire. An extra 60 pounds is way too much, way too much. So having to drive it on that flat to the hot pit, there's your 1 minute. You've now lost the race.
Right.
But I think both of them now have gotten a nice little lead from the third place car, which I believe to be still Brody Martin. That one of them can have an issue and still get first or second. Not saying the day is over, but it's going to be very hard for somebody to try to best those two cars right now.
Yeah, I think that if Kurt had something for Dean, he would want to be putting more pressure on him. And it just seems like that gap is staying the same, and I think that's all he's got to show him.
I think that's all he's got, and Kurt will push it to all he's got, and so will Daniel. Daniel will do that too, but I think he does have just enough to back her down a little bit.
Well, because sitting in second, if you did have enough to get up on him, you would want to keep that constant pressure on him in every corner and try to force a mistake, try to force him to tag a rock or get a flat tire or something, and especially knowing that you got to gain a minute on him.
Yes, yeah. It's a lot of people say I'd rather run in second. Oh, back in the retention basin with Daniel Dean, especially knowing you got time you got to make up. Kurt's not pacing. Kurt's not holding back. He's saying I got to get this job done as soon as he can. Unfortunately, he's just not able to pull that off. Daniel's car is just it's on fire. He's doing a great job.
And it seems like the exact same things happening every lap. So we go through these faster sections and Dean pulls out a little bit more of a lead. And then as we get back to, like, say, the proving grounds and a little more technical section, then Kurt pulls up on him.
Yep.
But
and to me, mentally, if I were in Daniel Dean's seat right there, I'd say, you know what? I'm going to let him do that in those sections because I don't have to. I can keep the car more composed and not have to be wide open in that section. And if Kurt's still doing that, there's a chance he could take out part of his drivetrain, CV, axle, torsion bar. We have another car upside down up in that 180.
Yeah. So
and Kurt's coming up on that.
He had to take that outside. Yeah, they both had to go out around the berm right there.
Yeah.
So that's probably the car from the last lap getting recovered.
It could be. It could be. It's hard to recognize skid plates. hard to recognize skid plates.
The way he was just sitting there up in that berm, I mean, he would have just backed off of it.
You would have think, unless he had an issue, yeah. Yep. And usually those people, the course workers up in that area, usually they're very good at getting there quick.
See if we can watch our leaders come through the proving grounds here. So he's definitely opened a gap now.
Yes.
Now
he's back to a comfortable gap.
Yeah,
yes.
And he's got.
See here, he's probably gonna make his way to the left side. Yep, and he'll get back into that groove. And it doesn't look like it, but there is a finesse there. There is a timing that he's trying to hit, and to me, he nailed that line perfectly. And I think you're right. I think he stretched it out probably another half a second.
And I'm watching. Kurt did take a different line. He entered to the inside a little bit more there. It looked like there were some bigger bumps. It's a shorter distance, but his car was getting a little more upset through there. So it looked like he may have gained a touch of ground, but it's
hard to say.
Yeah,
it is hard to say.
I think Dean, that lap slowly is kind of creeping away.
Gotcha. Yeah, he definitely that line to me, from what in my mind, what I know that area to be, he pulled that off perfectly. And I know Kurt is Christian and I spoke about this yesterday. Hunting, he's going, man, I tried this last lap. I lost a little here. He's smart enough to know. He knows his time cues as well, and he knows that, man, I got to do something. I got to try something different.
Well, I think he knows he's given it everything he's got, and he can't make time. So the only way now is you got to get creative and try to find a line that he's got that Dean doesn't.
Yep.
And unfortunately, a lot of times you end up doing that. You lose time.
Yes. Yeah.
And then they slowly slip away, and it's even more frustrating.
It is frustrating. I know where Kurt's sitting right now. He's definitely frustrated, but he's not giving up. He's pushing all the way to the end, and I've seen people make some great lines out there. Oh yeah, we got a retrieval. Looks like he's on the move. Let's see if we see what's going on out there. I've been unfortunately I've been upside down in this location as well. those bumps, they're not as treacherous as the moon bumps, but because they're so big, they swallow a car whole. And I've been swallowed by one. All right. I think by our calculations, Wes, I think we have them either. They should be going out on their last lap.
Yeah, I believe so. So we started about 50 minutes ago, little 52 minutes ago. So yeah, we should be kind of coming into the end of our fourth lap, start of our fifth.
Great. I think I just heard the leaders go by.
Sounded very possible. They were on the skinny pedal a little bit there.
A little bit, and they're getting closer out. They're getting closer to their production trailer, so you know they're looking for drier ground. Yep. Yeah, I think I just caught a little clip of Kurt Gear running by, so he should be headed toward the moon bumps. Let's see. Yep, Daniel Dean right there in the moon bumps. Kurt Gear still right hot on his heels. Kurt's looking good there.
So probably, I don't know what, maybe 8 minutes or maybe not even that. 6 minutes to maybe we'll see him on that drone shot again.
Yep, going to the proving
Yeah.
grounds. Yeah, yeah. And maybe Kurt's got something to throw at him this time.
I don't think he does.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I think Dean has this.
Yeah, and
especially with his time from yesterday, so he's carrying a
Yes,
1 minute lead into
yes.
this.
Yep. Yeah. No. The 1 minute is hard. Brody Martin making his way through the moon bump, so he's still there. He's probably less than 30 seconds back, doing a great job as well. But they that 1 minute it is hard to make up. But
Brody's got to be hoping that Kurt can catch
pushes
Dean
him.
and then
Yes.
get into him and tangle up.
That in the back of his mind, I don't think any competitor wants to win that way, but a win is a win.
If it gets handed to you,
Yeah,
you're not gonna complain about
That's it. You were right where you needed to be at that perfect time. Yeah, that's what's going on in Dean's mind right now too. He's going, man, he knows Kurt's a good driver, but if Kurt does get a wheel on him and Daniel doesn't know how to receive that and say, hey, maybe just let him go, and all of a sudden he makes a choice to come back down on him. There's so many variables right now. Oh, Harley Hendrickson going for a ride. I've noticed he's been on that left line, right line raceway anyways, where most people are left of that. Say, for instance, where this car's at. And Harley's been making it look good. That time, either he entered too fast, maybe a little too slow, and the car did not like it. It upset it pretty well.
Seems like in the 1600s and probably the 1600s more than any class, I think, you really are trying to carry the front end over bumps, and you instead of kind of letting the wheels work underneath you and soak everything up, you're actually like kind of bouncing the front off of stuff and trying to carry it over it. Is that how you're driving the car?
It may not be comfortable, but it's fast. It's fast. You keep that front end just a little bit lighter, and so again, the front end it's 2-wheel drive. The front wheels aren't pulling. We got 10 inches of wheel travel. I'm still running. A lot of people now are going to a 2.5-inch shock, but really most of the majority still have just a 2-inch reservoir shock up front, and so making that front a lot of times I'll set up a car where the front end works really well, and then I get the back end working up to speed with the front. You're right. You carry the front, and the back has to make up all that.
It reminds me of riding a dirt bike or a quad. Very similar to where you're trying to keep the front end light and carry the front end over things through like a whoop section versus, I think our bigger horsepower vehicles, you're just moshing through it and letting the suspension work underneath you.
Yeah, when you only have that 10 inches, man, it doesn't go very far in this especially with the bigger tires, especially with the bigger bumps we're dealing with. But making the car do what it can over those the faster way is exactly what you said. Keep it light, get the front end up in the air, and then that could hurt you in a way. Your front end's up in the air too much, you're not getting the steering to get to that next corner. So I'm never happy. You're never happy. We always want to go faster, and what you do for one thing to make better could make something worse. And so having a well-rounded car is definitely the way to go.
So we've got another shot here coming into the entrance to the proving ground. See Bullhead City in the background there. Actually,
the elevation. I was just thinking that myself.
Yeah, on the other side of that's actually Arizona, on the other side of the Colorado River. For those of you that aren't familiar with this area,
yeah, that's probably a range of 25 miles that you're able to see. That was very impressive. Very cool shot.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This course is laid out just west of the city of Laughlin. And, Laughlin is right on the river at separating Nevada and Arizona. And so you got Laughlin on one side, Bullhead City on the other. So those mountains we see, well, not in that shot here, But as he comes up this, when you see the mountains in the background, that's actually Arizona.
And the phones will let you know it. Our cell service out here will get Arizona time, we'll get Nevada time. So it's always a pain for the organizer, Snore, because they almost have to state in the driver's meeting, we're going off California time, because California time is what it is. A lot of these guys come from there, and so when you get that switch of your phone or your watch, it not very convenient, but.
Yeah, if we have any government officials watching this or any powers that be that control timing, if you guys could do away with daylight savings time and we just treat it like Arizona does.
Didn't we vote on
same,
that?
yeah,
I think we voted on
that. Keep it
that.
the same.
Yeah.
Like,
it's too confusing. It'd make the job a little easier.
It makes me crazy how like dealing with Arizona, half the year the time is the same and half the year they're an hour ahead. Like I always got to think, oh yeah, shoot, they're an hour ahead. I forgot about that.
We got some good action, Wes, coming up out of
he's caught back up.
He's back up. Yeah, in that last shot that we saw, he was almost nowhere in sight, and now he's only that 5 seconds. Okay, this will be interesting.
Okay, so he's going to take a line to the inside to the left here. He stays to the right, or I'm sorry, to the right of a bush.
Gotcha.
So, he's not going to do it this.
I don't know, dude. Yeah, unless Dean really does make a mistake. Yeah. Yeah, even when the race cars are doing what you just saw, there's still a finesse to it. Now it's white knuckle finesse, but there's still finesse, and he was white knuckling it there.
Yeah.
But in this class, if you're not doing that, you're not going fast enough. It's a rush.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos of the 1600s where it's like a long whoop section and the front end's just dancing all over the place, and I'm like, is that guy even have control of the car right now?
No.
Basically, the front end's touching every now and then.
Yes.
And, you're hoping to keep it straight.
Look at this. Still late this late in the race. Look at this. Awesome action. Three cars.
Pretty much.
Three different lines.
Yeah,
3 different lines, and beside that right there, that little step out. I mean, they were just all right close together. That's I know I've said it a bunch, but that's what makes this class so fun here. Is they're so competitive, and everybody is so close together. I have a funny story about racing with Kurt Gear and Justin Bean Smith here years ago in 1600 in the proving grounds. We had Justin Bean Smith and I were racing. We were probably 10 feet apart. Okay. Kurt Gear was perpendicular upside down in the air between the two of our cars. The racing was that, and I think that was lap 3 on Sunday. That's how close the racing was. It really doesn't get any more intense than that. Very fun to do. Kurt was fine. He ended up landing on his wheels and continuing, but yeah, he was fine. I think he still may have ended up podiuming that race. The competition in 1600 at Rage at the River is top notch. There's really nowhere else you could get this type of competition, especially after 2 days and just several laps of just running. So always a blast.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday while we're watching this of the 1600s. It's a fun class, I think, to race and watch just because it's so evenly matched, and it's you do have to really use a lot of finesse and racecraft as a driver to just milk every little mile per hour out of the car through every section of the corner or of the course.
Yeah, whether it be a flat corner and that inside wheel gets a little bit light, or the proving grounds, that it's your foot's in the throttle, yet you got to know when to take it off. You can't just go through there flat out. Maybe a trophy truck you can. The new UTVs the factory cars are definitely getting there, but in a 1600, yeah, you got to know when to take that foot off and not hit the brakes, because that kills all your momentum, but at least keep the car collected. And it's tough to do. And any racer wants to get in a car and just go as fast as they can. Sometimes it's faster to keep the car more collected and drive through it than it is to try to go at it like a crazy man. So yeah, no, it's good, man. It's good to that, especially you having all your UTV background. You notice that you're like, hey, I can see it, even though it doesn't look like there's finesse there, man. No, they've got something, and it's cool, and that's another reason that it's such a cool deal when people notice 1600 is a driver's class, and the guys that stand out on top, they're great drivers, every one of them.
Well, I think back when UTV racing started, it was, well, they were slower than a 1600 to start with, but it was, you had to drive with a lot of finesse because one, the vehicles were fragile, so you had to not break your car, and then you didn't have a ton of horsepower. Power to weight wasn't great. It's not like it is now where power to weight is really good and the suspension's really good on them, and you can kind of just mash through things now, that as well as the vehicles are a lot more robust, so they can handle a lot more.
Yeah,
So,
the new UTVs, dude. It's I'm a buggy guy just by nature, by my whole life, right? But whenever I get behind, whether I'm pre-running my car or driving the new Pro R, it's insane. What they've developed is insane. What you said, back 10, 15 years ago, I was still able to beat a lot of the UTVs in a Class 9 car. Nowadays, that's not going to happen. And until about 2 years ago, when the Pro Rs came out, I felt like at a certain track I could still beat the UTVs in a 1600 car. Those days are gone. The technology and the progression of those cars, it's astounding. I can't even. They've done so much work on those things, and you're right. The fragility is almost gone to the wayside. You can run flat out. Look what Brock Hager did last year at the Baja 1000. Even this year, Caden McCachran, they ran those cars so hard.
Or Mitch Guthrie at Vegas to Reno.
Exactly.
I think he was second overall.
And and look what they could do. It is, I don't hate them. Everybody goes, oh, I hate those UTVs. No. We don't hate them because it's all good for the sport in a big, as a whole. But man, it really sucks that we can't beat those guys anymore. But yeah, I mean, even in the Class 10 cars, I can drive hard and probably beat a good amount of them. But those top guys, it's untouchable. I mean, the new Can-Ams and Polaris Razors, unless they have a problem, I can't touch them. They're more horsepower than a Class 10. They got 4 wheels pulling. The travel on those things is insane, and they're so well built these days that it's hard to do. And I can't do it. So I want to get behind the wheel of one because I want to go faster. But yeah,
they're fun to drive.
It
was when I did my sight lap on Friday, we did it in my old Pro Stock / play car, and my old co-driver actually bought it from me because he knew how well the car worked. And yeah, it's just the things you can get away with in that car are just ridiculous.
Yeah, the progression.
We spent a lot of time with Alltech developing the King shocks on that thing, and that shock package. It's a 4-seater, so a long wheelbase. It's 133-inch wheelbase with 35-inch tires.
Yeah,
just
it'll take you anywhere
all the rough
as
stuff.
Fast as you want to go.
You don't even let off or anything.
Impressive, dude. Yeah, they do impress me.
So we should have.
I wouldn't be surprised if they finish, Wes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. We haven't had our infield shot here in a while, so it looks like right now that camera's down.
I got you. Still some good racing going on, even midway through the race course. There's still some.
Yeah, we have been getting some updates from some of the Snore guys here in our comments on the YouTube feed here. So maybe they can chime in and let us know if our leaders did indeed finish.
Yeah, maybe the unofficial results too. Look at that. Yeah, look at the proving ground section we got going on. 2 different lines. I've got to maintain that left line. Look at, and that guy realized it. I'm gonna get over left. That car behind was making up some speed. I believe that's Cole Brandt. and he was making up some speed. Well, he got his line taken away. So now he's wondering.
Yeah, it looks to me like basically you want to come into the proving ground. You start off to the right and then slowly kind of come to the middle, and then about midway through.
Well,
work over
don't
to
give
the
away my hint. Don't give away my tips here.
Well, I've already
Yeah,
seen it. We've all seen it. So
lap after lap. You know,
Yeah.
I did mention he's doing it right. You know, and
Yeah.
I got to agree that, and it could be different in a different class. You know, obviously if you have the horsepower and you can maintain that speed to rail it on the outside, possibly. With that same thing, you have the horsepower, you can nail a tighter line and still pull.
Yeah, in the UTV when we looked at it, that what I just said looked like kind of the fastest. But
Okay.
it did look like you could. Well, as you get towards the end of it, I think you got to work to the left no matter what. But there was you could kind of stay to the right and hammer through some of that too. I don't think you could do it in a 1600, but I think UTV, probably our 10 cars, and then definitely our trucks could do that.
They could hold
Yeah,
that tight line and
I think
maintain
once you
that
get
speed.
into the trucks where you have horsepower and suspension, you can pretty much put it anywhere you want.
There you go. Still got plenty of cars out there.
Yeah, that was one of the things with like when I first started racing UTVs, you had to pick your lines by you're trying to find the smoothest way around a course. And now the cars, it's
The fastest
kind
line.
of shortest
Yes,
from
A
point
and
A to
B.
point B, because it doesn't matter how rough it is. Because
exactly.
you just plow through it.
So
You know, so now it's like you're kind of taking a class 1 or a trophy truck line that before you wouldn't have been on.
you were taking a 1600 line exactly,
Yeah.
where you were trying to keep it smooth. Yeah, and so I came even from a more limited class than this, which is class 9, shorter wheelbase, less wheel travel. And back in those days, you're exactly right. Hunting and finding that smoother line, you would gain maybe 100 yards of track, but keeping that car smooth, you know, making sure you're not beating stuff up too much because of the fragility of it,
Yeah, saving the vehicle.
was much faster than or much better anyways. Not faster, but you're getting to the finish line more because you're saving the car.
Yeah, you'd get to the finish line faster.
That's
You
it.
weren't faster through that section,
Yep.
but you would finish the race, which is you can't win if you don't finish.
That's it.
And you know, and then also, you know, it overall was faster. You had to kind of tortoise and hare a lot of things, and you know, that's a lot of desert racing.
Yeah.
And especially I think in the limited classes is okay, you know, yes, I could go faster through a certain section, but can the car handle it? And is that going to be the fastest way to do this for 5 laps?
That's it. Cost benefit analysis. Is it going to suit me better and save me time? Yep. Or cost me a finish. And nobody wants to end up on the trailer. That's really cool. We got a nice shot up right now, following a car up from that 180 retention basin toward the proving grounds. I've always wondered what it looks like from outside of my car in this section, and now I'm getting to see it. So very cool.
Yeah, I think the drone shots that we're getting from this drone are like my favorite shots of the whole race.
Very cool. Very cool.
Just the elevation changes.
Yep.
And how he's able to get that shot from the side there. It just looks so cool. Then all the going through the proving grounds and coming down Oh My God Hill.
4 very different types of terrain, and we're getting to see all of them in less than 3 miles. Let's see if he makes his way over to the left here. Oh, sticking out on the right. Yeah, once he makes this turn here, Wes, and you've been around it, so you know, but for the people at home, it's almost a 2-mile flat out run. You're crossing Needles Highway heading east, and top gear, top speed, and flying it. You're clearing the road crossing and hitting your top speed at probably around 90 miles per hour in the top cars here. And it's a cool feeling. it's a very cool feeling.
Yeah, it's from the moon bumps to the far west of the course is wide open, and then there's a couple spots wide open across the top or far west section there, and then coming down where you're saying you're going downhill.
You pick up a lot of speed.
Going uphill, you got to kind of pull that. There's a little, I guess, drags down on the engine a little bit more in your RPM versus downhill. You can just kind of let it
let it
out.
eat, man. Let it eat. I think we just heard on the Snore Ops, the Snore Retrievals, that we've got one last runner out there. Looks like we got a couple cars already staging for the next race, which, if I'm not mistaken, 10s, 12s, 5s, correct?
Yeah, 10, 12, 5 unlimited, 3,000.
Okay, 3,000's in there. Gotcha.
And the first 3 are doing 5 laps. The 3,000, 6,000s are doing 4.
Gotcha.
And they are going to start at 12:15 is when it's scheduled. We've been a little ahead of schedule, so those of you watching this, we're saying that it's 12:15, but it could be 12:10 or something.
They
don't be mad at us if you miss the start, because it doesn't. It goes a little early.
They've been trying to make up time where possible. I know last night almost ended in the dark, right? I wasn't able to catch that last event, but I'm pretty sure it ended in the dark.
No, we were done.
All daytime?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I know I've seen headlights out in this desert before.
It was getting close.
Gotcha.
We haven't talked about the 1800s at all today. Do you want to kind of give those guys a little love here?
1800. I'll explain the class. A little bit of history on it. It was designed to bring a lot of the older 1600 cars that didn't have maybe the top dollar, say hubs or drivetrain parts. It was designed to kind of keep those guys still engaged, get them on the racetrack, and bring some of those older cars that sat in garages, give them a place to go. It's a great concept, and it's when you're teething and getting used to desert racing, it's a great stepping stone. It's a great stepping stone. You're not spending a ton of money. You're figuring out, hey, say if you want to get in with your kids, your family, we enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Doesn't break the bank, and it just a good way to get out here, have a good time, be competitive, and you never know. I mean, some of those older style cars with the old equipment can still be competitive in this class. It takes a great driver and a great setup, but then you realize, hey, I need to make this change. You upgrade to that new suspension setup, maybe changing the micro from your stub axle to micro stub, getting a little bit more travel, a little bit lighter weight on the rotating weight, and you can you pick up speed. And I think it's great for that. So I'm glad they keep those around and give somebody a place to race.
What kind of regulations are there in the 1600 class for weight like that? Like, what are you allowed to do with hubs and all of your rotating mass?
So a lot of the hubs out there are being mass produced. CNC was kind of the originator for the disc brake, which was a lot lighter, obviously, than a drum brake. And then now we have companies, Pro-Am, which make all the way up to your top tier trophy truck parts for Mason. Mason has their own stuff, but same type of design. JMAR, who's been around forever, they've supplied parts for many of the people I know. PME, there's a ton of guys out there now that are making it, but they all have to adhere to parts that are legal by the rule book, meaning that you can't have too wide of a too wide of a track width. Your hub face to hub face have to be under a certain amount, and I can't really state that right now. I don't have it in front of me, but you can't be too wide. Same goes for the rear. You have your micro stub, which is a lot lighter than your traditional VW stub axle, about half the length. You get your new aluminum hub, which is a lot lighter than your drum. So all that rotating weight helps, but even those have to be a certain limit. We can only be so much more than a stock VW part. And
That's what I was going to ask, is just as far as materials and weight, are there weight limits on these things? So
I'm not aware of a certain hub that has to be a certain weight. I don't think they go that deep into it, but yeah, mostly that is, you can and even when I was racing Class 9, I would take a stock drum and I'd lighten it. There was no rule against it, so I believe it to be the same way. I'd have to make sure to sell you on that. But as far as the aluminum hubs go, hey, Jamar don't mind if you make their hub lighter. The only problem is you do that, you're now making that part something that they're not liable for. So I'm sure they don't mind if you go lighter. So and I guarantee you there are people out there doing it.
Yeah, just the racer in me, my wheels are turning, and I'm like, okay, well, so if you got a weight limit, let's control where the weight is, and I don't want it on rotating mass,
Yep.
or even probably unsprung
weight, exactly.
And so okay, well, like, am I running tie hubs? Am I running tie bolts in my, any of the unsprung weight or rotating mass?
I can't tell you if people are doing it, but I guarantee you people are doing it.
Right.
You're
so it's
exactly
like,
right.
okay, and then I think yesterday we were talking about then using ballast to put front to rear weight, or adjusting things to get the balance of the car how you want it. But
in cars that have plenty of horsepower, you're exactly right. In short course especially, I used to put 30 pounds of weight just over the front axles or the front spindles. In 1600, your ballast is your co-driver for your two seats, maybe putting your battery where you want it. If you want it more toward the front, but we don't have a whole lot to add. It's more getting rid of than adding, for sure.
You guys run lithium batteries, or
a lot
Yeah.
I'd say majority of people out on that course now are running lithium batteries.
because then you're again not really adjusting too much weight with
You're
that
just
battery.
minimizing. Exactly.
But I think I got a pretty good idea of how these guys are running these cars.
As light as possible.
So,
As light as possible. And that skinny pedal is pushed all the way to the floor. A lot of times we have what you call a dead pedal, where even in your street car, you'll be able to rest your left foot on the side of the wheel well. We use that to push our butts back in the seat, and your right foot never comes off the throttle.
yeah.
So, and I know the UTV class is getting there as well, and the new Masons. I mean, their dead pedal's got to be pretty stout.
Yeah, use a dead pedal to wedge yourself into the car, basically.
That's it. Exactly it.
Okay, so we've got Heat 5 here staging. That's going to be 10s, 12s, 5s, unlimiteds, and they are taking off in about 15, a little over 15 minutes is what we're scheduled. We're going to take a quick little break here. Our footage will still continue, and then we will be back shortly to cover Heat 5 of the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort. Max's Tires, Rage at the River. We'll talk to you guys soon. Okay, we're back with announcing here. So Wes Miller with Bud Ward, and we have our lead class 10 cars just took off. See them leaving the line there. At this is your live stream coverage of the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort Maxxis Tires Rage at the River. That first row, we had our leaders from yesterday, Elliott Watson, Dane Miller, and the Aiden Darrington or
Arden Dennington.
Arden
Yep.
Dennington.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll watch the kind of start here. Generally, they're going in rows of 3. Yesterday, Elliott finished. This says 6 laps, but I'm going to say it's 5 in an hour and 102.24, and then in 102.57 was Dane Miller. So 33 seconds.
33
lead.
seconds, which it goes again when we were talking last heat. It's enough, but it's not enough. It's enough for one little mistake, not a big one.
On a course like this, it's hard to make up that time, I think.
It is very hard. It is very hard.
You know, in Dane's in the that single seater, right?
You know, I don't know which car he's in, to be honest. I wasn't able to I wasn't able to walk the grid this morning either.
Yeah, I've got a note here somewhere. Yeah, it's a Bunderson single seater.
Okay, so I believe it's the Becky Wick, Adam Wick single seat car. I believe that's what it looks like.
So theoretically, he should have a little weight advantage on Elliott, but really Elliott, once he got into the lead yesterday, really kind of looked like he had a pretty firm control over that.
Gotcha. Elliott, he's got many miles racing. He actually started racing Class 10 in 2018. It was a race co, Patrick Daly, Travis Clark, and I was actually a small part of that team as well. So he's got many miles in this class, not in this particular Class 10. I believe they just bought it beginning of last year. He went out. He's done some very cool things, and he knows how to wheel a car. The kid, I still call him a kid. he knows how to go fast in short course. We've done short course racing together, desert racing together, and he definitely knows how to go fast, and he's smart.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience under his belt.
A lot of experience.
He did some driving for Jeff Proctor with the Honda team, I believe.
Yes, sir. We actually I got to be his backup driver, so we won Baja 1000. We did very well at the UTV World Championships, and so I know firsthand that he knows how to drive, and he knows what his car can do. Looks like we got him on board right there. No,
yeah, we're in.
Okay, that is.
Right
oh
here.
Man, so he didn't get. I thought he got the jump. He's actually sitting behind.
Well, and this is where we were talking about weight. You know, maybe off the start, just that single seater. I'm assuming that it looked like the Bunderson single seater ahead of him right there.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to say that.
And Elliott, what I did notice,
Dane probably got the jump on.
He may have. It may be a lighter car. I know Bundersons are built very lightweight, and that could definitely help on that first uphill out of the start line. Elliott did choose to take the passenger seat out of his car, which is perfectly legal. There's no problem with that. But it is a bigger car, and the Alumacraft is a bigger car than the Bunderson. So you're exactly right that the weight that Elliott has just in chassis. The Bunderson may be 150, 200 pounds lighter.
At this point, I've watched a lot of racing over the last 48 hours.
No.
But I do believe this is exactly how it happened yesterday. I think that Dane got the whole shot.
Okay.
off of Elliott, and then I think Elliott made the pass.
Gotcha. So maybe Dane had an issue. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the Wicks single seat Bunderson car, and Elliott did look like he was behind him, but it looks like Miller's already put on 10 seconds. So we'll keep definitely a close eye on that one.
Well, I'm looking at in-car with Elliott on Watch Party here, and he's right in somebody's dust. I don't know that he's
in second.
No, he's not in second.
Okay.
At least it's tough to say because the
you're correct. Yeah, look
at
he is right behind somebody. He's putting I think Christian called it the chrome horn on him.
Yeah.
Shifting through the gears.
Did he just shake his fist at him?
He may have reached for a little bit of turning brake. Hopefully, he did. Okay. He did push Arden Dennington out of the way.
Well, and I think he knows that
there's not enough time to give up.
Yeah, if he's stuck behind Dennington for too long, that Dane Miller's going to check out.
Yep.
So now he's got to reel him in. So I believe this would be out the back of Elliott's car.
It looks to be, same location.
Yeah.
Dennington's still there, so I was worried he had a little issue the way he pulled off. So very.
I think he knew if he didn't, he was going to get a lot of help.
He might. Yes, yeah. Assistance, yes. to exit stage right. So there's Miller. Look at his line choice. Far right. Obviously blending back to the left.
There's two different lines on the far right. Seemed like the best one was there's a little bush there that if you stay to the left of it, it seemed like it's a little smoother, but there are guys that were dipping into the inside of it as well. And then you start kind of working your way over to the left at that point.
Yep, and like you said earlier, you are taking a little bit of track. You're cutting a little bit of track, not illegally by the way, but you're taking a little bit of track out of there. It may not be as smooth because on a more unused line, it's going to have more square edged. Say your rain ruts and stuff like that. And this whole section was created originally by rain coming off those mountains. Now I can't say we've made it worse. We've made it more technical by running over it for the last 30 years. But this is another section, of course, just like the moon bumps, that they don't change a whole lot. It's almost just, you got to remember what happened last year. You got to know that this year is going to be even rougher because it's not going to get any better. Like we're inside Elliott Watson and looks like he's already made that turn out and he's headed toward the road crossing. So if we're on board here, we'll get a nice little flight. Oh, we missed it. That was a nice shot though from in car.
So this is kind of more mid-pack here. It's coming up out of the retention basin into kind of the entryway into the proving grounds. And there are a few bumps as you come into that area too that they're working their way through.
Yep, nice big rollers. Nice big rollers are going through there. And in these cars, it'd be a blast to do because you're able to have the little bit of horsepower added, say, from a 1600 and suspension. So when you come off some of the tops of those rollers, it's a nice entry into a valley, and it doesn't hurt the back so much.
I've always felt like a 10 car looks like a really fun class to drive because you do have a limited motor, so it's competitive as far as the cars being fairly equal, but you got some suspension now. It's a pretty big jump, I think, from a 16 to a 10.
It is. It's a nice jump, and what it does, Wes, is as crazy as you were in the 1600, you get in a class 10, you could be even crazier. The suspension does allow you to go, oh man, it doesn't hurt as bad when you hit that G out. Now with that said, because you're going that much faster, when you do take a tumble, it's a lot worse. It's a lot worse.
Yeah, I think from a driving standpoint, it's a little less finesse and a little more mashing as you get into a 10 car because the car can handle it.
Yes, yeah, and it is more fun to mash. yeah. No, it's class 10 cars. It's same type of, they were all designed around the Volkswagen suspension with the trailing arms. Obviously, the 10 car has A arms, but being that they've been around so long and so many companies have developed these parts for them and designs for them, they are super, super reliable. I've made some 10 cars, and a lot of these guys have made them go super fast. And you're thinking this car can't do it, and it does, and they're impressive every time.
So here's our leader over the Max's tabletop, and that's the one you were talking about. Some guys having issues with. Yeah, it looks like basically a big whoop or bump has developed in the landing there from some guys coming up short, some guys going long, and there's a bump that if you don't hit it just right, you nose into.
Yeah, and then obviously you nose into it. The front goes in, the back's got to come in, and sometimes the back will get sent to the side. And yeah, I witnessed a few cars off Heat 2 take pretty bad tumbles off of there. And with the
Elliot's slowly reeling him in. Sorry to cut you
no,
off.
No, you're good.
He's already reeling them in. He's going to be on him by the moon bumps.
Yeah, I didn't witness Miller make a mistake out of there, but you're right. Elliot caught by probably 5 car lengths on that line.
I think Elliot, just from watching it yesterday, it just looked like he had again a little speed.
Gotcha.
Like down these straights, just
maybe a gear,
got a little bit of mile an hour on him.
Maybe a tuning. Yeah, that's the name of the game. And I think we've said it before, man. The mechanical advantage is hard to make up by the driver. It's a good driver in the same car, man. You can't do it, and that's what makes this class 1600, any class out here is we're any limited class. I'm sorry, we're still within those parameters, and you can only do so much. So it really is the man or woman behind the wheel, and that's another fun factor for it.
Yeah, just our control room. If you guys can really watch, give us a shot of the moon bumps, and then maybe go to a shot of Elliot Watson's in car out the front. We're going to have a good little battle for the lead. I'd like to try to catch that for everybody at home here if we can.
Yeah, moon bumps in a class 10 car is no joke.
Because moon bumps should be our leaders right now.
Here we go. Our in car. Elliot's headed up.
So I mean, he's right on him.
He is. He's within 100 feet.
And it looks like they're through moon bumps, yeah.
I don't.
Or no,
he's making his way up to it.
Yeah, this is.
So he'll make a little jog.
Well,
left.
We just heard him go by.
Gotcha. Yep, a little jog. There's 3 lines there. They're on the farthest left.
He's making a run on him here in the moon bumps.
Yeah. So they're starting up high on the left. Let's see if Elliot can make his way to the right. Oh, you know what? It looks like Miller got a couple car lengths there.
He got a clean run through there.
He did.
Miller, right?
Yeah. He opened up a couple car lengths on that one. Yeah, so go ahead.
So again, I think it plays into I think Elliot's got speed on the straightaways on him, and then in the rough, Dane actually kind of gapped him out.
Yep, and that could be the fact that Dane may be 150 pounds lighter because of the car. It's designed as a single seater, whereas Elliot's has been changed to a single seater from a 2, but you still have that extra material. Your skid plate's twice as wide. Your body, you have twice as much body work. A lot of things play into it, but that could be exactly what you're seeing.
Right now, we're out the back of Elliot Watson, and it looks like Dennington is really kind of hanging right there because there was another car. Now they hit this fast stuff, and you can see him right there for just a second.
Yep. Right when the dust clears,
not that far back.
Yep. And what's really cool is these are 3 different car builders. The one up front is as you said, it's a Bunderson, and I know Elliot's driving a Luma Craft.
I mean, he's trying the right hand lane right here to try to get a run on him.
Gotcha. You know what? This could be out of the back of Miller's car.
I don't think Miller has a
camera. Okay.
But
because that car that's moving up right there, that looks like it would be Elliot.
Oh, okay. No, it is.
Okay.
It is out the back of Miller.
Gotcha. Yeah, no,
yes. So that's Elliot that's right on him there.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like he was able to pull up a little bit in that section. This is a neat little couple of chicanes going up here.
Well, and we got some great coverage of the battle for the lead here because we got out the back of the leader and then out the front of second. So we'll see what Elliot's got for Dustin Miller here.
You know, I'm going to give a little tip to Elliot. You know, he's got no passenger, so he needs to take that passenger rearview mirror out. There's easily 5 ounces of weight right there.
And drag.
And drag. I talked to his dad. I got to tell him, hey man, we could have won this race if, or he'd be in the lead right now. But no, they know how to prep a car and set it up. So it's good to see him out here.
Yeah, I was joking yesterday. The like say the 1/1600 guys or 1/2/1600s or the like stock bug or something. You know, are they the day before the race putting on like the wrestling sweatsuits and trying to cut weight?
It's a good idea to be in shape. Lighter the better, and same thing with class 10. But you got to have enough muscle to steer the darn thing. And I think we witnessed it a lot with, well, you being Baja 1000 quad rider, dude. You have to be in top shape. Steering that thing around for 850 to 1,000 miles, it's not an easy job to do. And so I think we're witnessing it with every type of racing right now, whether it be supercross, motocross. The athletes now driving have to take their health and their workouts seriously, because that's the next step. It hit me when Ricky Carmichael, obviously he's always been fast, but when he started putting in all those hours, every type of motorsport now is doing that same thing. Everybody's doing it.
So here's here's our leader, Dustin Miller, coming down the drop off of many names, but we'll call it Oh My God Hill this time. Coming through the basin retention area, and then he's going to be heading over into the proving grounds. He looked good through the moon bumps, and it almost looks like he's opened a little bit on Elliott.
That it does, and
I'm trying to watch out the back of his car.
Maybe Miller's third, fourth gear. I don't know if they're running 6 speeds. I assume Elliott is, but maybe his third and fourth gear are better than what Watson has as far as gear ratio. So yeah, Watson's still right there, maybe a football field and a half behind. But yeah, it's really crazy when you have Elliott's going to know by the end of this race where Miller was stronger, and he's going to say, man, I want to tighten up my third to fourth, my third to second. That's something you can't change now, but he'll know, and that's, he's smart enough to realize that, and next year he'll come back with even a better package.
There's some of our class 5s. And then now here we're back to our leader. This is coming into the entrance to the proving grounds. You see how big the bumps are right there.
Yeah.
He's literally dropping off.
We call them rollers. They're developing to something larger than that. Yeah. You just notice if you
using all his
every bit of it. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. And the car stays straighter, the suspension, than a 1600. And look at that. He has probably, from the lap before, he gapped him.
It looked like Watson got a little out of shape there too.
Remember, that's the finesse we're talking. He was finessing it. Now he pulled that one off very nicely.
I felt like yesterday that Elliott kind of got out front and really didn't get any challenge. And right now, seems like that Dane's found a little bit of speed.
I'd agree. And Elliott's smart enough to know he doesn't have a whole lot of time. If calculations, we look like he's lost about 8 seconds just in this first lap and a half. If that trend continues, there goes his lead from yesterday. And the way this race is scored is not, you win one day, you win another. It is your time from Saturday basically rolls over to Sunday, and it's an accumulative time. So if Elliott isn't able to get up and manage that deficit that he's losing, he may lose out. And he's smart enough to realize that. He knows he's in a good spot. He just got to keep it right side up and keep it smooth.
From Elliott's position, he could be looking at this of, okay, I've got 30 seconds or 33 seconds on Dane on adjusted time right here. If I stay 10 seconds behind him, I have the overall wrapped up because, and I don't risk tangling with Dane. If he goes up and makes a pass on Dane, they get tangled up, or he gives Dane an opportunity to punt him, he could lose the overall. So honestly, the safe thing to do is just do exactly what Elliott's doing. Sit there, be like, this is all you got. Come on, you can't pull more than 10 seconds on me, and just stay right there and take the win.
That's exactly it. He does know that. Being any racer though, he wants it. He wants to get in front.
Yeah, you want to go 1-1.
Yep. That's it. So my crew, whenever we're at these types of events, we're always looking at times. Everything is split seconds. And one of my crew guys goes, why don't you just make it a 1-1? Make it easy. Well, it's not always easy. And I know Elliott's what he's doing right now is not easy, but I believe you're right. I think he's smart enough to know, hey dude, just stay 10 seconds back. If he does get in front of Miller has no choice but to push him as hard as possible. And he can push him into a mistake, whether it's going, oh, we have a car upside down in the proving grounds. Oh no, that's a bush. I'm sorry. I got excited for a second. Dane could make it, pressure him into a mistake. And I'd like to think Elliott's smart enough to not fall for that. So I think you're right. I think he's kind of sitting there going, I could do this. Just maintain that spot. But he has lost a little bit more ground.
Yeah, for any of this like Supercross fans out there, that saw Hayden Deegan and his whole deal where
his mind games.
Yeah, you got to play mind games, and he had to take out Shimoda and to try to get the win, ended up taking himself out and hurting himself in the process. But those are the things that you expose yourself to if you start playing games with another guy out there, and you never know what's going to happen. And maybe he does decide he wants to put you on your your lid in a corner. And if you give a guy an opportunity to T-bone you to take a win, you're exposing yourself to like a risk that you might not not need to.
It's one of those final corner inside or outside things. You take the inside because you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave that door open because 99% of other drivers are going to take that.
If you're going to pass me on the outside.
And make them work for it.
Don't let me push you all the way out of the corner. Because I'm not going to make you pass me on the outside easy.
Yeah, no, the head games are real. Everybody out here, every one of these drivers, they want to take home that trophy and that check. And a lot more will probably push you than you think. But, there's everybody's going to want to edge you out a little bit. And right now, though, I mean, it looks like Miller's got some speed today. He's got some speed.
And our leaders just came through again. So if we could go to a shot of the moon bumps, we can get our leaders coming through there. That's cam 6 to our operator.
There's Elliott going by.
So that's cam 5. Yeah, let's go to cam 6, and we'll see our leaders coming into there.
Review.
So that's, I think, out the back of Elliott. Okay, so our leaders are coming through cam 6. Unfortunately, we didn't cut to it, but
it looks like Elliott did get it. He redeemed a few seconds. Yep, he's right there still. Now less than a football field.
There we go. Thank you.
Impressive. Look at the car's dance.
Elliott got a good run on him through the moon bumps there.
He did. He definitely made up a few seconds.
I think he had a little better line. Or at least I feel like the moon bumps in these cars, it's like just how the car reacts sometimes. I don't even know that you really have a whole lot of say exactly what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Because they're just kind of dancing through there, and sometimes it's a waltz, and sometimes they're breakdancing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The breakdancing, we just saw Arden Dennington get a little. He was doing a little breakdance there. Here we go, Potts. Which one is that? If you got a number and name on that, they've been strong competitors. Look at he's going fast. He needs a little more of that finesse, but he's going fast.
I have Cole Potts listed as the driver of record.
Great. Okay.
So
I thought I saw
believe
two of
it's
those
Cole.
cars on the list.
Well, judging from where he was at, that was pretty close to our leaders.
Gotcha.
And Cole Potts had gotten 7th yesterday.
Perfect.
Actually, no, I'm sorry, Craig.
Craig Pot. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so Craig was ahead of Cole.
Okay.
Yes, I think that was Craig.
Okay. Yeah. No.
And he had a pretty good run yesterday. He got 7th, not too far off of pace. He was about 2 minutes off the leader.
Okay.
So our lead 10s, from 1st to 7th was a 102.24 to a 104.25. So 2 minutes, basically.
Okay.
Divides the top 7.
Gotcha. Is Aikens going by there?
So we're in car with Miller.
Looks like he's still got some fresh air, so he's still out front. Yeah, there goes the other.
Unfortunately for him, he's got to open up 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think
it's a hard job to
he's got
do.
about 5.
It's a hard job to do. And he's pushing as hard as he possibly can.
While we're looking at watching this in car with our lead 10, yesterday in class 12, Chad Cummings took 1st, Mike Whitcomb took 2nd, and Justin Buckley took 3rd. So we'll try to give some updates on them if we see some of the 12s come through. And then in 5 Unlimited was Travis Chase 1st, Wesley Moser 2nd, and Tyler Romero 3rd.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that when they do start and there's so many cars, a lot of the footage will go straight to the leaders, and we do forget about some of the other classes sometimes. But no, it's good to have those guys out here too. 12s are always a fun class to watch as well.
Yeah, and really, that's kind of your stepping stone from a 16 to
look where Elliot's at.
Right on him.
So they're going into your rally section. The foothills up there to our west, and Elliot, unless he's able to put a bumper on him and maybe Dane step out of line, no, not going to happen. He's going to be behind him now for the next half of a mile at least because he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, you can't make a pass in here.
Nowhere to pass.
Do you come up on Oh My God Hill and use them for brakes?
I don't think Elliot will do that. I don't think he'll do that. I do know maybe a couple people that would.
That'd be a pretty dirty trick.
Yeah. Yep. You can always use that excuse. I didn't have brakes. Yeah. But you may have to talk to the other driver right after the event, and
probably not gonna be real happy.
No, he's not gonna be happy.
Hopefully, you're bigger than that person.
Hopefully, or you got to be fast. Yes. Yep. Okay. Oh, so Elliot did get by him. Elliot got by him.
So he did outside pass into that corner.
Gotcha.
That's pretty.
So he outbraked him. That could be another short course attribute that we were speaking of earlier. In the 1600 race, where the short course driver understands the speed going in and can outbrake somebody. It worked out.
Not a spot that I would have expected the pass to go down.
And maybe that's why he did it. He goes, nobody's going to expect this. So heck of a move by Elliot Watson. He's now out front physically. He had 34 seconds from yesterday pulling up out of the retention basin. He's got a few car lengths on Miller. Let's see if Miller could come back.
Yeah, Miller's got to, I think, attack right away. So he's got to push really hard through the proving grounds and get back on them. Otherwise, Elliot's going to check out.
I agree. What we've seen before, maybe Elliot's got the 6 speed. Maybe Dane's got a 5 speed. Maybe his 6th gear, it just allows him to run a higher speed altogether. But if he doesn't get by him up here, Elliot may be able to put it away right now.
So we're back in with Dustin Miller, who was our leader, just got passed by Elliot Watson, and that dust in front of him is our leader, Elliot Watson.
And just coming out of the retention basin, he looked like he may have picked up another few car lengths. So he's gonna have his work cut out for him.
Okay, so this is what the shot I want to see is.
That's exactly.
Has he got anything for him through the proving grounds?
Unless he could catch up and put a bumper on him into this next corner and maybe upset Elliot's car. He won't catch him until the infield if he's able to pull it off.
the rear end of Elliot's car, the rebound just looks a little like
Little light on the dampening.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's pogoing up more than Miller's car. Like Miller did close up.
Miller
on him,
closed up quite a bit.
Watching the two cars, Miller's car was a lot more settled through there. Elliot's, the rear end was pogoing more.
Yep, I agree. And sometimes, you know, a certain driver will like that more skatey, the back being light like that. As long as it's not putting your rear end over your front end, because that's never a good deal. But you know, maybe Elliot does like that setup a little more. Or as we were talking earlier, you know, you're not gonna have the best setup car everywhere. You've gotta come to the race with the best thing you could think of, throw it at the car, put your best setup in, and hope that you could pull off the win for the weekend. But I saw exactly what you were referring to, that Miller's car was more planted in the rear and Elliott's was skating around a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't horrendous.
Yeah,
but it was enough that it allowed Miller to close up on him.
Yep, maybe he lost a little bit of traction, tires spending too much time in the air. Maybe. So there's a really fast corner right at the end of where Miller was at, and comes up on you really quick, right over a control or a service road to that goes out to the high school out there. And I've seen many cars tumble off that. There's one of our 5 Unlimiteds, Wes. There you go. But yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, the S turn's kind of coming into the old hot pit area there.
Right, before right before the high school. But yeah, there's some stuff up there.
That area.
Yep.
So we haven't had a shot of it, but there's a bunch of like kind of flyaway rollers by the high school, like some people call the high school jumps. Those in a 10, are they able to carry all the way through that? And like, because you go off of a roller, there's a dip, and then you try to land past that. I'm assuming a 10 you can.
10 you should be able to. Yeah, a 16, as long as you don't land right in the middle of where everybody else is landing, you may end up getting a buck off of there as a rebound. But a 10 car is going to be past that. Now I think I know what you guys were talking about yesterday. The trophy trucks are launching all the way to the next one. The 10 cars aren't going to be able to do that. I think the 10 car may be the most fun thing to drive through that section, flat out, and just nice landings. Yeah, they're right in that middle to where, you know, they're not able to jump as far as a trophy truck that is, and yet, you know, faster than a 1600, a limited car as far as that goes.
So back on board with Elliot Watson.
I think he's coming into those S turns that you're referring to. Yep,
yeah,
before the hot pits.
That's what I thought you were talking
Gotcha.
about.
Yeah. Oh man, people throw it away there all the time.
And then a left, and then another right, and you're into the hot pit area here. Yeah. So the old hot pits are on the left-hand side right here.
Yes, sir.
And then he'll make a right, and then a left, and that's back. That's where the new hot pits are. And then the tabletop that people have been having problems, that's gotten cupped out.
Yep. And I think what you also said about, you know, these cars handling that the proving ground so much better than say a 16. I don't know if we'll see one of these 10 cars get upset by that tabletop. I doubt it.
Yeah, the suspension's so good on these that it did unsettle his car.
It did, right?
Yeah,
it did do a little left to right.
You can see it's cupped out on the lip, and he kind of G'd out into the lip, and you can see the car, and you're turning just slightly there, and it's that car pogoed in the rear end started to come back, and you saw him have to counter steer and correct that.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's it. It did. I did notice that.
Yeah, because you are turning to the left a little, you're loading the right a little bit, and then when you G out into that, it's unloading, and it brings the rear end will come back to your left.
Yeah.
So you saw him counter steer to the left.
Yep. Yeah, he held it together nicely there.
And it was nothing crazy, but what you see there is tenfold more of what you feel in the car.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when you actually see and can notice something on the camera, like
it feels a lot worse in the seat.
Feeling that in the car for sure.
The white knuckle ride, the pucker moment. Yep. There's a 3000 car following one of the Class 5 Unlimiteds. Back in with Miller here. I think we just heard the leaders are going to be headed out again. Just drove by start finish.
Yeah, so back to our uh, switchboard here. Camera 5 and 6 should have our leaders.
There it
So
is.
six
Yeah.
six is our leaders right now. There you go. Great. So here's Elliott Watson coming through the moon bumps, and he'll be followed by uh, Dustin Miller.
So Wes, did you see the tire that Elliott's running? Did you?
I didn't.
Okay. So it's a Yokohama product, and the thing I like about it specifically at this course, it's a little bit narrower. And I know earlier we were getting into, do you want to dig through it or do you want to float on top? Maybe some of that fast speed section, that narrower tire may be helping Elliott out. And I know he's been running it now for the last year, and it seems to suit him well. So, but I that's kind of what I'm thinking too, is maybe he's getting through to that hard pack underneath, and say a 35-12 that Miller may be running. It's sitting on top and he's breaking. It's not digging like the other tire.
Yeah, and I think in a 10 car, it's almost like kind of going back to when I first started racing UTVs. Guys are running really wide, balloony tires, and that creates rolling resistance, and extra drag, extra rotating mass, unsprung weight. It's negative in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it could be positive in one, but I agree. It could be it could be negative in many.
Well, and traction's not really a problem, and
No,
I don't
it's
think
not.
in a 10 car traction's really a problem. So, to me, running the narrowest tire that you possibly can, the lightest, narrowest tire, there's a lot of advantages to that.
Yes.
And that's, I think most of these guys are doing something similar.
Yes. Yeah. I could tell just from looking at a lot of the profiles. Here's another 5 Unlimited. I think that's a Romero. Believe that to be. Yeah, you could see. I could see, and I could look at, say, the Martin car that we just watched go by. I know exactly what tire they're running. I know it's an inch and a half wider than what Elliott's running. And it's those stupid little things like that, or minuscule little things that we notice. But that could be the factor. That could be what's putting Elliott, why he's able to make up a football field in a half a mile. There's so many things come into play. And I just think it suits him, and obviously it suits this course for this at this moment.
Yeah, what width tire are most of these guys running?
I think they're 11.5, I believe. Now, maybe a 10. Majority I believe are 11.5. 35-inch diameter, that is.
Right.
And playing with a different wheel depth or a wheel width, that's going to make a tire balloon. That's going to make it stand more upright. There's a lot of different factors that can do it, and it just, to me, seems right now that Elliott does have something that nobody else does. Whether it maybe his wheel is a little narrower, tire pressure.
Well, and the narrow wheel when you have a spec tire size, so they're only allowed to run a 35, and that's kind of what in UTVs. So for a while we were only able to run a 32. Well, I was like, okay, we're able to run a 32. Well, I ran like a 4-inch wide wheel.
Okay.
Or like a 4.5, I think, but super narrow wheel. This is when a lot of people run in a 7-inch wheel, and it's like, okay, that crowned out that tire a little bit more. Now I got more rollout on it. Now I have a little bit larger diameter tire.
Yes, sir.
Than my competitors. It's just like,
and you're not getting that ballooning of the sidewall. It lets it sit up a little higher, and that's very cool. We've done a lot of tooling around with that, and there's something to be had there.
Well, and weight that you save too, because it's a narrow wheel. It's just
Yeah, even if it's aluminum, it's weight. No matter how you look at it, material is material.
Yeah, we were always trying to make the tallest, narrowest, lightest tire that we could.
There's something to be had there for
now
sure.
Now manufacturers started kind of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
But back in the day, like, it didn't really exist. So you kind of had to try to, and shaving lugs off tires, doing a lot of that, trying to take, again, taking rotating mass off of
letting it spin as opposed to grab so much. We what you brought up earlier, the 32.95 that was spec for UTVs 2 years ago. That's okay, probably 4 years ago. That's when BFG was asking me, hey, do you think these will work on this car? And we took them, won races with them, and kind of developed a good little package, like you said, maybe shaving a lug off here, making a little more round profile, trying to narrow it up a little bit. And a lot of people are now running them, and they're very successful with them. That's very cool. And the same thing's being done with the 35 UTV tire and the Class 10 Class 10 BFG. Both of them, all of them are great tires. You've got a great arsenal of something to put on a car for a certain race. Here you could probably get away with something with a little bit lighter sidewall. You go down to, say, Ridgecrest, California. You go, down to Mexico. You want the strongest tire you can have. It depends. Yeah. It depends.
Yeah, Tex from Baja Designs.
Okay. Yes.
So he ran a 12 car.
Gotcha.
And we were one of the first programs running the BFG in out in the desert when they came out with that 32, and that he wanted my takeoffs to go test for his 12 car, and then I think they were one of the first 12 cars to start running it. And now, like you were saying, I think a lot of them run that tire.
Yeah, it's a great, and because it's so widely available, you can go down to just about any power sports store and buy them, and that makes it easier for the consumer. It's another design of a car. So this is a Krager car. They have a little bit narrower of a design, rounded roof, which a lot of cars are now doing nowadays, just more pronounced rounded. There's Elliot walking through the proving grounds.
What is the difference between, like, say, an Alumacraft versus some of these other cars, as far as, are there performance benefits, or, what's differentiating for people at home that might not know an Alumacraft versus like a Racer or a Bunderson or whatever?
So a lot of it has to do with its A-arm front end, which is most vehicles are A-arm type front end. Your street vehicle. Well, obviously this is a lot bigger, a lot wider, so it gives you much more benefit than a street stock car. But the design changes in all of them are so small, but it's all geometry. It's the way the arms pivot, the way the spindles will rotate on the axis on the outside of that arm, to where when you go into a corner, your tire will actually gain cast or camber, and it could turn better, because essentially they're all the same car. There's really not a 10 car out there right now that are blowing people's minds because they're changing the way it's done. All of it still works off the A-arm, the spindle, your rear trailing arm. A lot of people, or some people, have actually tried what a UTV does, which is like a 5-link. I haven't seen anything that I'm impressed yet with, but it's an idea and it's out there. And if they keep developing it, it could get there. But truthfully, I think what Alumacraft has that, say, another car doesn't have is the fact that their bump steer and their geometry doesn't change so much as it goes through that travel. So as that tire is going up and down in these big jumps, it's the car's not walking away. And it's also not fleeing off speed by maybe gaining bump steer, which is when your tires will toe in as the travel goes through. But like I said, they're so similar.
And creating scrub.
Exactly, scrub. Like exactly. You're fleeing speed by your tires scrubbing off by it trying to wedge instead of drive through it straight. But yeah, really, there's not a big design change in them. It's kind of where the weight may be. An Alumacraft actually is a pretty big car. You and your co-driver are comfortable, which, there you go. There's extra weight. It's a wide car. You have a big cockpit. You look at Miller here, for instance, in car. That's a very straightforward car. There's not a lot going on there. You look at the in-car. When we do get to Elliot's car, he's got much more going on, and the amenities in it are nice. Well, maybe that weight is not such a good thing, but Elliot seems to be making it work right now, and there's not a whole lot of changes between these cars that really make a difference. It's every little thing.
Yeah, it looks like just gauges, everything's very minimalist in Miller's car. versus, Watson. If we get back at some point to in car with him, he's got Motec. Yeah, he's got GPS. It looks like radios, a whole bunch of things going on there. I mean, honestly, it's more like a 10 car that you would probably go run down in Baja with, because you want those things.
Exactly. And
Mexico,
actually, now that you brought that up, I'm pretty sure Elliot won Baja last year. so yeah, he did a great job. But no, I got to talk to his shop because he should be removing those things. I'm bummed that they're in there right now. But no, beautiful cars, and it is a lot of the amenities, but you look at Miller, you don't need them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Say, the Motec is nice for the tunability. You could change how your engine revs, how it runs. With an older, say, different style of computer, you don't need it, but it is nice to have.
They're super nice.
Super nice to have.
I had Motec, and I think I was one of the very first UTVs to switch to it, just because we got tired of all the limp modes and all of that.
Yes.
And I'm like, screw this. If this thing's gonna go into a limp mode, it's gonna go into, because I tell it to.
There you go.
Or
if it does immediately, you can delete it, it does.
Well, we just took them all out, and we're like, if it's gonna blow up, blow up.
Okay. All right, that's another way to do it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we had safety parameters in there, but it's just nice to be able, you finish or you go testing, you open a laptop and you look at,
download all your data,
everything there.
Yep.
And
there's a
lot to be said for that.
No, exactly. And if you go out, say you're testing or racing, and you could pull any type of data, whether it be you writing it down pencil and paper or you're downloading it from your computer, that's all knowledge that you're using to better your program. And that's huge. That's huge. But that's what Motec did. You can now look at almost every parameter of your engine, say where your oil pressure, say your fuel consumption. You can add fuel here, add fuel there. So it's very helpful, very helpful. But if you look at Miller, he doesn't need it. He's doing a fantastic job driving. I'm sure he's driving just as hard or harder trying to catch Watson right now.
Yeah. And, we saw a shot of Watson coming through the moon bumps. So they're on, what are we on here? Lap 4? Probably?
Could be 4.
I think. I lose track of
what lap we're on here. You don't get a good sense of time when you're watching all this.
Yeah, but we were talking though how Elliot Watson just looks like he just has that little bit of mile per hour.
Yes.
Well, the Motec will tell you,
yes.
It's that. Well, with anything, I think they talk about, when you're developing something, the first 80% is the easy part. The last 20% is the hardest. And that last 2% that separates a first from second place is like the absolute hardest part to gain. And that's where, having that data, to me, it's a huge advantage.
It is. No matter how you look at it, it is.
Because you can just go tune something by the seat of your pants all you want. But if you don't have the data to back it up, it's, when we were looking at 33s and 35s on a UTV, and I was like, man, 35's got to be faster. And we went out and ran. I was like, oh, dude, this is so good, so fast. And I was like, is it? So then I went out and I tested, and it feels smooth.
Yeah.
It feels fast.
Yep.
But then I went out and I did laps with 33s and 35s, and I was 30 seconds a lap faster.
Wow.
On a 20-mile course.
Okay.
With 33s.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're corner to corner, maybe picked up.
Oh,
yeah.
You could just throw it into the course so much harder. So, yeah, it's, again, I think for anybody, it's like racing or off-road or in anything. It's like testing, developing, spend that time. It's like, even if you think that it may be better or may not, like, go prove it.
Try it. Yep. Yeah, and you're right. If you don't have the data, you can't prove it. You could say all you want. It feels this, it feels that, but without that data, you have to have it backed up. Do we see a 5 car?
And it's good when you test to have notes for both. So you have the data, and then you have your driver's notes.
Yep.
And then how good was the driver at reading exactly what happened? Yep. Was it really faster? Or did it feel fast? Because sometimes a car that's out of control
feels
will
fast.
Feel fast,
exactly.
But you're not fast. And a car that feels slow is actually fast.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, some of the best days are when your work is the easiest, right? When your car's not stepping out, you're going straight. You could put that thing wherever you want. where some days you feel like you're driving like a bat out of hell, but all you're doing is fleeing speed. You're overshooting corners. You're understeering too much. You're oversteering too much, and you're exactly right.
Yeah, you're driving like crazy. You're working your ass off.
Yep.
But
you're not going
what are you
forward.
What are you doing?
Yep.
Yeah, you're not getting faster. So.
Yep.
Smooth is fast.
Smooth is fast.
Say,
yeah.
So.
Yep. Yep. Miller's still putting on a charge. That's for sure. Let's see, who do we have here? Sendero car. Who's driving that car?
I don't know who's in that car.
Okay.
Does Steven? I mean, I know the Sendero 6100. Steven Beal.
Okay.
I don't know that if he runs a 10 car or not.
Gotcha. I know it's a pretty new program for that team.
Sounds like we got a rollover somewhere out on the course.
Unfortunately, that's all too common to hear on at a race event of this caliber, man. Infield, it's always good for a few in one day.
Yeah, and what happens as we get further along in these races, the ruts get deeper and deeper, and you're trying to throw it into these corners and carry a lot of speed, get onto the throttle early. But if you get on the throttle too early, sometimes they'll start to bicycle, and with the rut there, you can't counter steer and you can't save it.
You've got nowhere to go. It's an unfortunate part of it, but yeah, if you get that inside tire light, yeah, you easily put it over.
I've been kind of watching the in-car with Dustin Miller, and he's not very close to Watson, so I think Watson's pulled away from him a little bit.
Started inching away.
As we watch the Sendero car come through the moon bumps. Yeah, so here's in the in-car with Dustin Miller.
He's headed up the retention basin.
Yep. Yeah, so our leaders will be coming through the proving grounds here very shortly.
Or they'll be the proving grounds in 1 minute. But we should see him in what, about 7-8 minutes?
No, less than that.
Okay.
From there. Yeah,
all right.
I think because their lap times are, I would think the 10 cars were around 13 minutes.
That sounds right.
And they're over halfway through.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're probably a little over 5 minutes, I think, to getting into the finisher.
Yeah, Miller's still putting on a charge, though, man. Don't give up. Anything can happen.
It's always a little, it just kind of takes the wind out of your sails when you're running first and then you get past. And then especially if then first just keeps like slowly pulling away.
Yep.
And you got nothing for him. And it's like it's
disheartening.
You feel that wind just slipping out of your grasp.
Yep. But you've been in the situation where all of a sudden you come up to that final corner and either they're on their lid or they're pulled over on the side of the road. I've seen it. I've had it happen to me.
Yeah, you can never give up.
Yep.
Because you never know what's going to happen.
Yep.
And a race is never over till it's over.
Yep. And especially when they're pushing this hard, man. It's what is okay, Elliott, he's dealing with a 5 car, so Miller's definitely gonna.
Well, and with open wheel,
all
it takes is that
he's already looking in the mirror. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He's like, I was slow. I'm gonna look in the mirror and see where Miller's at. So good presence of mind. But yeah, that's always a bummer. Always a bummer because he's probably about 14 miles per hour faster than that 5 car in that location. Like we have a Ava Wick there. Couldn't tell who that car was. But back with Watson, this is a fast section in a 10 car. Well, in any car, to be honest, but the 10 car here, look, he's got it. Looks like he's.
Yeah, I wish we could see his mile per hour on the Motec there, but they got to be north of 100 miles an hour, right?
Easily, easily.
Maybe 110.
Maybe 110. I think most of these 10 cars, the top speed is going to be about 107 to 110. But he's doing all of that right there.
But you're downhill.
You're downhill.
So that downhill road crossing area is probably the fastest portion of this whole race course, I would say, right?
It is, although it's soft. Although it is soft. So I think what I've found, what I've experienced is the fastest spot is that section right before you come up to the drop off. And because you have the solid ground, say if they watered it the day before, it's a little bit of saturated, so you're not just sliding on it. I believe that to be the fastest spot on the course.
And it's kind of level.
It's a little bit downhill. It's a little bit,
or
and
a
then,
little downhill.
Yep,
I guess, yeah.
Yep, you're correct, and I think that is the fastest spot on this course. Say for I know for the cars that I drive, which could be a 10, a 1600, 9, even 11, because you're downhill going by that high school. After the road crossing too, it's soft, and then because they water it, it's saturated. That sand, it doesn't compact, it just gets loamy. So it's it's
and kind of grabby where it's drawing down on the
yeah,
car.
for sure.
So here, this is Elliot into the proving grounds.
So did we miss something? Because I thought we already saw Miller coming up out of the retention basin not long ago.
Or is that?
That's
not Elliot, I don't think.
Really?
No, because I'm looking in car
of
Elliot and.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not.
Yeah,
maybe we have a delay, huh? Because that looked like his car.
That's what I thought.
Oh, it could have been Brody Aikens. Their cars are
they
similar
the same?
looking. Yeah,
Okay.
very similar looking.
Yeah, because
at least from this distance.
From in car, Elliot's in the infield, and so is Justin
that makes
Miller.
more sense. That makes more sense.
In fact, he may have just went. He did just go by right now, I think.
So he would be on his last lap, I believe.
No, that wasn't him, because I'm still looking at his in car.
Okay.
Yeah, Elliot's getting close to finishing this lap right here. He's
I can see the Tropicana. He's feeling good. He's knowing, hey, dude, I just got to keep it together.
Making the right, and they'll make that left, come back to the timing loop. So we're on board with him right here. So this is Elliot Watson, our Class 10 race leader. He won yesterday, is leading again today.
He made it easy.
Coming through timing and scoring. Yeah, the easiest way to make sure you win on adjusted time is to just win both
That's
races.
It. Just be first to the finish line.
You don't gotta adjust anything.
Nothing. The math is super easy on that one. Yeah, no, it looks like he may have pulled it off. He looks like he's pulling over to Post Tech. Congratulations to that team.
Yeah, so Elliot Watson takes the win. Not far behind him was Dustin Miller. Dustin kept him, pretty honest all day today. Actually led for first
couple of laps. Yep,
maybe 3.
It looks like he just pulled off into Post Tech area as well.
For Class 10, what are they looking at in Post Tech?
A lot of times they'll look at fuel because there's fuel restrictions on what they can have. You can run E85 or pump gas. You can't run a super high oxygenated fuel. You know what? So I'm not sure which rules Snore goes with, but you're supposed to have an engine builder tag your engine. So it's a sealed engine class. As far as transmission goes, anything goes. As far as suspension goes, anything goes. So it is relatively simple, not as difficult as the 1600 class because the restrictions are more open. So they'll be in and out.
Check your engine tag.
Yep.
And
maybe fuel.
Check fuel.
Yeah, maybe fuel. I don't even know if they'll check that. So the biggest thing is engine. Be like, I think you stated it earlier. Suspension's unlimited, engine is limited, and so it makes it easy on the Post Tech crew. I think their biggest headaches are done for the day, as in Class 11, Class 1600. So they're going to be happy once these guys start rolling through.
I think that's a shot at Craig Potts right there.
Potts was looking good in that section. Hopefully we could see how the car does in the proving grounds, but it looked good there.
And that's another Illumicraft, right?
Yes, sir. I noticed his ride height looks to be just a little higher than say Watson's. 5 Unlimited coming through. Oh, lost a little bit of our picture.
So we've got our lead tans have come through. There's a shot out the back. Looks like they're congratulating each other. Had a solid race there between them.
Yes, they did. They were definitely in a class of their own, those top two.
I gotta think that Dustin's got to be telling Elliot, man, I did not expect that pass coming where you made that, because outside of the turn coming into that drop off, that's not a place that I would have expected anybody to try and make a pass, to be honest.
That's very true. Sketchy to say the least. It could have gone bad in many ways because Elliot did push over that berm just a touch. It could have been game over from there, man. Had take a tumble off the elevator shaft or.
Well, yeah. I mean, if he comes in on that outside and say you're on the edge of that berm, if that berm breaks loose, especially for your rear end, and now you get loose and the car starts to rotate, and now you're rotating right in front of your competitor, and you get tagged from the side at the top of that big drop off, you could be barrel rolling down that top drop off.
You will be.
Yeah.
No, for sure, man.
And it's like, I can totally picture that scenario happening in how that just went down.
Yep.
So,
no, and I think Elliot's mentality going in there is he's not going to expect this. I'm going to throw it in there because I know the lap before he was on the brakes early. Elliot with a short course background, I'm going to blast this corner. And at this race, end of the year, Elliot's going, the car's getting full prep for next year. I'm doing it. And to be honest, that could be what won today. He had the win yesterday, but that could be what won it today and made the math easy on him and his team and got him the first place.
Well, and it definitely, he was going to get the win on time.
Yes.
Hanging where he was.
It's stapled.
But it's putting that stamp on the win.
Yep.
Going 1-1, that's how you want to win.
That's
a race.
It's the easiest way to do it. You get the most pride out of it.
Into an overall win with a 2-2 or something like that. It's like, yeah, okay, you got the win, but a 1-1's always way better.
So I like that. And with that said, is I've broken on Saturday, yet I've come back to Sunday. And actually, you and I talked about this yesterday with Matag, right? Getting some more seat time, some more R&D. I went home after a break on Saturday, came home Sunday, and came from the back and finished, I think, third physically, but beat everybody on time. And as a mental game, I went home going, I know everybody knows I was fastest. And Elliot just did that right now. He put a stamp on it going, I don't need to sit behind this guy. I'm going to get it. And he did. And what that does is, being a competitor on the other side of that, you say, what did he do that I need to do? And I'm going to work harder to do that. So it's good on all axis of that. On both sides of the coin there, they can, they both go home, either one going, I have him, or two going, I need to get him next year. So I think that's exactly what they were talking about. I think you're right. That pass, where did you come from? And Elliot's going, cool. And he's got him he's in the back of his mind, living rent free, thinking, I got till either this race next year or say they face off again earlier. He's going to be thinking about that all year.
Yeah, I mean, those are the type of passes that are memorable, that you'll talk about with your buddies or your competitors, for many years.
Or you'll listen to the feed and watch your in-car camera going, yeah. That's very cool. That was a very, very good move on his part, and I'm glad Miller was. Miller could have put a bumper on him and sent him, and he was very respectful. Didn't do it. So that was a good choice on his behalf as well.
We saw the Sendero car there. Someone was saying they thought Derek Geyser.
Oh, okay.
Was in that.
Okay.
So I think it is, which would make sense because Sean drives with Steven in the 6100.
Gotcha.
So they're all kind of buddies and tied in together. So I could see Derek being in that.
Hopping in there.
That would make sense.
Yeah, no, yeah, that car is new to them, but they're definitely developing it. It's going to be up front pretty quick. So Wes, what race we got coming up next?
Okay, this is the one that I think everyone's going to want to watch here. It's I call it the big boys. This is our unlimited trucks, 6100s, class ones, and this is the cream of the crop. Our winner yesterday was Kevin Thompson. He's in an all-wheel drive Mason. That's your Formula One car of off-road racing. And if you want to see the pinnacle of off-road racing technology,
That's it.
It's these trucks right here. So we've got a stacked field. I think as far as in the unlimited trucks, Kevin Thompson's got a pretty big advantage in that all-wheel drive Mason. He looked extremely comfortable yesterday, just kind of throwing it down. I think they're really actually just trying to get seat time and R&D in that truck. I think they just did a real light prep from the 1000 to here, and figured, if you're gonna wear your parts out, wear them out.
Yep.
So they're
get your miles out of them.
Get that seat time. I think this last year down at Score, they had some strong runs, and there was like at the Baja 400, I think on adjusted time, they were leading for a little bit, and I know that they want to be able to try to close that gap down there to be able to compete with Impudia and Toby Price and Paul Wheel and Bryce and Pulvari,
Luke and all those guys.
Yeah,
no, they're there. Yeah, no,
you got about 10 guys that are super fast down there now.
And their equipment is top notch, man. And it goes back to we stated yesterday. There's any one of those top 10. Now 10 of those guys may have a flawless day. Maybe that 11th guy is good, the one with the flat. That even in 1,000 miles, you may get
the last few races. I mean, it literally has come down to seconds.
Yeah.
And really, Impudia and Toby Price and Paul Wheel, if I remember correctly, which I'm pretty sure I do, I think 500, 400, 1,000, all of those were really within seconds and down to the wire, just neck and neck battling to the finish. And Impudia, well, no, actually the 1,000, it was Bryce that got the win because Impudia ended up having a problem. But at the 400, 500, it was a battle. But yeah, I felt bad for Toby and Paul because they came out on the short end of the stick on all of those. But the class that I think is going to be the one to watch here is going to be the 6100s. And
okay.
You've got Kyle Jurgensen put in a really strong run yesterday. He looked great out there. And then Robbie Gordon.
Who's that?
Yeah, who's Robbie Gordon, right? He got second.
Gotcha.
So you got him, and then Connor McNeil, Brent Fox, Dane Miller is back out there.
Gotcha.
So he's going to know all the hot lines around the course right now.
It's fresh.
A race.
It's fresh.
And then Tim Wilson, Connor McMullen, Nick Eisenhower's out there, Kyle Murray. We've got a very stacked field. Let me see how many 6100s. So we had 33 finishers yesterday. Actually, wow. I think 32 because the last one I don't think finished. And then in class one, a couple of the ones were running really good.
Blaine Conrad, he's been through all the classes. I've raced with him against him in 1600. He knows how to lay it down. And
Well, our top three, which should be our front row today, is going to be Kevin Thompson, Blaine Conrad, and then Kyle Jurgensen. And that one of the things we were talking yesterday with this race was now for Kyle being able to start on the first row, and then it's going to gives him a little gap.
Yeah.
So basically, I think Kevin Thompson will probably hole shot this with the all-wheel drive.
He should. He's got the advantage.
The one car is going to have the weight advantage, but he's got the all-wheel drive.
Yes.
And he should have the preferred gate pick all the way to the left.
Yep, we found that through the day. Seems to be the best place. You know what? When you read out those names, and I know which cars they're driving, what rang to me that was kind of odd was they're not all they're not the unlimited truck. Okay, 6100 Class 1 trophy truck. That I mean that is impressive. That's going to be
It's really cool that we got one of each
exactly
on the front row.
Exactly.
You
You
know?
don't see that. I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen that, to be honest.
I never have. You know,
It's pretty cool.
You know, it's that I love seeing that. So I can't wait to see this start, see what happens. Yeah, I think you got to think that Kevin Thompson's going to hole shot, probably walk away. You know, I do think that then Conrad in the one, he's going to have horsepower.
He'll probably get the
Kyle,
jump. I agree.
So he should get the jump on him. And so my thought yesterday is it puts Kyle Jurgensen in a great spot because he's going to probably be third, but the guys that are ahead of him are going to pull away.
Yeah, so he'll get some clean air.
He's not going to be held up by them.
Yeah,
but it puts him in first with a 20-second gap over Robbie.
Yep.
So now Robbie's got to catch him. He beat Robbie by 46 seconds.
Gotcha.
Think,
okay.
Or something like that. No, 46 seconds.
Okay.
And so, you know, Robbie's now going to have to catch him and then put basically 30 seconds on him.
Yep. And as we learned today, that 30 seconds doesn't come easy. That's for sure. He's going to make him work for it. I mean, looking at this list, you're look at this. We got Brett Fox, multiple time winner, race winner, champion. Connor McMullen, McNeil.
Connor
McMullen.
Yeah. So, yeah. But that second row is going to be Robbie Gordon, Connor McNeil, Brent Fox.
Okay. That'll be a fun one to watch. That's where, you know, Jurgensen is probably going to gap him just a little bit with having a little bit of clean air. You know, when you don't have to race with somebody who's in the identical car as you, you're fast in different spots. So you're right. The one may take off a little bit, and he may have that whole front section or the whole first section. He may have him by a couple seconds. So with that clean air, it's going to be fun to watch what Jurgensen can do. And watch the other guys chase him doing it and make up.
Well, yesterday, Conrad, where he was making up time, was on the fast straightaways.
Okay.
And being that off of the start, you go moon bumps straight into
2 miles of 3 miles.
3 miles of straightaway.
Yep. Yeah.
I just foresee him kind of gapping Kyle, which honestly I think is going to probably work into Kyle's favor as far as winning the 6100 class.
Yep.
And then, you know, like Kyle, it's like, okay, cool. You guys go have fun ahead of me. And then I'm going to worry about being
manage
Robbie
where
Gordon
he's at.
and Connor McNeil.
Yep.
And I'm going to manage my race.
Yep.
And I'll go win the 6100s. And yesterday, Kyle had to work his way through the pack a little.
Okay.
So he was able to do that. And, you know, with that, he earned the right to start in the front row.
Awesome. Good. Yeah. He's always fun to watch, man. Always fun to watch.
So just to let everyone know, we are here at the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort, Maxxis Tires, Rage at the River. We are getting ready for Heat 6, which is pretty much our premier race of the day with our unlimited trucks, 6100s and class 1s. And they are slated to go off the line at 1:44 p.m. So we are looking at, you know, about 15 minutes to start time. A few of our starts have been a little ahead of schedule. So just be a little prepared for that. If you want to see this start, which I would highly recommend, I'd say about 10 minutes from now, be ready to watch this. Or just stick with us. In watching, so we lost our shot there. Okay, so in looking at where they're lining up, watching the other races, the whole shot out of the rows of 3 has been coming from either driver far left or the middle.
Gotcha.
The guy on the right is always
it's
pulled.
dry. Yeah, it's dry over there.
And then to top that off, you got a Mason all-wheel drive that's going to have horsepower and all-wheel drive. Then you got a 1 car that's going to have a weight advantage and horsepower. Then you got the 6100. So I think all of this
plays into
like, yeah. If I were Kyle, I'd just let them go, cut to the left,
get
on the hard dirt,
and
then take off.
Now Blaine is thinking the same thing. Beside, he goes, man, there's 1,000 horsepower and there's some big rocks down there. So he may stick it out a little bit to the right of Thompson for a little bit, but I have a feeling he's going to end up working his way to the left too. Yeah, it's we all know how to read the terrain and what's going to have a little more water, still in it. And yeah, where Jurgensen at right now, you can see right in front of him, there's a dry spot, huge dry spot.
Right.
So he'll right there lose 2 car lengths right after the green drops.
Just because the ground underneath them, and then if you add
The
other things that
horsepower,
we just talked about,
weight
I mean, it's going to
disadvantage. Yep.
be. I bet he's 6 car lengths or something, 100 yards off the start.
I would like to hope we're wrong, but I feel you. Yeah, I agree completely with you.
I just don't see that not happening.
Yep.
But to win the 6100 race, I don't think it's not in his best interest to try to even mess with those guys.
Yeah, no, yeah, there's
let 'em
nothing
go.
for it. Yeah, it would be, I mean, not out of the realm for him to win the overall, but when you it's a David and Goliath type thing, your chances are not great. Your chances are not great. So I think he would be smart and just take his 6100 win, and give the unlimited truck, give him his due. He's got it, and Kevin can wheel that truck. We know it's been set up. They know how to set up the truck, and it's got all the best equipment on it. So, you got to admit when you're outgunned, and
well, it's I don't know exact prices on it, but a 1.5 to $2 million truck versus $500
maybe
million
six.
truck.
Yeah. 500,000-600,000. Yeah, which is, I mean, both great pieces of equipment. And so Jurgensen's is the new Camberg truck, correct? I think it's only been about a year out.
Yeah, I believe so.
So I mean, yeah, it's still in its infancy. So I guarantee you they're gonna find more speed in that thing. But yeah, when you're going up, what is he, 500, 600 horsepower to 1,000 horsepower?
Yeah,
4 wheels
yeah,
turning,
that's
2 wheels
I
turning.
think they're just under 6.
Yeah,
is kind of what I was.
You got to know where you
and
stand, and
then it's like 325 to the wheels or
yeah,
something like that. I think
you got to
by
know
the
where
time
you
we're done.
stand, and if you got something for them, great. But where you're starting, you got nothing for them, unfortunately.
It just kind of blows my mind, to be honest, that a one with that big of a horsepower differential between a spec and an unlimited truck, that at a lot of races that the specs qualify and run so well overall, you're literally talking basically half the horsepower.
Yeah, no,
And
I think it's what. So Jurgensen, I knew his father Todd, and he raced Class 1 for many years, very successful at it. He probably got in that car, and as a Class 1 car, he probably got in that car and learned how to drive it. And a Class 1 car, you still have to have that momentum. You got power, but I think the most of the drivers who are successful in those trucks have learned how to carry that momentum, because they don't have the luxury of being able to just mash it and get that 1,000 horsepower going, 4 wheels turning. They really have to manage it and keep that momentum up.
well, and in speaking with some of the spec drivers at past races, what they really conveyed to me was, in a spec truck, you're able to basically just drive the wheels off of it. You don't have to worry about over driving it as much. It can handle anything you can throw at it, and you don't have to manage your traction as much, because
you're not feathering the throttle. You're able to keep it pinned.
You're just mashing that thing everywhere it goes, and it's, I guess, maybe the unlimited truck version of like a 1600 car, of where everywhere you're going, you're trying to milk speed out of it.
Yep. I think that's exactly it.
Versus in a unlimited truck, you can overdrive it, and if you get on the throttle too hard out of corner, now you're getting wheel spin, and it takes almost more finesse with that, of like really kind of, I guess, just knowing how to drive your car or your truck. But so I think in talking like Jason McNeil was telling me this because I at the Baja 400 I was like, man, this is a really tight course. I think the 6100 is going to have a hard time because you're not going to be quick in and out of the corners because you don't
Lack
have
of horsepower.
you don't have the power to pull
Yep.
out of a corner. And he was like, no, he's like, it's not like that. He's like, actually, I think we're going to make time on the unlimited trucks because of that, because they're going to be, they come in hard, they have to brake hard, and then they get wheel spin coming out of these corners. He's like, I don't get that wheel spin. I don't have enough power to spin my
those
wheels.
Yep.
Yeah. And so he's like, it's kind of built in
That
traction
makes sense.
control,
That makes sense.
which was
Lack of horsepower is traction control.
It was kind of asked backwards to like what I thought.
Yeah.
But then the more he kind of said it, the more it made sense to me. And I was like, okay, like, all right, I get what you're throwing down here. And, you know, and sure enough, a bunch of trophy specs did really well in that race.
Yep.
So, you know, it just goes to show that, is that Max?
It looks like Max.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, okay. So got Max in there today, and looks like he's going to get to have some fun in the truck that his dad raced yesterday.
Yeah, Max has done a pretty good job. I've ran into him multiple times down in Mexico while they're doing their pre-running and planning, and Dad's given him he's given him number one, great equipment. Number two, he's putting in the work. He's not handing it to him.
Well, and just think how many miles Max has with Robbie.
Yeah.
I mean, he's co-drove with him since he was tiny.
Yep. Yep.
You know, and now Max he started racing UTVs, I think, before he was probably even legally allowed.
Wes, I just noticed. Yeah, they got two. They're in two different vehicles.
Yeah. Just
where's the news? Where's the press release on this?
Yeah. So if someone can give us the lowdown on which truck Max is in, I would love to know that, because looks like Robbie is in the truck that we thought, which was the 205. Kind of looking here. I don't see Max on our list anywhere. Fish, if you are still listening to us, chime in, man. Okay, so I guess Robbie's in Joe's truck. Okay, so Max is in Neil's truck, which is the 230. Okay. Neil or Beal? I kind of wonder if he's in Stefan Beal's truck.
You know, the color looks proper for it.
Yeah.
And that would be the Sendero truck, correct?
Yeah, that'd be the Sendero truck, which I believe it looks like it hit DNF yesterday on scoring because it's got a 0 for time. And Sean Geiser drives that truck a lot, and he compression fractured his vertebrae qualifying for the 1000.
Oh no!
So he's not driving.
I know how that feels.
So I mean, maybe they did throw Max in here.
Gotcha.
Well, okay, that would kind of make sense, because when Rick Geiser built the Clyde Stacy truck.
Okay.
That Max and Robbie have been
they'll
running.
campaign.
So this all kind of like makes sense for me.
It does. Yeah.
I'm just thinking this
putting the puzzle pieces together. Yeah.
So Neil Dickey, I guess.
Wow.
Is what they're saying, that's the truck that Max is driving.
Okay.
But I don't see
on the entry. Oh, there he is. It'd be 230.
Yeah. Okay. So he finished 24th yesterday.
And a lap down. So it didn't complete a lap.
Right. Okay. So he's going to be a ways back.
Yeah. But fun to watch. No doubt. No doubt.
I'm trying to think. Has Max raced a spec?
I know he's driven them. I don't know if he's raced one. I know what they
Yeah.
pre-run down in Mexico
Yeah.
with is basically a spec. They put small engine in it and go.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to, because I mean, obviously he's raced with his dad in a actual unlimited truck. Off the top of my head, I can't remember a race, but
In a spec.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on that one. So should be about 4 minutes from our start. We've got everybody staged here. It's going to be 5 laps. Yesterday, Kevin Thompson finished in a 58.23 and had a substantial lead. BJ Eskew was a 102.2, and Chris Hurlich, is that, I believe that's how you say it, Chris Hurlich, it was he was a lap down in a 49.55. Then really our top 3 overall, which is going to be our top 3 on the start, was Kevin, then Blaine Conrad in a 1 hour 1 second, and Kyle Jurgensen 1 hour 25 seconds. So all relatively close.
Yep. Anything can happen. It's Rage at the River, last race of the year, and everybody's throwing stuff out there.
But where it gets really interesting here is, let's look at our specs. So you got Kyle Jurgensen in a 1 hour 25 seconds. Then you got Robbie Gordon 101.11, Connor McNeil 101.22, Brent Fox 101.31, Dane Miller 101.41.
Wow.
Tim Wilson 101.45.
That's close.
So you've got our top 6 are separated by a minute and 10 seconds, which that's not a whole lot here.
No, but like we were referring to earlier, man, Kyle Jurgensen, he's gonna have some clean air for a while, and unless
I love how it's set up for him.
Yeah,
this is set for him to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta I think he's a very good driver. Yesterday he was the fastest, and he's in a position that I think behooves him.
Yeah.
I think Kevin Thompson, Blaine Conrad, they're going to pull away from him. If this plays out how I see it, and I don't see it going any other way, they're going to whole shot him. They're going to pull away, and then he's going to have kind of clean air with a 20-second gap over that next row of 6100s, which they're going to be trying to hunt him down.
Yep. And the good thing for Kyle is he will have those faster cars still within view, and he's not going to lose his race pace because of that. Sometimes you get out by yourself, you do lose that edge, and you don't have that, like a red cape to a bull where you have something to chase and push you forward. So I think he'll be, I agree. I don't think he's going to fall off pace. I think he's going to probably extend it, and we'll see if he can keep up with the 2 in front of him.
Yeah, it is nice having a vehicle in front of you to gauge your speed and your pace off of. Okay, so we should be going here within the next minute. We see them staging. I hear the engines. The funny thing is the way, look at how Jurgensen is lined up. He is aimed into Conrad right now.
So
yeah. Oh, I know what he's trying to do.
Exactly.
I would try to do the same thing of intimidate the guy next to me, try to get a jump on him and squeeze him and push him over.
Yep.
And it looks to me like that's what he's trying to do. The problem is Conrad's lighter.
Yep.
And I think he's going to be very hard pressed to make any sort of a jump. He could just be trying to get over to the left. Right.
I believe that's what he's going to do, but it is a mind game too.
I always like to aim at the guy next to me and try to get in his head.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's many of times going up that start stretch have there been tires touched and inching people out. You always want your own ground, and what ground's what ground is. Oh, here we go.
Off the line. So again, we have a little bit of a delay to you guys, but okay. It
It,
went exactly how we said.
it looks very similar to what we said. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although Jurgensen didn't even come over. I was actually surprised that
He didn't stay
Kevin
farther
didn't
to
go
the
further
left.
to the left.
Yep.
He didn't. Yeah.
Maybe with that 4-wheel turning,
It didn't matter.
doesn't need it. Yeah.
And for him, knowing he's got the jump, he can come over and squeeze those guys and just
He could do whatever
not
he
even
wants.
give Conrad
Yep.
an opportunity to get in front of him.
He could just go out and have a good time.
Okay, so I believe Robbie got the whole shot here.
Okay. Yep. No, exactly what we said. Conrad's kind of struggling there. It looks like the wind's kind of stopped.
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
it looked like the wind is kind of slowed down a little bit because
Yep.
the dust was definitely heavier through the moon bumps there than I feel like we've seen it. Although the same thing happened
that horsepower.
yesterday. Yeah, the
Yeah.
same thing happened yesterday.
Yep.
Big tires, wide
Yep.
tires, high horsepower.
It's
just
all
makes
turning.
more dust.
Yep. So there's Fox.
So Fox
yeah.
second.
Got
It looked
Eisenhower
like
coming through.
McMullen was pulling up the rear out of that group.
Okay. Which, yeah, he knows his way around this course. He knows his way. He's done it quite a few times.
Got another one car there. It's funny sitting here in the trailer watching this stuff. We can't really see out there, but just the sound of the engines taking off from the line, and actually you can feel the ground shaking under the trailer here as they leave. It's a different feel versus most of the other classes we've been watching today.
No, for sure. Yeah, the 10s and the 16s, you hear the bumblebee, the scream. Here we're feeling the grunt of the ground shaking. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, we saw a shot of Nick Eisenhower there in that the Heatwave truck, and he's had the Sendero truck
right behind
him.
And yeah, and do we know that is not the Max Gordon truck, right?
No,
okay.
Max is, from everything I'm being told, is in the I believe it's this 230.
Okay.
Neil Dricky.
Okay.
Yeah, the Sendero should be Stefan Beal.
Gotcha.
Although, unless there's two Sendero trucks out there, according to how he finished yesterday, he shouldn't have been that high up overall. But maybe there was an adjustment or something. I don't believe there are two Sendero trucks here. Okay. So that's our drone shot through the moon bumps. This should be kind of towards the back of the pack of our 6100s. That's, I believe, EJ Herps.
Okay. Okay.
That's what that looks like to me. Bear with us a little bit. The screen we're looking at is a little pixelated here, but yeah, that's EJ.
Looks, yeah, it's a Herbst truck for sure.
See where he finished yesterday. So he was 19th yesterday. Looks like he was a little off pace and a lap down. That's, generally not where you see the Herbst trucks running.
Yeah, yeah. And especially how many miles he's got out in this desert. They probably had an issue somewhere. There's Kevin already down in the retention basin.
Yep. Looking good. Pretty much yesterday, he was just out for a Saturday drive, cruising along. So I think he's going to follow that up with a nice little Sunday drive here. And I don't really see, unless he has a problem, someone giving him too much of a challenge. But what we're lacking for someone giving him a challenge, it's just awesome to watch that thing
Work.
through all these bumps. And,
Yep.
how well that truck works.
Yep. Yeah, I think
think-
Harley Letner and he put in many miles, and in they have several of those trucks, or a few. I'm sorry, they have a few, and they've been since the very first truck, man. They put in the miles.
So this is pretty cool. Yesterday we didn't have this shot, but
Oh wow,
that was out of the Herps helicopter.
gotcha.
So hopefully we get some heli shots
Aerial,
here
yeah,
today, and that'll add another element to our coverage for you guys. We're on board here with Kyle Jurgensen, and pretty much what we said, like
Yep.
he doesn't really have dust in front of him. Conrad pulled away already, so now he's in that kind of nice little sweet spot where he's got clean air ahead of him, and he has a little bit of a gap between the that hungry pack of 6100s that's going to be trying to hunt him down.
Yep.
But
so Wes, in that cross grain section, the proving grounds, do you think Kevin's pacing it? No. Okay.
No.
Okay. Good.
No, I think that they are out here to run that truck
as hard as
at
possible.
full race pace.
Good.
And basically see if something breaks.
Yep.
And use it as R&D to go into next year to, not that Rage at the River is not a big race, but I think their focus is, they want to go win a Baja 1000 or a score championship or.
Yeah, I think he's won several of these too. So yeah, he's like, but it's right. It's all valuable time. And this is money well spent in that you're not sending a full prep on a truck. You're I mean, for a lot of these guys, it's close to home. I'm not sure where all of his team's located, but why not? Why not come out, have a good time, put in some good miles, and develop your race truck?
Yeah, I believe everything's prepped out in Southern California here, and then he's back in Texas and just shows up and drives. But we are, again with the helicopter here with EJ. Got a nice shot. So this is, I guess you'd be heading south along the mountains, coming into the Oh My God hill. And I believe this is, I believe this is Robbie.
Yeah, I can't tell with the glare on the hood, but
although I'm trying to remember the livery on the cars, because I did feel like Robbie's car was
red and white on the hood.
Yes,
I think so. So that could have been Max.
So that could have been Max right there.
So yeah, here's EJ in those foothills.
Yeah, so he'll be coming up to the big drop off here.
He's coming up on the
truck. Actually, he's past it. He's already down the drop.
Oh, he is in the retention base. Yeah, shoot. I thought he was in those foothills.
Yeah, he's making the left, and then he'll make the right and head up the hill out of there. And yeah, he does have another truck right ahead of him.
Yeah, he looks like he kind of caught him pretty quick going down in that retention basin. Hit this 180 and make his way up to the proving grounds.
So I just got a message from Jerry over at Camberg, getting some intel on that. So that Jurgensen truck is the new Camberg,
okay,
like we thought, and it's running a lot of the Camberg products. So it's got the Camberg race shocks as well as Camberg brakes on it, and that's kind of cool too. That Camberg is developing their own shocks, so we kind of have a new player into shocks.
The suspension game.
Yeah,
nice.
Mainly the vast majority of these trucks are running either King or Fox. Maybe some are Bilstein,
maybe one or two.
But
yeah,
I think almost all of them are Fox or King.
Yep.
So if Camberg comes out into this and they are able to develop their shock and become another player, again, like we got Max, this is doing tires for these trucks, and I think the more players you have in every category, the better.
Yeah, for sure. It's competition. It's even if it's just on the manufacturing side, it's competition, and good competition is healthy for everybody.
So as we're watching Kevin Thompson have no competition going into the infield, now I love watching that truck. Well, any of those Mason trucks
Yes.
work, but Kevin and Harley have that truck dialed.
Yes, they do.
And it just works great. The other cool thing is just hearing that Gibbs motor, and
it sings.
There's not a ton of teams running that Gibbs package, and
I felt it go by. I felt it go by.
Again, we're sitting here in the trailer. We can't see anything, but you can just hear that Gibbs engine go by.
Yeah, it sings. I'll tell you that.
It definitely likes to rev out a little bit more than like say a Dugan's or a Croyer.
Gotcha.
So there you got that. The one car with Conrad went by, and it's like a little bit a lower tone,
Yeah.
more grunty. I feel like when it goes by.
And there goes our sealed spec engine.
Exactly.
Yep. Still sounds good, but it's just not the same. You don't get that that high RPM and deep grunt that the Thompson truck had. Whoever that was, I didn't get a chance to see it, but that definitely was closer than 20 seconds.
That was Robbie.
That was Robbie.
I think that would have I think that would have been Robbie, and then that's probably Brent Fox.
Okay. We knew that second row was going to be.
If we could cut to a shot of the moon bumps, that would be awesome. I see Conrad coming through there right now. We could still catch Jurgensen if we go to cam 6.
There we go.
So here comes Jurgensen. Looked like the Camberg shocks were working pretty good through there. Okay, Robbie, that's not 20 seconds.
Yeah, no, that's not.
So
that's
so
impressive.
Here's Robbie. So it is a dark hood.
Okay.
So that in car we saw could have been Robbie. And then here's Brent Fox. And it looks like they've kind of pulled away from, let's see who should be Dane Miller and Tim Wilson. But looked like Brent Fox, it kind of gapped out a little bit.
Yeah, they had a little bit of clean air between. There's McMullen.
Yeah.
And then, oh man, who was that? I didn't get to see that second truck.
That may have been Tim Wilson.
Okay. I know the front valance has Tri-Ace on it. I didn't get a chance to see that.
Yeah, I was looking at something else. I just saw it was a white truck.
So that looked like a Sendero truck to me.
Yeah, we saw a Sendero further up in the pack. So again, from what I see from scoring from yesterday to what we got now, it seems like that truck started a lot further ahead of where I would have anticipated it.
And is that's a Green Army truck?
Yeah, I believe Jeremy Davis is in that truck. Generally it's Justin.
Yeah.
But I think they're trying to get Jeremy some seat time here.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm hearing black hood is Robbie, colored hood is Max.
Okay.
So FYI for those at home, if you're not reading the comments in YouTube, thanks for the intel there. Appreciate it. And people are saying that Kyle better stay on the gas. And I would agree with that because it looks like Robbie's coming. So this could shape up for a really good battle here. We've got our lead truck. Well, the majority of our trucks at this point now are on lap 2 and of 5. And we should have the leaders kind of over in that
on the back side,
the
west side of the course
pretty soon. Looks like that drone might be getting a battery put in it.
They are definitely they're spreading out quick here. The front runners are definitely pulling out, which we knew they would. But that center pack's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, like we were saying, I think it was what the top 6 are divided by.
Said a minute.
It was like less than a minute
Less
and a
than a minute.
half in the 6100s. So you got Jurgensen, Gordon, McNeil, Fox, Miller, Wilson, and then Connor McMullen just outside of that. But the way this is shaping up so far, it looks to me that Jurgensen, Gordon, and the person that I feel like I didn't see in there was Connor McNeil.
It looked like he was back a little bit. We saw
Okay.
him go through the moon bumps just a second ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he should have started next to Robbie. And
must have missed something.
there's something must have happened there because he was third yesterday, and he was kind of running really good with that lead group. There were on following EJ from the Herps helicopter again.
Yeah, his truck going through the moon bumps. That is McNeil. Still looked put together. Didn't look like he was missing anything. Maybe a fender panel.
Yeah. So to me, this can Robbie catch up to Kyle, and then Brent Fox was behind Robbie. Then it seemed like there's a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, it did. There was at least 20 seconds between them. Yes, and the next truck.
So it's going to be. I think really it's coming down to Jurgensen and Robbie Gordon is going to be our battle for the 6100 win here, with Brent Fox kind of just hanging right there, hoping that the two of them slow each other up.
True that. And Brent Fox is off his way from a Baja 1000 victory this year too. So a lot of good competition here from all over. And
yeah, Brent ran a really solid race down there. I was calling that, and it was like, I feel like the majority of the day, especially from about halfway on, I feel like Brent had the lead.
Okay. Yeah, he's been good. I've known him for years, and definitely a top contender. When they started in Class 10, they moved up really quick, stepped into the spec truck, and he has Mach 1 prep doing his stuff, and they've got their program figured out. I think there's McNeil. He's out of the retention basin, on his way to the proving grounds. Yeah, truck still looks put together, so wonder if maybe just blew a corner somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, off the start there, it looked like they that row went 4 up, and who knows, like you come into the moon bumps there, and anything could have happened there. Maybe got pushed outside or something, or
yeah. And if you do get off course in the moon bumps, yeah, and if you do get off course in the moon bumps, there's a lot of bad stuff that can happen to you. A lot of drop offs, little ravines, and so yeah, anything could have happened. You're right. We'll see if he can make up some time, or if somebody wants to chime in, if they know what happened to him, we could fill in anybody else. It's in car. It's 180 here. Usually, yeah, and I've actually earlier today we've seen cars upside down, so it wouldn't surprise me to see more. So it always gets people, the speed you're closing in on and how drastic that turn pinches off is never hard to decide what you want to do, faster or slower. Herps going down the drop off. We haven't had too many in cars of going off that drop off. That was a good shot.
Yeah, the thing that we've talked about a couple times, just it doesn't look like anything.
Yeah,
you watch him go down it, and it doesn't do it justice at all. But like you were saying, you can hardly walk up that hill.
Yep. And I've seen cars tumble across it sideways, jumping down to the bottom. Kevin Thompson coming in. finish up another lap on the infield now. Yep, he doesn't have a lack of traction right now, I'll tell you. Making it look easy.
It just stays so flat. You just watch the how that car works through the bumps, through the corners.
Stays planted, and it just goes.
And they corner so well. They've got a low CG, and then
the weight,
all-wheel drive.
Yeah,
you got
the weight
front
is
end
very
pulling you through
biased.
everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The weight bias is almost center. Here we got EJ catching Davis right here on their way up to the proving grounds.
See if you can get a run on him here in the proving grounds. So he's going to stay to the far right.
Oh, and look, he's already made
up. I think
up.
he's got the better line. Yeah, he's going to pass him here. He's already got the pass.
Didn't see that happening. Good for Davis. Keep him honest.
Yeah. I'm surprised EJ didn't go to the far left and take that line away.
Take the line away. Yep. He's thinking the same thing. I wish I would have taken that line away. But no, I think with what he's done so far, he'll get him. He just patience.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't expecting
Davis to come on that hard
like that.
Yep. Yeah. Once that left lane comes into its own, it's you are able to carry more speed. You give up so much by opening up the entrance of that corner. You know, there's 8 lanes there, to be honest. You know, and you just give away too much.
There's our leader, Kevin Thompson, coming through the moon bumps.
See if we can get this in car and get a pass out of it. Here they're going to be pretty much the same, though. I'm not sure which engine package Davis runs, but you know, there can't be too much different. So a lot of times it becomes a torque converter issue. It becomes a third member. You know, what gearing you're using. So many things that can differ. You know, that can differentiate speed in one of these trucks.
Yeah, I think your torque converter setup is how they're.
It's a big game changer for sure.
That's where a lot of these guys are spending time dialing that in.
Yep, getting that power to the differential. Yep. Another great picture from the helicopter.
He's making some runs at him, you know, and I think like I said, I don't think he expected Davis to make that pass back and get a run on him.
He already had him written off. I got him.
Yeah.
Yep.
He relaxed a little too soon, in my opinion, there.
Yep. Here's those high school jumps we were referring to.
Exactly. Yeah, and they're able to just carry across those. And for people at home that are watching this, have never been on this course, those rollers right there that they're carrying over, I mean, they're maybe 3 feet high or
3
something.
feet, 4 feet. Yeah, they're really not big.
And they're probably launching
50 feet, 60 feet, more than that. I'd say a 1600 is about 50 feet. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say like.
So I've never done it in a trophy truck.
To 100 feet or something, maybe on those, like to like land where they're at and like where they're clearing those.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I was going back to what I feel like I usually jump it, and they're going twice the speed. So yeah, I wouldn't underestimate 80 feet to 100 feet.
They kind of remind me of an area out on the Mint 400 course where there's these big high speed whoops.
You're not talking about going what valley is that back there?
It runs just south of the Gene Dry Lake bed.
Okay.
A lot of trucks will do testing and stuff.
Gotcha.
There. But like I was talking to Bryce, and I think he said you got to hit about like 100, 110 to get on top of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
And, like for a UTV, you can't get.
No. Class 10, you're fighting it, but you're not on top of it.
You don't have the horsepower to do it, so you just got to kind of like slam your way and bounce through them. But then you watch the trophy trucks, and they're skimming them. But like I said, you got to be going 100 plus miles an hour to get on top of them, and that's where I think that like section that we saw there, it's like to carry that far out, you need that horsepower and speed to do it. I believe that was Nick Eisenhower.
Yeah.
Just looked up there at the last second. But coming through the moon bumps.
Travis
And
Williams on his
Nick
way.
finished 9th yesterday.
Oh wow! Did he have any issues?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh wow!
I we texted briefly this morning, but I think he had a clean run.
Okay.
But I mean, he was
That's good for the class.
He was a 103.4.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, he was less than 3 minutes off the leader, so that's not bad.
It's like Herbst. Is he still behind Davis?
Kind of looked like Davis had pulled away from him a little bit as we see Thompson coming down. Oh my God, hill.
Yep, Davis did. He's still there. And and when you get into these sharp corners, as we're looking at here in the infield, that torque converter, you make one little change on it, and you're going to be pulling harder. You can always overheat your torque converter, this and that, but there's so many little things that these guys who are prepping these trucks and tuning these trucks, they know what to do. I'm not a torque converter expert by any means, but I know there's a lot to be had by messing with the torque converter.
Yeah, I think when I was calling the Baja 400 and drawing a blank on him, Paul Wheel was in a battle with Impudia, and he was stuck in 6th gear.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, there's no way he can make it in 6th gear around this course, and because he was going through some really tight technical sections, and he made it.
Okay.
And I talked to some tuners that I knew, and I was like, how is that even possible? They're like, Wes, the torque converter technology nowadays, these things, they're magic.
It almost provides power.
Yeah, and I was like, because how did that work?
Gotcha. Yeah, you think in a typical manual type setup,
you'd burn the clutch out.
Exactly.
Or like,
yep.
It just didn't seem possible to me that you could get around a race course in 6th gear, and they were able to do it. And especially with the Gibbs motor that likes to rev more.
Gotcha.
Where your peak horsepower is at a little bit higher RPM. Although it still does create torque, it just seemed to me like that would be a problem.
Like you said, you'd be slipping your clutch, you'd be burning it up. Yes, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm super impressed with
the technology that they've come up with
behind a torque converter.
Yep. There's Blaine Conrad making it look easy, going through those rollers up to the proving grounds. Oh, getting a little sideways.
He's on another level in
class one. Yeah, he knows how to drive.
Else we got here.
Yeah, it looks like, so I'm on one of our cams. It looks like Joe David, another class one contender, camera 10. He's in the hot pits, I believe. He's another guy you usually got to watch out for in class one, but it looks like Conrad's kind of got it. He's got the race to his own right now. He's all by himself.
Yeah, he beat David by 2 minutes yesterday.
Okay.
Which isn't a huge amount.
Yeah.
But Conrad was second
overall. Yes.
Versus, I think, David. I mean, he had like 6 6100s ahead of him.
Between them. So, then you've got that extra dust.
That 101, 102 mark yesterday was pretty stacked.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you've got, I think, 7 specs and a class one, all in that kind of 1 minute.
Gotcha. Finishing time. So I just got an update. It says Cliff Robinson is in the Davis truck.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. So not Jeremy.
Yeah. It looks like Jeremy drove the truck this morning and he just didn't feel comfortable with it. So it looks like Cliff Robinson stepped in for that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anyone else that doesn't feel comfortable in their trophy truck, I'm more than willing to hop in it for them. I'm sure you would do the same.
Jeremy and I have won the scored class 12 championship together. And Jeremy, I'm a little bummed I didn't get your call today, buddy. Yeah, the Davis family, they're good people. We had a lot of good fun together. And look what the terrain looks like it's changed just because of where the sun's at now. You know,
Yeah, as the sun kind of drops, you get deeper shadows,
yep,
and it really starts to accentuate how deep the ruts and the bumps are getting out on the course.
yep. Because where they're in there right now on your screen, they're on that foothill section before they get to the drop off, and it gives you a different perspective. We never had this because the helicopters just got up, but it almost looks like completely different terrain right there. EJ
So
Herbst.
I'm thinking EJ got by the Green Army truck
Gotcha.
because now he's got a. It's hard for me to tell, but it looks like a blue and white truck ahead of
Okay.
him. Yeah, if maybe at some point his helicopter gets ahead of him and we can look back, I would think that we would see the Green Army truck back behind him. The thing that I really would like some intel on is what's going on with Kyle Jurgensen and Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, we really haven't seen too much of them.
Yeah, see if I can get some in-car here with these guys.
All right, we just watched EJ go down that drop off, and it seems like he from the top to the bottom was about 3 seconds. It's it's a long drop off. Steep. Those braking bumps are getting big out there. Now he's in a slot car track. In car. Who are we looking at here, Wes? Is that inside? That can't be Thompson's truck.
No,
That must be. It must be Herb's truck.
nah, I
No.
don't think it's Herb's because they have their own driving suits, and he would usually have Monster on his helmet. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay.
I can't tell from just that shot. I'm trying to pull up some in-car on Watch Party to see.
Gather any more
Yeah.
info. There's Robbie.
Yeah,
Okay.
so got Robbie in the infield here. Okay. While you guys are watching some of the trucks come through the proving grounds here, just kind of trying to look through some of the different streaming in-car footage here and try to get you guys an update as to what is going on between Robbie Gordon and Kyle Jurgensen. Last we saw, Robbie looked like he was kind of closing on Kyle. Kyle had started a row ahead. So Herbst is moving through the pack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
Which we knew he would. Yes.
So here comes Conrad through the moon bumps. Okay, that was Robbie.
That was Robbie.
That was Robbie.
So that he could be third physically. So yeah, you're right.
Well, if we could stay on that shot where we have our leaders.
No, okay.
So Cam 6, that should be Jurgensen.
That is Jurgensen, yeah.
Okay.
So Robbie's still very close. He should be next on our screen.
So is Robbie? Can we stay on that shot? Okay.
There's Robbie.
Yeah,
right
Robbie's
there.
behind him. Cam
Definitely
6,
less
so
than 20 seconds.
Back to Cam 6. There's Robbie. And I'm gonna say 10 seconds,
maybe 12. Yeah, very close, man. Very close. So it's still unfortunate though. He's got that minute from yesterday to make up.
Yeah, so Kyle was a 101.25 to a 101.11, so 36
seconds. So 36 seconds to make up, and so pass him and put that time on him is going to be a tough task.
Yeah, then we saw Brent Fox come through. So we're on board with Kyle Jurgensen.
Still got his clean air.
I mean, Robbie was able to get the whole shot from his row, and Robbie's got clean air too.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's all set up for Robbie if he wants to try to reel him in. It just doesn't seem like
Mechanically,
that
he
has.
We all know
anything,
Robbie
yeah.
can't pace. Robbie
Right.
knows one speed, and he's throwing everything he's got at it. And unfortunately, it may just fall short today, but it's fun to watch trying to get there. That's for sure. Like Joe David still in the hot pits, it looks like. Kevin Thompson running back down to the retention basin. Truck still has every single panel on it. Still looks like it did when he first took off the green. Okay, Wes, check this out. Who do we got here?
So that's Max.
Okay. Max hanging it out a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Max making some moves.
Hanging it out. Looks good.
Hear a helicopter outside, so I'm going to say that EJ is
coming through,
going by or about to.
Travis Williams, I think that's a new truck for him. It's looking good.
And he's on Max's tires there.
Nice. Yeah, another great product being put out, man. That's good. Competition on all ends. Beautiful shot of Thompson making his way to the proving grounds. Looks like they just watered that section.
If we've got in car with Robbie, if we could cut to that, he is right on
Jurgensen.
I don't know if it's Jurgensen or a lapper.
Okay, easily a lapper.
It was a lapper, so he just made a pass. So for those of you watching, we don't have the in cars with everybody, but if you do a split screen, don't want to go away from our coverage because we got all this great drone shots and but watch party, you can look at some in-car there too. So trying to kind of pay attention to that, make sure. Looks like we've got
EJ got by the Cliff Robinson truck, that Green Army truck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe when we saw that shot before and there is a blue and white truck between them, the Green Army truck had actually already gone by.
Okay.
And put that truck between them because now he's back up to the Green Army truck, and we were speculating whether he'd pass him or not. Looks like he hasn't.
You know, we were talking earlier about the different chassis builders and such. Now the 6100, we have your Tisco, we've got your Camber, you've got your Geyser, your 19 Industries, right? Yeah, another just awesome equipment, and several builders are doing it. They're all top notch. It's fun.
So, some of these facilities are pretty amazing too. Ryan Arciero was nice enough to give me a tour of that 19 Industries over there, like Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley area, I guess. And I mean, those shops are amazing, you know, and the amount of trucks and the parts, and
what they're doing there,
out of there.
Yep, insane.
Very, very impressive.
Awesome. Yeah, no, clean. I mean, just almost shops so clean you can eat off the floor, and the work they put out is nothing but the best. I know a few of the guys that work for Mason Motorsports, and some of the stuff that comes out of that place is just mind-boggling. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. You think this thing is going to go in the desert? All this thing is going to do is get eaten by dirt and rocks and mud but everything they do is beautiful. All these builders do a great job.
Definitely. And we were looking at Travis Williams' truck there. That's actually a new Camber truck as well.
Gotcha.
So
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it because I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah, beautiful pieces of work, man.
Yeah, so I guess it's the kinetic trucks.
Okay.
What they're calling it. Or I'm not sure if that, because I think that's what they're calling their shocks as well.
Okay.
But
see, who are we on board with up there with no hood?
I'm not sure. Trying to look and see. Trying to kind of keep track of where our leaders are, and it looks to me like Blaine Conrad is in the high school jumps.
Okay.
And he would be our second physical, which means
we should be seeing
Kevin Thompson. We should
minute.
be hearing that Gibbs motor come roaring through the infield here pretty soon. I think I
sounds like it.
I think I kind of hear it out there right now. And then we'll hear Conrad come through.
Yeah, these guys are making it look easy. Look at that. Little gear shift, not sawing on the wheel. Truck looks like it's handling.
So I guess that onboard we're seeing is Corey and Cody Campbell in the Cambridge truck.
Gotcha.
Is what I'm hearing. I don't really see anything to really differentiate who
that is. I know it's a bummer.
There's no name on there.
Yep.
I'm trying to match it with footage I'm seeing on Watch Party, but as far as the teams I'm looking at right now, it's not any of them. And I don't even see that team on Watch Party, so I'm not sure.
Jurgensen in the infield. Still looking clean,
yeah, so
man.
Kyle Jurgensen right now, he won yesterday, and he is looking really good today. He's our lead 6,100. Second place is Robbie Gordon in the SLR 6,100. And I believe it's probably about maybe somewhere in the 10 to 15 second physical lead that he has over Robbie from the last time that we saw an exterior shot. There we see Conrad coming back around for another lap. He'll be coming through the moon bumps.
Which, yeah, Wes, if that's correct, which it looks to be correct, he picked up a little bit of time on him today, so Robbie could have today's win, but he didn't make enough time to offset yesterday's 34-second. And here, Brent Fox still looking good. Maybe a little fender damage, but aesthetics only.
We were talking about as the ruts get deeper and deeper, how they'll actually rip the rear fenders off some of these trucks.
Oh, looked like we had a truck pulled up on the upper side of the infield. The course workers were to him though. I think that's Williams, correct?
I just saw the last
It
second
is
of
hard
that
to
truck,
see.
but
Yep.
and I didn't see much of a side profile of it. That should be Jurgensen right there coming through the moon bumps. So if we could stay on that shot, I'd love to, or the moon bumps here, maybe cam 6. We should be able to see Robbie and
Which
how far back he is.
definitely not as close as he was prior.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless Robbie had already come through and we missed him.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
If that's not, then Robbie's lost some ground.
Oh, somebody's upside down. I see an in-car.
Okay, so
that's oh wait,
Brett Fox.
No, check it out, cam 10. It looks like we got what are we working with there? That truck. It looked like it took a tumble.
That
isn't that Robbie?
Cam 10's Max.
Okay, Max. Okay, yeah. Look at the front end damage now.
Right.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, so here's on board.
It looked like
Max.
Wes. It looked like he literally just put it over and was able to land on the wheels.
Did it barrel?
It looked like it. It was in small screen and yeah, no, it definitely something happened.
He was pushing.
So,
yeah. I mean, it's possible.
It's gonna happen. He's wishing right now, like, gosh darn it, just stay down. I can't see. And unfortunately, it looks like he's already passed the hot pit, so he's gonna have to deal with that for another lap. That'll slow him down a little bit.
So that might be McNeil there.
Okay.
No,
Sendero
truck.
Yep.
I feel like we haven't seen McNeil.
Basically
all day.
Yeah, he could just be, unfortunate when you're kind of not in the pack, but you're not in the front pack. You kind of get forgotten as far as the cameras go because they're trying to see, the impactors of the race. They want to see who's going to take it, and
I'm not 100% sure he's not out there. But yesterday he was kind of running with that front pack, and he was in the mix. We were seeing a lot of shots of McNeil.
And not much right now.
I haven't seen the Fiberworks truck at all.
Hardly. You're right. Yeah, I know they do it with NASCAR, but they'll have the car's number or sponsors inside, and usually I know. Well, obviously we know with the Beast, we know this is the Camberg Jurgensen truck, but we need to have everybody needs to do that. That way it's easier to differentiate who's who. We all have black helmets. We all
So I just got word right now that Kevin Thompson in that Concrete Motorsports truck is pulled off in the infield.
Oh, I wonder if he's who we saw up in the upper side of it.
That's very possible.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
So I'm trying to monitor multiple things.
Yeah,
I didn't even see who was pulled over there.
Yeah. And when you haven't seen the sun all day, you're kind of you're starting to go a little crazy in here. I get it. I get it.
Well, I'm literally trying to read text on my phone, watch multiple screens on my laptop, as well as our multi-screen in front of us here.
Yep.
So
it's not easy by any means.
I didn't see Thompson pulled over, but but I am getting word he's pulled over in the infield.
Oh no!
Which then that would put
Conrad up in the lead.
Conrad as our Class 1 as the potential overall winner
lead.
Here.
Awesome. I mean, I'm bummer for Thompson, but yeah,
Connor McMullen won in.
I believe so. That's
right?
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it a couple times.
Before,
yep.
Which would be 3 years in a row for a Class 1.
Yep. Well, and for Thompson and the Concrete guys, it's a bummer, of course, but they're going, hey, say, whatever part they broke, now they know the max time. They know miles or hours that they have on that part, that it's all R&D for them. So it bummer for those guys. They're good guys and very fast, obviously, but
I think they would rather break the part here
Then
and learn
yes,
and
sir.
not break it going for a score championship
Yep.
next year than have one
Yep.
here. To be
It's
honest.
all a even though it's a negative today, it's a positive in the big scheme of things.
Yeah, they want those big wins.
Yep.
Not that Rage of the River's not a big win. Obviously, everyone wants to win here, but I think no one would say winning Rage at the River is the same as winning the
A
Baja
Baja
1000.
1000.
So
You know what? Until a 16 guy.
well,
Yep. No, a 16.
Yeah.
Down in Mexico, I've got a lot of friends down there, and they're like, man, that's so great, and I'm like, yeah, but I want to win another, Baja 1000, and they, for certain classes, I guess they do put it on that same pedestal, but for trophy truck, there's no bigger thing than the Baja 1000. No bigger thing. And I know that's what Kevin and Harley and all the guys at Concrete, that's what they want. So it looks like here, Wes, it looks like we still have the Robinson truck, which is the Green Army truck,
mm-hmm.
right with EJ Herbst. Those guys, they haven't been able to split themselves apart.
Yeah, we see the helicopter right there.
Wow.
Back in that shot. So I'm going to say that's the Herbst helicopter. And yeah, it looks like maybe Robinson was able to just kind of pull in behind him and hold pace.
Yeah, I mean, because you look at this shot right here, and EJ definitely put quite a few car lengths on. So it could be another one of those things we got to earlier where one has more top speed, one does better in the rough terrain. Say it's a tire, I'm pretty sure the BFGs that the Herps are running, and Toyo is what's on that Green Army, the Robinson truck. So so many different factors and different ways to get the job done. Brett Fox, it looks like Brent Fox going
I
across.
think so.
Okay.
I couldn't really tell, but I know he had a fender starting to come off.
Gotcha.
So that would make sense. Back on with Max here.
That hood still flopping in his eyes.
Doing a little body work to that car.
Yep, his co-driver reaching up, grabbing for it. Keep it down. Yep, not going to be able to hold it.
Well, I'm disappointed that Kevin Thompson is pulled over because it sounded so cool when that Gibbs motor would go by.
Did.
And I think just the exhaust tone on it, and like the way that have that thing set up, it just has a very unique
a growl
tone to it.
yeah. It screams yet growls at the same time, and definitely you could feel it in the trailer here. It was definitely on a league of its own. A lot of the other cars sound the same. It definitely had its own pitch. Here we go. Is that McMullen or McNeil? No,
I don't think that is.
Man,
I haven't seen him all day.
Okay.
Maybe I've looked away when there's been a shot or something. I'm trying to watch Blaine Conrad, who I believe is our physical overall leader. Is that? Couldn't tell. That kind of looked like the McNeil truck. It's just it's like you look up and I get a glimpse for a second, but because I'm trying to watch Blaine Conrad. Looks to me like he just went through the high school jumps, and
yep, he'll be coming to the old hot pit section very soon.
Yeah, I believe he's right in that area. So we should have Blaine Conrad coming into our infield here very shortly. And I'm watching Kyle Jurgensen's in car to see. I don't think he's that far back. In fact, I think he's pretty damn close. Like less than 30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds, it looks. Yeah, he's going by the old hot pit section right now.
Yeah, because where we just watched Conrad come through, Kyle's coming through. Okay, so there's a shot of Kyle. So he's in the infield.
We follow. If we keep following him, we're going to see Conrad come the other way.
They zigzag around so much, so we should see Conrad here at some point.
Yep, he should be coming around the other direction. I must have missed him.
I think there's a fairly long delay on the in-car we're seeing down here. Okay, so we got someone rolled over.
Can't get a number on it.
Yeah, It's Founders. I can't see the number either.
He's in a bad spot, unfortunately.
So what did he over rotate? And
I'm having a hard time putting
what
that location where it's
is
at.
the front to the left or the front to
The front's to the left,
to the
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's going. So that's
right
right
before the drop off.
That's right before the drop off. That's a bad location.
Okay, yeah.
And he's got a string of trucks coming up on him. Okay, yep. There's the Herbst truck.
And
the Robinson truck.
Robinson.
He's gonna get. Okay, good. Got by him
Robinson
clean.
lost some time there because he was on that
Little hung
outside
up.
rut.
Yep. Yeah, not a good spot to go. And I think we were talking about earlier,
Okay.
that to me is a lot of times the fastest spot on the racetrack. So Blaine Conrad looks like he's crossing what they call road crossing 3.
He just got the checkered
He
flag.
just got the checker. So this race
Okay.
is.
So Blaine Conrad first across the line. Be nice if our infield maybe could cover the finish line a little bit more. And here comes Jurgensen. So Jurgensen just crossed 2.
Nice. Top
I'm
2
gonna go.
overall.
I'm gonna go run out for a second, see if I can talk to these guys real quick.
Yeah.
All right, Wes Miller here, back. Just ran over and talked to our top finishers there. So Blaine Conrad took the win out of our unlimited trucks and Class 1 6100s. Unfortunately, Kevin Thompson, they said he was pulled over on the infield, looked like he was broke. So that matches with what we were being told. And then Kyle Jorgensen came in second overall, first spec. He beat Robbie Gordon. Robbie got second, and then Brent Fox was third.
That's awesome. That's
So-
they were all racing super hard, super fun to watch, and yeah, they all look good climbing out of the trucks. Nobody was mad. It looks like they all put in a lot of good work and all pretty happy with their performance.
Yeah, so I talked to Robbie that the first time he drove that truck was the qualifying lap, and that's the first time he's been in a spec. He said it reminded him of go-kart racing.
Okay.
And it goes back to momentum.
Yep.
And that's what Kyle and Robbie were saying in the 6100. It's all about momentum because you don't have that horsepower to kind of pull you out of trouble.
Yep.
And so he said it was super fun.
Good.
And I think he had a really good time out there. He wanted to go catch Max finishing, so he was running to go.
I saw
watch
him
Max
take off.
run.
Good.
Yep. So a great race. I think it kind of played out exactly how we thought it was going to.
Yeah, you hate to say predictable, but honestly, I mean, well, here we go. We have Max coming right now.
Yep.
Hood's still flopping. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, hard to predict, but it today was predictable. Beside the Thompson having his mechanicals, but
right.
Which as you said earlier, man, I'm sure they're just putting more miles on the truck and trying to get it as dependable as possible. So I said it also, man. Anything when you're doing R&D and get more miles out of stuff, and you could put a date on things is good. It's very good.
Yeah, they may have tried pushing some things too. Just kind of see what you can get away with and see if it can actually, come to a race like this to maybe do some R&D, test, kind of push your boundries a little bit.
Yep.
And see what you can get away with.
They've been running a certain tune all year just to be safe, especially down in Mexico. Ring it out here. Why not? Right. Try things out. It's the perfect time to do it.
Or torque converter setups,
exactly.
or gearing. Who knows?
Honestly, this is the cheapest R&D you can do. And for yesterday, Doug Mittag, he was already here. His team was here. Why not get that car back to battle ready? Go race it, and then you try your tuning things you want to try out. Give it a shot. It's like throwing darts at the wall. Something's gonna stick, and this is the best time, cheapest time to do it.
Yep. A few people were asking with Robbie and Kyle Jurgensen, what was the gap there?
We didn't see Robbie come to the finish.
Well, no,
okay.
I talked to them.
Great. Okay, cool.
They said it's about 10 seconds.
Okay.
But the thing was, so Robbie, I believe they were sent off in 20-second intervals. So Robbie actually made 10 seconds on him today. But the problem is he needed to make up 33 seconds.
Yeah, from the day before. Exactly.
So, if my math is correct, which I think it is, it'd be about a 22-second win for Kyle Jurgensen in 6100s.
Which I'm sure he probably had in his back pocket. But, he ran a smart race. Good to see Robbie push forward, and especially if that's his first time in that truck. I don't know who owns that truck particularly, but it's never a bad thing to have somebody like Robbie drive your stuff, especially at this event where you're pushing things. He knows how to push it, and that's good R&D for them as well.
Yeah, well, I think just feedback he could give them on suspension settings or the handling of the truck, how the engine package is working, all of that it's
all beneficial.
Having someone of a Robbie Gordon caliber giving you feedback is pretty valuable in my opinion.
Exactly, it's all valuable info that they could receive, and it depends on where they put it to work at. But no, that's you can't beat that. That, like I said, cheapest R&D, and especially if Robbie did it for free and said, I just want to go out and drive with my son. Hey, that's it's good on both. It's good on all the way around. So that's cool. Yeah, the finish line's been pretty quiet, for a while. Hey, Wes, it's been a pleasure being with you, man. I enjoyed doing this. I'm glad I had a reason to come out to the race. It was obviously very good to see everybody and watch the competition, but being able to talk to you about this and kind of give input on kind of what I know about this race and mechanical stuff. It was very cool, man. Good to talk to you. And,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you ever need anything again, just let me know.
Yeah, very cool. I appreciate it. It's great working with you as well, bud. And I think you're very well spoken, had a lot of great input, especially in the buggy classes. I really appreciate having someone that knows them, has raced them. I believe won championships in them. It's very, very good information to have here. I think it adds a whole lot to the show. I hope everybody that has been watching has really enjoyed this. We had some great racing today. And I think some of these drone shots, some of this in-car, this is a big step for Rage at the River in their coverage. And again, we hope everyone enjoyed it. We do have one more race, Heat 7, that it's going to be a little bit till they take off. I'm showing them as a 3:02 start, so about 12 minutes. We have been here talking since about, got here at 6 in the morning, so we're going to take a little break. You guys enjoy our footage. You can watch the staging. Heat 7 is going to be Class 7, which I don't think there are any, and then 1450, 2000. It's 1450 and 2000 because the other classes are listed there. I don't think there's anybody yet. Or Class 8 too, I guess.
Heavy metal. Yep.
So we had a good race yesterday. These guys got their work cut out for them because this course is going to be tore up.
The course
now.
is another animal.
Which is it's kind of funny to me because we're sending these guys out on the roughest course of the entire weekend.
They're called the cleanup crew.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So like I said, we're going to take a quick break, and then I will come back in a little bit. So while we're staging, you guys at home, hope you're enjoying this footage, and we will be back shortly. Okay, race fans, this is Wes Miller here, back at the 2025 Snore Riverside Resort, Max's Tires, Rage at the River. This is Heat 7, our final race of the day as well as weekend. And we have our 1450s, 2000s, and heavy metal Class 8s out there. Right now, yesterday, you had Billy Gorky taking the win, and he is currently leading again. He just came around and finished his first lap. They're going to be doing 4 laps out there today. So he is just a little over 25% into this race. We've got the sun kind of setting on the course here. And you can see the shadows are getting longer. Ruts are deep. Course is tore up. You've had 2 full days of racing. They did groom it a little bit in between the 2 days, but it's rough out there. And these guys are going to have their hands full with the course today. Yesterday, we saw a fair amount of attrition in this last race, and I would anticipate kind of seeing the same today, just judging off of how rough the course is and what happened yesterday. The 1450s, it's a sportsman truck class that has unlimited suspension and power, but it's got to be built on a factory chassis and have a full manufactured cab and working doors. Basically, my understanding of this is it's run what you brung. You just have to have a steel cab and working doors. The other classes out there, you got 2000. They are running a leaf spring rear suspension, and they also have limited motors. We've got quite a few trucks. They're all kind of coming through their first lap here, working their way through the infield. We're in car now. This is heading up the Powerline Road. Let's see, the dust is definitely kind of come up through the day. They really watered the course heavily overnight, and then they've been watering it throughout the day. But with the wind we've got and then the amount of vehicles racing over this, you end up with the course kind of drying out. Got some of the competitors coming through the moon bumps there. Those have really gotten chewed up. Looks like the faces have gotten a lot more kind of square edge. You watch these vehicles come through. I mean, it's a little tough to tell just because we watched our unlimited and spec trucks come through. And I mean, those things make easy work of all of this, or they make it look a lot easier than it really is. And then you watch more of a limited type class come through, and they just don't look nearly as smooth. think that is our race leader, Gorky. So Billy, he won yesterday. Yesterday, the way the truck looked and the lighting was on it, it was hard to tell if it was red and blue or orange and blue. But I did see that truck in person today, and I'm going to call that orange and blue. So this is coming up out of the retention basin. And second place is fairly close here. Kind of try to see if I can tell who that is. But, and even third place isn't that far back. I believe those were all of our leaders from yesterday. I thought that they were all class 8s. From what I can see on the results, it's saying 4,400. I don't think these are 4,400s. I think these are heavy metal class 8s. But, and the second and third in that class I'm showing is not finishing. But see if I can get some clarification on that. We're in car right here. I think that's the end of the proving ground. So we're on board here with Brett Sloppy. It's a fast section of the course here, and he's probably doing close to 100 miles an hour, I'd say, through some of this stuff. Is working your way back towards Laughlin and the infield. And I believe that Brett was, I'm trying to look at our results here. I don't show him on the results, but I do think he was in our top 3 yesterday because we were talking about him. So I believe that Billy Gorky is our leader. And then I think that in car with Brett Sloppy is, I think he's either second or third. again, as we're watching our last race here of the day, this is the 18th year for Rage at the River, and it's actually the 56th year for Snore as a racing organization. Snore was established in 1969. So, this is a fundamental organization of off-road racing in the United States. And the Snore 250 is the oldest continuously running race in the United States. I haven't had a chance to look at how points have been shaping up, but they have an award called the Jeff Quinn Memorial Trophy that is given to the overall points champion. And we will see last year's defending champ was Connor McMullen, and we'll see who ends up taking that this year. Right now, we've got Brett Gorky is leading. I think from the sounds of things outside and where I anticipate him being on the course, that was probably him starting his third lap, which means we are just a touch over halfway through this race. Got 2 laps to go for our leaders. And then that will be the final race for this year's Rage at the River. On board with Brett Sloppy, and I'm pretty sure I just heard him go by. I think Sloppy is running. I think he's third. I believe I just heard him go by right this second. So it is tough without any scoring here, as well as I'm not showing anyone else on the results here. I don't even have Brett Sloppy on the results from yesterday. So like I said, I think he was third yesterday as well, if my memory serves me correct. So I think our order is pretty much in line with what we had yesterday. Billy Gorky, and then Sloppy is in, I believe, in third. And I'll try to get word on who is in second. If anyone that is watching this wants to chime in, if you know who is in second on the chat, let me know. Like I said, from what I see in the results here, the results don't show anyone even doing 5 laps. Although I thought that they did 4 laps, so I'm not sure here. Okay, well, either way, we got some great shots here. You see these the 2000 class vehicles. They're limited to leaf springs, and they definitely don't have the same suspension capabilities of a 1450 or the heavy metal. But kudos to them for working their way around this course. I think got your hands full with these ruts and the bumps that are out there. A drone shot there of a truck that lost its right rear tire. Luckily, it looks like that came off in a little bit of a lower speed area away from some spectators. We did have a little bit of a sketchy moment yesterday where a tire came off and went into a parked truck. So someone here in the comments is saying that Brett Michael is Brett Sloppy. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I have a showing driver record as Brett Sloppy, but maybe Brett Michael is driving that, or is Brett Sloppy Brett Michael's alias? Or I'm not sure what exactly that means, but I appreciate the information. Either way, this should be who we are on board with right now. And just judging from what I have heard go by the trailer, I believe that this is running third, because I heard Billy Gorky go by, heard another truck, sounded like it was on the throttle pretty good. And then judging from this in-car that I've been watching of Sloppy, the way it timed it, it seems like that would have been our third truck coming through. So I've got John from Snore, I think, is gonna hop in here and join. I think he might be able to shed some light here and give us some more intel. Want to welcome John.
I'll shed some dirt. It's been a long day out in the desert.
So you just been taking naps all day, or what have you been doing?
I wish. It's been a better day. The spectators are acting a little more orderly today. The racers have been great. It's just been a really good day of racing, other than the breeze that we've all had to deal with a little bit. But we've gotten through probably one of the best Rage at the Rivers we've had, just with the amount of competition, the good competition, tight battles. Thank the Lord that everybody's been safe. There's been no injuries that I've even heard of the entire weekend, which is always a blessing in this sport. That there's the potential's there.
Yeah, no, I think it's been a great race. Some of the coverage that we had today, some of these drone shots were amazing.
Yeah,
some
it's looking really good,
really solid racing. We had a class 1 take the overall again, so that's pretty cool. Seeing a buggy on top.
You were talking about the Jeff Quinn Award. That's
for the race, I guess, right?
For this individual race. Jeff Quinn used to be the owner of McKenzie's, and he was a racer for many years. And unfortunately, we lost him a few years ago. And we wanted to, keep his legacy alive by having this revolving trophy that when you're the overall winner of this event, because it was McKenzie's Rage at the River for many years.
Right.
And so that's how it became the Jeff Quinn Memorial Award that we honor Jeff with. The overall winner of this event.
And so that's going to go to Blade Conrad, correct?
I believe unofficially that could be the case. Yeah.
Well,
Blade had a good weekend.
Overall win, right?
The overall fastest finisher this weekend.
I'm going to put my money on Blade Conrad then.
He was right there. So I haven't seen the times of today, but he was on a rail today like he was yesterday.
Yeah,
he's right there.
Yeah, he finished Kevin Thompson broke.
Yeah, he did today. Yeah.
So he's out. And then because he won yesterday,
yeah,
so he would have won the award, I think, if he didn't break.
Yeah.
And then basically handed it to Blaine Conrad.
Yeah.
And then Kyle Jurgensen was close, but Blaine beat him both days. So
that looks
according to my math, that means the award goes to Blaine Conrad.
I'd like to argue with you, but this is it's not that moment, right?
Right.
No, you've done a great job. It's so awesome having you here. I want to thank Hammer King, James Masters, everybody with you guys, Dave Cole first and foremost, and all you guys making time to give Snore some spotlight out here, where to share with the sport with all the fans out there, and hope that everybody's enjoyed this weekend of racing. This has been the best coverage I've seen in a while for any of our races and races period. So you guys have done a great job. It's been a long weekend for all of us, and
Yeah, definitely.
still keep talking and sounding fluent. You're doing great, but yeah, the course this year I think was a lot of fun. Adding some more stuff in the main pit area that people could enjoy. So it's been great.
A couple things you might be able to kind of chime in on here as we're watching this racing,
Yep.
and the day kind of come to a close. Billy Gorky is lead, or Gurkey,
Yeah.
sorry, is leading.
Yeah.
And then who's second and third? I think Brett Sloppy is in third, I believe.
There's Brett Michaels. I think it's that.
So that was my other question. Is somebody said Brett Michaels is Brett Sloppy? So is Brett Sloppy just an alias? Or
I think it is.
Here?
Yeah, okay. I've heard Brett Michaels. The rock star.
Yeah.
And then there's his doppelganger races off road.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty. It's the same. I haven't really heard that other name. So.
Okay.
I'm just as green on that one as you are.
So are we insinuating that that's the same person?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Let's go with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything in front of me to
going under an alias.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you, whatever.
Well, I'll just call you Brett Sloppy, man.
Yeah.
So
yeah. These guys say they're seem like they're still running pretty strong today, and yeah, the course is just pretty tore up. Looking at these guys going around and the proving grounds, the moon bumps, like wow,
they're proving themselves in the proving grounds at this point.
Yeah, for
I think
sure.
They're proving themselves around the entire course. So who's in second? Because there's another truck I think be in between Gurkey and Brett.
Well, I was up. I couldn't physically tell you because I didn't come from start finish or down at that bottom area. I was up starting to work on cleaning up some things and doing the dirty part of my official job of beginning to start reminding people to help us clean up, and so I don't know exactly who is on course, our second place person, so forgive me for that.
Okay.
I'm sure somebody else out there is probably keeping better tabs on it at the moment.
I think that Billy Gurkey is pretty close to being done with the third lap.
Yeah.
I'm looking on Brett Sloppy's video. He's getting pretty close to the old hot pit. In fact, he's turning by it right now. So kind of just calculating where he is. Gurkey should be coming around here pretty soon. And that would be the start of his final lap.
Yeah.
I don't see him on any of our camera shots here.
No.
The shot we are seeing right there. Yeah, this is in the infield. But
he's going up to the top there.
Yeah, that'd be kind of just where you turn to come around to the timing
less than a half mile to the finish or to the end of the lap. Yeah, the weather's been good other than the breeze was a little strong today, but that's typically how it is. And it's great for all the racers, like I say, where the water couldn't get, the dust is cleared, or the breeze has cleared the dust out of the way. So it's been helpful. So I think that's helped keep this to be a safe event. There's been a lot of tumbling in the infield this weekend, but fortunately, no big issues other than more cosmetic damage. Everybody that got flipped over got going again, and it's worked out to be a great event. Dave Pearson and his guys creating a great course for us.
Yeah, I think as the day goes on, the ruts get deeper and deeper, and especially in that infield, and people are trying to rail those and carry momentum. And when you're in those deep ruts, if you get on the throttle too soon, it'll put itself on its side pretty quick, and you can't counter steer because there's a rut there.
You're in it.
It's like when you are in those ruts, if it starts to go, it's really hard to save it.
Yeah,
you can't really correct.
And no class was immune to it this weekend. There was people in every class have dumped it over in the infield at some point, all the way from this morning to this afternoon. The 6100s, you name it, 10 cars, 16 cars. I didn't hear too many stock bugs rolling over. I know one did get stuck. Donna Passanti got stuck and
Okay.
out by check one, I think, and
I didn't see any on their lids.
no, I don't know that. Well, I take that back. There was one coming down where the old hot pit was. The guy lost it in there yesterday morning and really put a hurting on his car. They walked away just fine, but their roof was cooked. I think they tumbled about 6 times, just swapping back and forth until it just started going. And yeah, they walked away. And thankfully, that's always the first priority. But yeah, otherwise it's been really good. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have our awards this evening. These short course events and one of this magnitude with literally 400 cars, give or take a little bit. There's an the average of 4 to 5 laps per car to go through all those reads. They want to I ask them to be double sure before they hand them over to me, and usually there's a small amount of fat finger motions that they have to correct those little errors. But with that amount of information to go through, it's tough to do. We were up till really late last night. I think I went to bed at about 1:15, waiting on things, looking at them, and going back and forth with a couple of things. And there were still a couple of little issues that we're working through, and but it'll all get fixed. That's the main thing. And so we're going to try to put out all of our unofficial results if we can tomorrow evening. I'll see these people, the Vora family, the Butchers, come all the way from northern Nevada. They've been down here since Thursday and just working really hard for Snore this weekend, and we couldn't thank them enough for all that they've done. There's a whole team. I think there's 7 or 8 of them that came down to work this. They brought their timing trailer down, and we had our timing trailer. We had double systems going just to have a redundancy in case there were any problems, like Friday when somebody hit the timing loop and tore one down. And so we were literally back up within 10 minutes, and that just shows the depth of their knowledge to be prepared for anything. So really good stuff. Just we'll
Definitely.
get it, and then we'll get all the checks out. And
I think overall it's been a great weekend.
Yeah.
So we did get some word here in our comments on YouTube that Vincent Munoz is in second, which that would match what I was hearing outside the trailer, because I heard Gerke go by, and then I watched on in-car of Brett Sloppy go by, and there was another truck in between. So I think as it stands, it'd be Gerke,
makes sense.
Munoz, Sloppy.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And they're on their last lap.
Yeah. Winding down. The shadows are starting to show themselves.
And this is where, like, sun's in your eyes.
That's what we were looking at this morning with the other side.
Yeah, it's the flip side of it.
Yeah, exactly. When I was in here this morning, we were looking at it just going the other way.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a full day.
But it's a little dustier now. So that makes the sun a little harder, because sometimes, if you're in another driver's dust, that sun's in your eyes, it can get really blinding.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely makes it.
And there's not as much moisture on it. The ruts are deep. You got long shadows right now. It's tough if you have the sun in your eyes and then you go into a really shaded area. So it's like super bright to dark and your eyes got to transition.
Yeah, at speed.
Yeah, as you're trying to go at full race speed.
Right, not lose any pace.
Like right there's a big shift in that, but you're actually just nice to not have the sun in your eyes at that point.
Well, these guys right here are South Dakota representatives, the Tibbetts family. It's been Monty Tibbetts and then his son Melvin Tibbetts racing that truck for a lot of years. They come a long way to race with Snore. They're part of the Lone Kid Racing team, who was our title sponsor for the Prump 200. Kelly McDonald right here, and our volunteer coordinator Dalton Rubel in there today, getting it around, popping some wheelies. Yeah,
the limited suspension on those, it makes makes it, I think, a little bit more of a challenge. You watch that the 1450 go through there versus these 2000s. And there's a big difference in how these suspension
how they work and handle
are
for sure.
What are, because a 2000 has a limited motor, correct? As well.
Well, they can. There's not really, but you don't want to put a Dugan's V8 1,000 horsepower motor probably in a truck that's worth half of it. But they're just limited on their suspension because there got to be a point where 1450 was getting so much attention and a lot of people coming in, and it really was originally was leaf springs. It was really before everybody was 4-link in their trucks. Well, then next thing you know, all these 4-link trucks started showing up. They started showing up with fiberglass bodies and all this. And we had to, we got to reel this in and take it back and hit the reset button. And so we've been making sure that everybody's got, like you said before, steel body, working doors. 1450 can pretty much be any kind of suspension, but we separated it because a truck with with leaf spring suspension is not going to keep up with a 4-linked rear end. We all know if it's being driven well. So that was, it was taking the ability for those guys to win away. So that's where we created the Class 2000 years ago, and it seems to be working well. And 1450 guys are starting to show back up this year. It kind of faded away for a bit, but it's looking, they're starting to come out from the cave and show themselves again. So it's always good to have them, and we'll see where it goes. But this next year,
while I'm watching our shot, we have the shot here from the infield, I've been watching Sloppy's in car, and he is heading into the proving grounds. So I'm going to say we're 5-6 minutes here from, and he's a little behind Gerke. So close to having Gerke here. I'm less than 5 minutes till we'll have our leader in.
Yeah. Right. Okay, no, that's not the same. That's a different truck in different section. Okay. Grader got somebody tied up there. Get him out of there and get him back to their pit.
I think is that Gerke right there, or not Gerke? Is Sloppy right there in the black truck? Because it kind of matched with what I was seeing in the in car.
Could have been, yeah. I caught it.
I kind of think it was, from what I remember yesterday. I feel like that truck had those red lights on the front.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of racing over the past 2 days, so it's all kind of blending together for me.
Yeah.
No, it for sure. He had a red light because you can kind of see like the red through the hood right there a little. And I remember seeing this yesterday and kind of thinking that.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
I'm almost positive that that was an exterior shot coming through the proving grounds of Sloppy.
Right. He's making his way down to road crossing 2. Across the highway, and that.
What do you think he's doing? Close to a buck here?
I would absolutely think so. And yeah, he's
like right here. You're
hauling
mail.
Yep. We used to be able to have a spectator area there on the hill back when it was Score Laughlin Challenge. That would be a spectator area. We would love to see that opened up again, but I'll have to work on that with our BLM friends. Sometimes because we've had a fair amount of turnover over the last decade or so. It's hard to convince them of things that used to be until you start showing them video. And, oh, wow. Oh.
As soon as you develop a good relationship with one representative, they probably end up moving, changing offices.
Yeah, that has happened so many times.
And then you're back to square one.
Starting over, trying to build trust.
And sometimes it's probably better. Other times it's probably worse.
I don't want to name names or districts, but we have at least one challenging district, and that's just we work through those, and as long as they're the gatekeepers for what we want to do with our events to put them on. So we're pretty used to doing this, obviously, and know what is expected. Some people they're a little bit more stringent on their timelines, and just little details that they're just different. Everybody has their thing that they kind of focus on, and others kind of are not really so much worried about. But at the end of the day, we do have their trust, and we've gotten good marks and never had any real problems. Our rec planner out here this weekend was a fill-in, but he was very complimentary of the way we ran the event, and he was helpful and supportive of what we were doing, and jumped in there a few times to help handle some things, and that's above and beyond what we can expect. But we always appreciate that sort of relationship, that we can pull the rope in the same direction, so to speak, and know that they're people too that enjoy what we're doing, but doing a job for themselves as well.
Yep. So Billy Gerke has got to be really close. Okay, here
There
he is. Yep. I was gonna say he's got to be in the infield here any second. This is our leader.
Yep.
And this is our final lap, last race of the weekend. So this will be our last checkered flag if we hold on this shot as we cut away.
As he cuts away to pick up maybe the third place truck.
That I think that is our second place truck.
Or second, I'm sorry, second place.
Yeah, that should be Munoz.
Yep.
And then Sloppy would be basically right behind him.
Yep.
Now that's I think how they ran yesterday.
Okay.
And
we started
that should be the same order as today.
They kind of settled in, and that's we today every heat was to start the way they finished on corrected time yesterday. Billy Gerke,
and on the other side there, you could see Sloppy coming
the other
up.
way.
Yeah, as we're doing these switchbacks.
Yeah,
a lot of times you can see numerous vehicles. So we're in car now with Sloppy.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna say Gerke should have crossed the finish line here.
Yeah.
So it'd be Gerke, Munoz, Sloppy would be our top three in heat 7 here.
The final heat of the year.
And really, I mean, this is kind of final off-road race of the year. I can't think of any other race that's after this. So,
I don't know of any. It's nice to
kind of putting a ribbon on the season here.
Yeah, in a period of sorts, and everybody can start focusing. Whoa, look at that! To check up there a little bit. That truck was going at a little bit slower pace. And good job on getting around him safely. Yeah, now we can all some of us can start focusing on the season and enjoying a little downtime. We are going to quickly be transitioning into our year-end championship awards banquet. That'll be Saturday, January 10th at the South Point Hotel, 5 to 10 p.m. And we invite everybody to come out with their teams. If you're not part of a championship, we always it's always a good time. It's the best party in the desert, and give away some cool prizes and just celebrate the season, and say nice way to crown it. And then we'll immediately start back into the 26th season on the weekend of February 14th, 13th, 14th with our 57th annual Snore 250, PCI Snore 250. Okay. It's the Butch Dean Memorial Race. So we have a custom trophy being built every year in honor of Butch, and Pat Dean, Butch's son, puts up $5,000 for first overall finisher, and they get this really cool custom made metal trophy that's made by Shane Robinson, who is, if you know Pat Dean, that's been his co-writer, navigator for a couple of decades. I think those two are just, they've been together as a co-driving team for years. And Shane grew up, with Butch, part of the family as well. So he loves the challenge. He's a very gifted man in fabricating these trophies and does a lot of custom metal work. So Trevor Harvey won it last year. It was the first time we gave it away after Butch's passing. So it was really cool. So we're going to keep that tradition going to memorialize Butch Dean, who was just so prolific and instrumental and supportive of and helping creating so many champions that raced out of his shop over the decades since the 70s. And that's 2069 Kelly McDonald there. Moving along. I think Dalton Rubel is driving today. That was the plan, was that Kelly was going to give him the wheel today and let him drive it. Dalton helped him rebuild that truck after Pahrump. They destroyed the transfer case, like chunks, gears flying everywhere. So they worked really hard. Dalton. Gave him a lot of help to get that truck back together. So I think the appreciation gift was to let him drive today. So it'll be Dalton's first drive in an off-road race. So cool for him. He's done a great job getting our volunteers this year. And one, like it was going through everything, again, I want to thank all of our volunteers, all of our officials, everybody that makes this happen. It's not just me. There's so many people along the way that make this happen. And I couldn't do what I do without the help and just the support of my son. My son, Brian, his first race. I think he was 9 months old when he went to his first race, and he's been with me ever since. He's co-rode with me for years, looking for his first drive here. So anybody needs a good driver to back him up, my son is ready to go, and he's just huge support to me and what I do, and he's out here with me all the time, and anything I need, he's right there to help, and with anybody else. So I want to thank my son for being here and get me through these weekends. And so I put him on the board of directors because I'm like, you do more than some people, so you might as well be here on it and be a future president. And of course he's like, no, I'm not doing that, Dad. Hey, you never know. But anyways, thanks to Brian. Love you.
All right. Well, we've
wrapping it
got
up.
our leaders coming in here. So I think
Kelly McDonald.
You thanked all of our volunteers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wes Miller, for being a part of Snore. Everybody screws it up, and it's one of the things. Score for a great race. You know how many times I've heard that? It's not an insult.
I know the difference between the two.
Yeah, for sure. I bet. Yeah. Score is a very renowned name.
We did get some word in the notes here that that wasn't Munoz. That Munoz had passed the 8 truck. It's tough because we've got very limited shots in here,
right,
as well as don't have any timing. So, we're having to make a lot of judgment calls.
Yeah. On the fly.
Apparently, Munoz had made the pass. I don't even know exactly what that means. I'm assuming the truck that we thought was maybe Munoz wasn't, because apparently he's in a Gray Ranger. And then I guess Sloppy was leading in 1419, so in 1450.
Yeah.
And Gerke was in an 8 truck, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, Gerke won the heat 7.
Yeah.
That I know for sure.
Right.
Second, I'm not sure who came in physical second. We never got a great shot of it. And then just from in-car, it looked like Sloppy came in 3rd, and I think he may have been our first place 1450. Does that make sense to you?
It just sounds good to me. I'm all good with that.
So on that note, really appreciate everybody that watched this. Hope that you guys enjoyed our coverage.
Yeah.
We will continue to have these drone shots and our coverage here, but as far as our announcer group, thank you to Snore. I appreciate you guys having me here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And the whole Hammer King production crew, everybody that helped me announcing, you, John, Bud Ward. I'm trying to remember who else has been in here with me at this point.
Well, you had,
but
your other guy that was in
Christian
here.
Serapis.
Yep. Yesterday, right?
Yeah. And then
that's really awesome.
Yeah, who else was in here? Nick Eisenhower came in for a little bit.
Nice.
I think I'm looking at probably 22 hours or something of doing this at this point. So I'm a little brain dead.
Yeah.
But
I'm a little foggy myself.
I will be happy to go sit on the couch and not watch off-road racing for a little while or talk about it.
Stare into space.
But no, thank you guys. I hope you really enjoyed our show and our coverage here. So that's going to be a wrap on Rage at the River. And this is our final checkered flag of the Snore season.
Yep.
One more year written into the desert history books, hard racing, big miles, and everyone left it all out there on the course. But don't go anywhere, because the desert does not sleep for long, and the next chapter is already calling.
Yeah.
The 20th running of King of the Hammers is coming to Johnson Valley at the end of January. And we've got 2 decades we're 2 decades deep, I'm sorry, and it's about to get louder, faster, and more unforgiving than ever. So thanks for riding along with
So-
us.
Dave and I had a conversation. We've had a couple of conversations about the future and the partnership, and we've got an agreement, and I think it's pretty solid that, and the board of directors approved that we could join forces for the championship final round for King of the Hammers next year. You have to race the King of the Hammers series, the tour, all your races next year. You have to have completed every lap, every mile of the series, and the final round will be at the 2026 Rage at the River, where they will join us here to crown their champion.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the tentative
some pretty
plan.
big news, and that
Yeah.
would be pretty awesome.
So we'll have it, just when you think we can't do it bigger next year, don't miss it. That's the plan.
Be another thing to add to the mystique of
Right.
the Rage at the River.
Yeah. And
Okay,
again,
everybody.
thank you guys thanks to Max's Tire, thanks to Riverside Hotel, Matt Laughlin, and all his contributions to Snore and off-road racing himself. Thanks to Chicken Ranch for being a 1600 sponsor, and everybody else that chimed in, and ATC for sponsoring our pit row, all our volunteers, officials, and everything. We love you. We appreciate you, and we'll do it again. Thanks for having me.
So with that, I'm going to say thank you to everyone for riding with us all season. And we will see you in the rocks and in the dust at the biggest stage in desert racing this coming January at King of the Hammers.
Oh, yeah.
So on behalf of Hammer King Productions, this is Wes Miller. We're going to sign out. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the show. Happy holidays to everyone. And we will see you at the next one.